Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 663. Lu Yin walked over to Puyu's crater and calmly said, "What's there to explain? I already told Arbiter Wen about this matter, but he told me not to publicize it. He's already confirmed that Darkstar Gorge is colluding with the Neo-Human Alliance." Puyu shouted, "You're slandering me. It was indeed my mistake for Vulture to hide by my side, but this has nothing to do with Darkstar Gorge. If Arbiter Wen had discovered that Darkstar Gorge was colluding with the Neo-Human Alliance, he would have taken action long ago. Why do you think Arbiter Wen hasn't made a move yet? He wants to uncover even more secrets about your Darkstar Gorge." "Puyu, there's no need to quibble," Lu Yin said coldly. Whether or not Wen Sansi had uncovered the secret of Darkstar Gorge's collusion with the Neo-Human Alliance was not important. What was important was that the innerverse and outerverse had been separated, and no one could prove that Lu Yin was telling the truth. Besides, Vulture was indeed a corpse king, which was more than enough to prove that Lu Yin was telling the truth. Puyu was furious. "Lu Yin, you want to use the crime of colluding with the Neo-Human Alliance against my Darkstar Gorge? Dream on." As he spoke, his battle force erupted from his body and transformed into a purplish-red color. Under everyone's astonished gazes, Puyu had actually broken through to 8-line battle force. After breaking through to 8-line battle force, Puyu tore through the void and appeared in front of Lu Yin. "Die!" He punched out, and the wind from his fist distorted the void. This was a punch powered by 8-line battle force. Lu Yin's eyes flashed, and he used the secret sidestep technique to evade the attack. The void split open, and a middle-aged man walked out and grabbed Puyu's arm. A terrifying amount of star energy instantly crushed Puyu, forcing him to the ground. Even his battle force dissipated. This was an enlighter. No one had expected that an enlighter would suddenly appear. Only Lu Yin knew that this person was an expert who had been sent by the Hall of Honor as a witness. Elder Lohar had said that he would send someone from the Hall of Honor, and this person had already appeared when Lu Yin and Puyu had been fighting. That boundless amount of rune lines could not be concealed. The moment an enlighter attacked, Puyu was instantly suppressed, and Puyu was unable to resist at all. This was the true difference between them. Lu Yin's battle record was so exaggerated because he had killed an enlighter. To the outerverse, enlighters were like the heavens, and they were existences that could decide everything. Even the top 10 of the top 100 rankings had no chance of victory against an enlighter, let alone Puyu. Perhaps only the 10 arbiters of the younger generation could fight against an enlighter. Lu Yin's reputation had been built on the strength of enlighters, which was why he was not favored by the other enlighters. The enlighter had subdued Puyu, and Lu Yin casually waved his hand, causing the wind generated by Puyu's 8-line battle force to suddenly vanish. When it reappeared, it slammed into Puyu's body. At this moment, Puyu was being suppressed by an enlighter, and even his 8-line battle force had dissipated. His physical body was unable to withstand a punch with 8-line battle force, and his organs were instantly crushed. Puyu spat out a mouthful of blood that was mixed with some of his internal organs as he slowly collapsed to the ground, twitching from time to time. Not even an enlighter could react to this attack, as it was an attack from a secret technique. Even an enlighter would find it difficult to avoid a secret technique's attack, which was why Lu Yin was able to threaten enlighters. The middle-aged man released his grip and allowed Puyu to twitch on the ground. Even Lu Yin did not want to endure an attack from 8-line battle force without any defenses, let alone Puyu. When he saw Puyu in pain, the middle-aged man slowly turned around and stared at Lu Yin. "He's already been subdued. There's no need to be so heavy-handed." Lu Yin respectfully replied, "It's this junior's fault. That punch threatened my life, and this junior subconsciously retaliated. I'm truly sorry, senior." The middle-aged man looked at Lu Yin deeply. If Puyu died, then he would be considered an accomplice. If he had not forced Puyu's 8-line battle force back, then Puyu would not have been in such a miserable state and would have been able to withstand the power of that punch. You're just as ruthless and decisive as the rumors say. I've finally seen it for myself. Lu Yin could hear the man's dissatisfaction, and he helplessly said, Senior, when this junior was still a sentinel, this person humiliated me and even encouraged others to steal my fiancée. If this junior hadn't acted in time, then my reputation would have been ruined. This person has schemed against this junior several times, and senior should be able to clearly investigate this matter. The middle-aged man was shocked by Lu Yin's words. So that's what happened. No wonder. His gaze softened. Since that's the case, then forget it and let him be. He's just a heretic who colluded with the Neo-Human Alliance. You've done well. Anyone who colludes with the Neo-Human Alliance must be eradicated. This junior understands. Rest assured, Senior. This junior will definitely assist Senior in investigating Darkstar Gorge, Lu Yin respectfully replied. The middle-aged man's gaze turned cold. Investigate. There's no need for that. The Hall of Honor has its own methods. With that, he disappeared into the void. Lu Yin sighed. Darkstar Gorge was completely finished. When Elder Lohar had found out that the Shinwu Empire was working with the Neo-Human Alliance, his first reaction had been to destroy the entire Shinwu continent. Lu Yin was well aware of the Hall of Honor's methods, and Darkstar Gorge would not have a chance to defend themselves. This was also why he was so relieved. Lu Yin walked over to Puyu, squatted down, and looked at him. Puyu's eyes were bloodshot, and he was twitching on the ground. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, and he looked extremely miserable. Back on Xenu Star, Bezer humiliated me on your orders. I've already settled the score with him, and now, it's your turn to pay, Lu Yin said indifferently. Puyu spat out a mouthful of blood and glared at Lu Yin viciously. You already knew that he was a corpse king. You slandered me. You'll die a horrible death. Back then, you were high and mighty. A single word from you could make Bezer humiliate me, and a single word from you could make me fall into a bottomless abyss. Why didn't you think about what would happen to you back then? You brought this upon yourself. Lu Yin continued, and Darkstar Gorge. They opposed me, so there's no need for them to exist. That's a joke. Puyu shrieked and spat out a mouthful of black blood before finally dying. Lu Yin stood up with a complicated expression on his face. Puyu had been a great enemy on his path of cultivation. When Bezer had appeared on Xenu Star, it had been destined that only one of them would survive. It had been almost 6 years since then, and things had finally come to an end. Puyu could not be considered a great enemy. Lu Yin's true enemy was one of the 10 arbiters, or rather, a few of them. There was also Night King Qingyu, who had caused Earth to fall into dire straits. There was also the Astral River's realm envoy, Old Gouda, who had intentionally delayed the Astral River's realm envoy, and the Innerverse Sun family. Lu Yin would collect everything that was owed to him. For San Dios, Puyu's death was a huge matter. This meant that there were only 2 people in charge of East San Dios, Lu Shaoge and Wendy Yushan. Wendy Yushan was in the Great Yu Empire for many years, so Lu Shaoge was the only person in charge. Barley respectfully walked up to Lu Yin and said, Representative Lu, Bezer committed suicide out of fear of punishment. Lu Yin grunted and did not ask any further questions. If Puyu was dead, then so be it. Has Lu Shaoge been up to anything recently? Very normal. San Dios's influence is very low right now, so he hasn't done anything, Barley replied. Lu Yin looked at the tower and met Lu Shaoge's gaze once more. His eyes flashed, and his body vanished. Yu Xianzi and the others looked at Puyu's corpse with complicated expressions. Puyu had been ranked 13th on the top 100 rankings, but he had died in such a miserable manner. Lu Yin was truly terrifying. Atop the tower, Lu Xiaoge leisurely retrieved a bottle of red wine from his cosmic ring and poured out 2 glasses. Lu Yin appeared in front of him. "Congratulations, Brother Lu. The great enemy has been eliminated," Lu Xiaoge said with a smile as he handed a glass to Lu Yin. Lu Yin accepted it. "I drank this wine back on Earth, and it tasted pretty good. You and I are both from Earth, so we should help each other out, right?" Lu Xiaoge took a sip and smiled. Lu Yin laughed. "Those who walk different paths will not work together. In my eyes, there is no distinction between regions or races, only between friends and foes. Brother Lu, do you think I'm a friend or a foe?" Lu Xiaoge asked as he put down his glass. Lu Yin put down his glass as well. "What do you think?" "It seems like Brother Lu has come with ill intentions," Lu Xiaoge said. Lu Yin looked at Lu Xiaoge. "You're a smart person. What do you have to say?" "I can help you bring it to Earth." "Right, you can be buried there." Lu Xiaoge smiled and gazed into the distance. He raised his hand with his palm facing downwards, as if his hand could envelop the entire world. "I remember asking Brother Lu a question when we first arrived in San Dios. Now, I'll ask the same question again. What did you see, Brother Lu?" Lu Yin frowned. "I don't have time to play games with you." Lu Xiaoge sighed. "It seems like Brother Lu's heart isn't big enough. You can't be tolerant. That depends on who I'm dealing with. There's no need to be tolerant of someone who betrayed Earth and his own people," Lu Yin said indifferently. "What if I can help Brother Lu do more things? For example, the Day-Night clan." Lu Xiaoge turned to look at Lu Yin with a burning gaze. Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat. "What do you mean?" Lu Xiaoge's lips curled up. "Brother Lu, don't you think that having an insider to help you deal with the Day-Night clan is a good choice? The Innerverse and Outerverse will recover sooner or later. With what Brother Lu has done in the Outerverse, the Innerverse's great powers will definitely not allow it. You've already crossed their bottom line, especially the Great Eastern Alliance. You're playing with fire by trying to free the Outerverse from the Innerverse suppression by yourself. I just want the Outerverse to unite against an external enemy. The external enemy is the Innerverse." "Wrong, it's the Astral Beast domain." Lu Xiaoge smiled. "That seems to be the case now, but what about in the future? The Innerverse definitely won't want to see an Outerverse united. Brother Lu, you'll definitely stand against the Innerverse in the future, and I'm the Day-Night clan's representative in the Outerverse Youth Council. I'm deeply trusted by Arbiter Jinwu. Don't you think that I can help you with many things? For example?" Lu Yin looked at him. Lu Xiaoge did not answer and merely smiled. This person was too cautious. There were some things that he could say, but there were also some things that he would rather die than say. Lu Yin met Lu Xiaoge's gaze. "Perhaps you really can help me with many things in the future, but you might also bring me a lot of trouble. You're a poisonous snake, and you might hurt yourself as well as the enemy. Brother Lu, you could try to subdue me." Lu Yin shook his head. "Saying something like that proves that you don't have the confidence to escape. The Innerverse and Outerverse have been separated, and you don't have Arbiter Jinwu's strength. You're no different from an ant in front of me. Since that's the case, I'll send you back to Earth, and I'll find a better place to bury you." This was also the reason why the Enlighter had punished Lu Xiaoge. Lu Xiaoge laughed at the fact that he had managed to keep his life. "Brother Lu, I've disappointed you. If there's a chance, we'll consider it a draw." Lu Xiaoge sighed in admiration. Brother Lu is really smart. I'll be more careful when dealing with you in the future. Then be careful. It won't be so easy for you to escape next time. Lu Yin waved a hand and turned to leave the tower. Brother Lu, my words still count. Think about it carefully. If you want to make an enemy out of the Interverse, you'll need help. Lu Xiaoge laughed loudly. Lu Yin's eyes flickered. Make an enemy out of the Interverse. The Interverse was currently being invaded by the Sixth Mainland, and it was hard to say if those powers would still exist when the Interverse and Outerverse recovered. Lu Yin had already seen Lu Xiaoge's methods many times, and it was not too surprising that he had not died this time. Lu Yin had originally thought that Lu Xiaoge would escape, but he had never expected that the Hall of Honor would openly protect him and even try to scheme against him. Lu Xiaoge had entered Arbiter Zhenwu's eyes as an Earthling, and he had even become a member of the Outerverse Youth Council as a representative of the Day-Night clan. This was something that even the heirs of some of the Interverse great powers could not accomplish, but Lu Xiaoge had done it. Lu Yin had always been wary of Lu Xiaoge, so even if he had not been able to kill Lu Xiaoge this time, Lu Yin had publicly announced that East San Dios would be sealed off and that the Outerverse Youth Council would be temporarily suspended from interacting with the various weaves of the Outerverse. The moment the Interverse and Outerverse were separated, East San Dios's existence was no longer that important. However, Lu Yin's decision still shocked many of the Outerverse powers. Lu Xiaoge did not have much of a reaction, and no one knew what he was thinking. Yu Xianzi and the others found Lu Yin. Brother Lu, what should we do if East San Dios is sealed off? Yu Xianzi asked. Lu Yin smiled. Follow me back to the Great Yu Empire. Yu Xianzi's eyes flashed. Become your subordinate. Lu Yin laughed. You can treat the Great Yu Empire as the Outerverse Youth Council. I'm still a member, and you guys are still my subordinate members. I agree. And Xiao Hua was the first to speak up. Back in Iron Blood Weave, he had wanted to rely on Lu Yin, but due to various circumstances, he had not been able to meet Lu Yin. This time, he wanted to completely rely on Lu Yin. Ah Fan naturally agreed, as he had been sent to East San Dios by Lu Yin. Barley also agreed, but Lu Yin did not take him with him. If you leave, who will help me look after San Dios? Barley was puzzled. Isn't San Dios sealed off? Lu Yin looked at the tower. I have the authority to seal off San Dios, and Lu Xiaoge, a true member of the council, also has the authority to open San Dios. You stay here and keep an eye on him. Understood, Barley replied. Yu Xianzi looked at Lu Yin. However, in Lu Yin's eyes, the two were essentially the same, and they both had the power to kill. Lu Yin suddenly felt a sense of urgency, both from the Sixth Mainland and from the Hall of Honor. Within the vast Earth Sect's main hall, many of the elders were engaged in a heated discussion. Sect Master Meng Tianlong was not present, as he had gone into seclusion. Lu Yin had not received any response from the elders, and he no longer held any hope. When Meng Tianlong returned to the main hall, all of the elders were silent, and no one spoke. It looks like the elders have already come to a decision. Speak, Meng Tianlong said in a low voice as his gaze swept across the crowd before finally stopping on Elder Angio. Elder Angio coughed and sighed. Sect Master, all of us elders have unanimously agreed to join the Great Eastern Alliance. Meng Tianlong was not surprised. News of Darkstar Gorge's destruction had already spread the previous day, and the strongest power in Adonis Weave had been destroyed just like that. Lu Yin had even personally killed Counselor Puyu of the Outerverse Youth Council, who was ranked 13th on the top 100 rankings. Everyone had heard of Lu Yin's fame, and his battle achievements were the main reason why the vast Earth sect had been so hesitant. However, no one had any idea of his methods until now. I wish everyone a happy Mid-Autumn Festival. Thank you for your support. Thank you. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Lee's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 665. Darkstar Gorge had led the various great powers to form an alliance against the Great Eastern Alliance, but it had only been a few days since such a great power had been uprooted. Although it had been the Hall of Honor that had taken action, it had still been Lu Yin's methods. Darkstar Gorge had been an enormous power that had existed for countless years, and it had been annihilated with a single strike. This had terrified the elders of the vast Earth sect, and it wasn't just them, all of the powers that had been allied with Darkstar Gorge were terrified. Nobody knew who Lu Yin's next target would be. Since the Innerverse and Outerverse had been separated, the Outerverse order was determined by itself, and Lu Yin was the one who had set that order. Elders, since you've all come to a decision, this sect master will not oppose it. As such, our vast Earth sect has decided to join the Great Eastern Alliance, Meng Tianlong said. Many of the elders had ugly expressions on their faces. There was bitterness and helplessness. Barred Weave was close to Dark Mist Weave, and it was close to the Astral River. There were 103 filaments in the weave, and it wasn't that far from Frostwave Weave. Even Ground Palace was the power that controlled Barred Weave. When Lu Yin had returned from the Outerverse trial, the Great Yu Empire had been pressured by the Ross Empire. Lu Yin had used Even Ground Palace's young mistress Doro's promise to get Even Ground Palace to speak up for the Great Yu Empire and stop the Ross Empire's attack. This was not the first time that Even Ground Palace had come into contact with the Great Yu Empire. Young Mistress Doro had also met Lu Yin once. Previously, the Great Yu Empire had wanted to establish the Great Eastern Alliance, but Even Ground Palace had not agreed to it. Instead, they had taken advantage of the situation to join Darkstar Gorge's alliance against the Great Eastern Alliance. However, they had not expected that Darkstar Gorge would be destroyed in the blink of an eye, which had caused Even Ground Palace to panic. Palace Master, please make a decision as soon as possible. More than 10 women were seated in the main hall of Even Ground Palace. Even Ground Palace was similar to the Innerverse Frostmoon sect, but there were also some differences. The Frostmoon sect's members were all women, while Even Ground Palace's members were mostly women. There were also quite a few men, but the Palace Master and the young Palace Master were definitely women. The Palace Master of the Even Ground Palace, Mu Nikhang, had a beautiful appearance and a cold expression. She gave off an otherworldly feeling. Let Doro in. The elders looked at each other. Hall Master, although Doro is the young Hall Master, she's not qualified to participate in such a major event, one of the elders said. Mu Nikhang replied, Doro has interacted with him before. The elders no longer objected. Doro quickly entered the main hall. Although Lu Yin had seen her before, he didn't have a deep impression of her. After all, too many trial takers had been trapped in the Tower of Resonating Light, and she had only been one of them. Her appearance wasn't that stunning either. Doro, what do you think of Lu Yin? Mu Nikhang asked. All the elders looked at Doro. Doro replied respectfully, I've only interacted with Lu Yin once, but he left a deep impression on me. I can describe him in one sentence. Doro thought for a moment before continuing, he doesn't rise early if there's no benefit to him. What do you mean? An elder asked. Doro replied, this person only cares about profit. Back in the Tower of Resonating Light, when many trial takers were trapped, this person made everyone sign an agreement before he was willing to save them. I believe that if everyone had not been willing to sign that agreement, he would not have saved them. Any other thoughts? Mu Nikhang asked. Doro thought for a moment before replying, this person is ruthless, extremely talented, and somewhat lawless. Everyone fell silent, as these points were in line with their understanding of Lu Yin. If not for his extraordinary talent, how could he have become the strongest Lemeter and suppressed all the other Lemeters in the Outerverse? If not for his ruthlessness, how could he have dared to kill Enlighters? If not for his lawlessness, how could he have formed the Great Eastern Alliance? In everyone's eyes, Lu Yin was a madman with extraordinary talent and ruthless methods. However, this madman had an ability that suited his ambitions, which was the most disgusting thing. "All right, you may leave," Mu Nikhang said. Doro respectfully left. "Elders, what do you think?" Mu Nikhang asked. On the left, an elder named Maya spoke up. "Hall Master, Darkstar Gorge has already been destroyed. I do not wish for Even Ground Palace to follow in their footsteps." "Elder Maya, that's too serious. Darkstar Gorge was destroyed because Puyu colluded with the Neo-Human Alliance. Even Ground Palace has nothing to do with the Neo-Human Alliance." Elder Maya sneered. "Colluding with the Neo-Human Alliance? Who here would believe that?" Everyone looked at each other and helplessly shook their heads. No one believed her, as the Hall of Honor had not found any evidence that Darkstar Gorge had colluded with the Neo-Human Alliance. Even so, Darkstar Gorge had still been destroyed. "From what I know, Lu Yin once came into contact with a corpse king called Vulture several years ago." Everyone, Lu Yin didn't expose Vulture even though he knew that Vulture was a corpse king. This person's schemes run deep. If he can use Vulture to destroy the entire Darkstar Gorge, who can guarantee that he doesn't have similar pawns in other organizations that can destroy an entire organization, Elder Maya said coldly. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines when they heard this. Mu Nichang's eyes flashed. "Does Elder Maya agree to join the Great Eastern Alliance?" "Yes, I agree," Elder Maya replied. Mu Nikhang looked at the others. "What about the other elders?" The other elders looked at each other and then helplessly said, "Agreed." Agreed. No one objected. The more they understood Lu Yin, the more terrified they became. This person could not be viewed as a junior, as he was a genius that transcended time. "All right, since all the elders have agreed to join the Great Eastern Alliance, I hereby announce that Even Ground Palace will join the Great Eastern Alliance. Immediately send someone to contact the Great Yu Empire," Mu Nikhang announced. Flaxen Weave was located to the west of Lars Weave, and it bordered Lars Weave. The strongest power there was the Tri-Banner Federation. When news of Darkstar Gorge's destruction reached Flaxen Weave, the Tri-Banner Federation's previous chairman, Jibu, led a group of people to where the people from Northline Flow Zone were and requested to meet with the person in charge there. "We're the wolves, and we won't slaughter them, haha. Your Highness is right." Enya smiled, but she looked at Lu Yin with a complicated expression. She could vaguely see Shui Chuanqiao's shadow in him. Did they contact the Empire at the same time? Lu Yin changed the topic. Enya nodded. Yes, they did so at almost the same time. Is there such a coincidence? Lu Yin muttered. These powers must have contacted each other before, which is why it's so coincidental, Enya replied. Lu Yin frowned. That won't do. Think of a way to split the alliance. I don't want an alliance within an alliance. Yes, Your Highness, Enya answered. Also, since they've joined the Great Eastern Alliance, have them send me a list of all the resources in their weaves. Send a copy to Banjiu and see if there's anything useful. Of course, we'll send them a list of our Frostwave Weaves resources as well, Lu Yin said. Yu Xianzi rolled her eyes. Lu Yin had just said that he wouldn't slaughter them, but now there was a split and a list of resources. Was there a need to be so anxious? Yes, Your Highness. May I ask when the Alliance Conference will begin? Enya asked. Lu Yin muttered, What do you think? Enya looked at Yu Xianzi hesitantly. Lu Yin casually replied, Don't mind her. She's just a wandering cultivator. I'm not a wandering cultivator, Yu Xianzi retorted. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival, and I'll update at 3 p.m. Thank you all for your continued support. However, ever since the first batch of cultivators from Earth had been selected to enter U Academy, the entire Frostwave Weave had been shaken. This was because a single planet had given birth to 5 cultivators with innate gifts. Cultivators with innate gifts were extremely rare, but they could directly join the Youth Council, which represented their status. The fact that 5 cultivators with innate gifts had appeared on a tiny planet like Earth was more than enough to cause a stir. Fu Xiaoshu and the others became the focus of attention, and if not for the fact that U Academy prohibited visitors, they would have become famous long ago. Although they weren't famous in the Frostwave Weave, Fu Xiaoshu and the others were almost as famous as the Hall Masters in U Academy because of their innate gifts. Many rumors even claimed that Fu Xiaoshu and the others, who had already reached the Melder realm, were comparable to Huizhong, Gerbok, and Lockwood. "Make your move," Fu Xiaoshu said casually as he looked at the man across from him. The man snorted and crushed the blue crystal in his hand, causing a stream of water to appear and wrap around his arm. He punched out at Fu Xiaoshu, and the superimposed streams of water seemed to materialize. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. This was a good move. Ever since Schutz had returned from the Astral Combat Academy, U Academy's overall strength had increased significantly. At the very least, most people could easily reach the Melder realm now. When Lu Yin had first come into contact with U Academy in the Great U Empire, there hadn't been many Melders there. In the face of the superimposed water flow, Fu Xiaoshu stood his ground and did not move. The water flow smashed into the ground with a loud boom, creating a huge crater. The ground shook as a gust of water vapor blew towards him. Yu Xianzi was puzzled. Why is that person attacking an empty space? Lu Yin's lips curled up. Because he thinks that the enemy is standing there. Yu Xianzi was shocked. An illusion. A battle technique. No, there aren't any star energy fluctuations. Is this an innate gift? Lu Yin nodded. Yu Xianzi looked at Fu Xiaoshu seriously. If he had an innate gift, then things were different. Any cultivator with an innate gift would have a bright future, and their strength would far surpass the average cultivators. Fu Xiaoshu's innate gift could only cover a certain area, but it couldn't cover Lu Yin or Yu Xianzi. Even if it could, his illusions wouldn't be able to confuse the two of them. He couldn't even confuse Schutz or Rookie Mathers. Outside the arena, the U Academy students cheered excitedly. In their eyes, this attack had indeed hit Fu Xiaoshu. The man smiled proudly. Fu Xiaoshu, you're too arrogant. I've never used this attack on anyone before. I've saved it for you. Is that so? It's quite powerful. A voice came from behind the man, and he turned around in shock to see Fu Xiaoshu smiling mockingly. His eyes narrowed. You? How did you? Fu Xiaoshu didn't give him a chance to speak and pressed a finger on the man's head. You've lost. The man was unwilling, but there was nothing he could do. He dejectedly said, "This is your innate gift, right?" I couldn't see through it. Fu Xiaoshu looked around proudly. Indeed, this was his innate gift. His vision was no longer limited to the U Academy students, and he wanted to challenge the Hall Master. Only by becoming a Hall Master would he be qualified to enter the Royal Regent's eyes. To Earthlings, Lu Yin was a god, and Fu Xiaoshu wanted to be close to him and follow him. Song Shi, you go, Schutz said in a low voice. A man with a stern expression walked out from the crowd and faced Fu Xiaoshu directly. Fu Xiaoshu slowly turned around and looked at Song Shi. I knew you would attack. The surrounding U Academy students were excited and expectant. Song Shi was also from Earth and had an innate gift as well. The two of them could be said to be on the same level, and aside from the Hall Master, the only other person present who could deal with Fu Xiaoshu was Song Shi, who was also from Earth. Your illusions are well developed, Song Shi said indifferently, his face expressionless. Who are you talking to? Fu Xiaoshu's voice sounded from another direction. Song Shi wasn't surprised that Fu Xiaoshu had disappeared. He took off his heavy equipment and said indifferently, if that's all you've got, you're not my match. Fu Xiaoshu pursed his lips. Still so cold. Fine, I'll show you how strong I've become. The first person to enter the royal regent's eyes is me. That one sentence ignited Song Shi's anger. The person he admired the most was Lu Yin, and he had to be the first to approach him. Your personality has changed a lot. Even the beggar from Nanjing has learned how to brag. Third update, Happy Mid-Autumn Festival to all of you. Thank you for your support. Thank you. It would be even better if you could tip me. Thank you. The scenery on the first ring isn't bad. It's fine to come and play occasionally. Lu Yin smiled. After parting ways with Yu Xianzi, Lu Yin went straight to Xenu Star's library to look for the curator. Greetings, Your Highness. The curator hurriedly greeted Lu Yin. Why is Earth's history different from what I saw last time? Lu Yin asked sternly. The curator trembled. Your Highness, this, speak. Lu Yin barked. The curator was terrified and immediately prostrated himself. Please forgive me, Your Highness. Earth's history has always been fake. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. What do you mean? The curator was terrified. There are many planets in the universe that cannot be recorded. The Great Yu Empire didn't have 13 filaments, and it didn't cover Earth until His Majesty, Undying Yushan, took over and expanded the Empire's territory, which then included Earth. At that time, Earth's civilization had just gone extinct, and the Empire didn't pay much attention to it. The so-called history is only based on observations. We can confirm that Earth went extinct several times, but we can only determine the number of times in the past tens of thousands of years. There are many planets like Earth in the universe, and it's normal for civilizations to go extinct due to various reasons. Thus, the Empire's records of Earth's history are only based on their initial observations. Some are even made up. Made up. Lu Yin frowned. The curator's voice trembled. Yes, made up. There are too many planets in the Empire, and it's impossible to keep a detailed record of every planet. Thus, the records of some planets in the Empire's archives aren't even as accurate as their own records. Has Earth's history been changed recently? Lu Yin asked. The curator's voice trembled. Yes, Your Highness. Your identity is special since you were born on Earth. Many people pay attention to Earth, and we had no choice but to combine Earth's own records with the Empire's. We also made up some details to shut up the media. Lu Yin sighed. So there was such a thing. Even history could be made up. I want to see the information from when Earth was first discovered, Lu Yin said. The curator's face went pale, and he couldn't stop trembling. Where's the information? Give it to me. Lu Yin barked. The curator trembled. I'm sorry, Your Highness. There was a fire in the library, and all of the information was destroyed. Lu Yin's eyes went wide, and a terrifying pressure swept across Xenu Star, causing the seas to churn and countless cultivators to tremble. However, it only lasted for an instant. Not a single bit of information was left behind. I'm sorry, Your Highness. The curator almost fainted from shock. Lu Yin's anger subsided a little when he saw the curator's miserable state. He helplessly walked out of the library and looked towards the Hua family. He wanted to talk to Hua Qingshan again, but Hua Qingshan was the one who had asked him to look for information the last time. There was only one place where he could understand Earth's history, Jupiter. Unfortunately, he couldn't enter. Forget it, I'll wait a little longer. Jupiter's defenses will be broken one day, and I really want to know what Earth's history is. On Xenia Star, the Anna family's courtyard was desolate. As an old family of the Great Yu Empire, the Anna family had always had great influence in the empire. However, their influence had plummeted after Liu Yin's ascension. Although Liu Yin had not actively suppressed the Anna family and had even allowed Shuashan Anna to join the Liu Ministry of Defense and become one of the leaders of the military, this could not hide his intentions to marginalize the Anna family. Regardless of whether it was the establishment of the Great Eastern Alliance or the collaboration with the Nalan family, no one from the Anna family had participated. For an old family, this was a sign that they were being ignored by those in power. On the surface, the Anna family still had considerable influence, and they even controlled the 9th Imperial Squadron. However, this influence could be ended with a single word from Liu Yin, and he could even destroy the entire Anna family. During this time, the Anna family had been thinking of ways to get closer to some people, such as Gavin, Huan Sha, and Enya, but their efforts had not been effective. Shuashan Anna's study fell into silence. Rocky Anna looked at Shuashan Anna and said, I originally thought that the Hua family would weaken since His Highness was clearly worried about Hua Qingshan. However, I never expected that even Hua Qingshan would be able to participate in the establishment of the Great Eastern Alliance while our Anna family is unable to. Patriarch, shouldn't we discuss this with His Highness? Shuashan Anna frowned and fell into deep thought. Help me deal with him, and I'll continue looking for a way to enter the inner verse, Hai Chi said hatefully. Liu Yin paused, and his face darkened. Who are you talking about? Old Gouda. Hai Chi grunted and then looked at Liu Yin. Is he someone you know? Liu Yin smiled, but it was a cold smile. Tell me his location. Hai Chi marked the location. Deal with him as soon as possible. I don't know what he sees in me, but he wants me to marry his son. He's crazy. Don't worry, I'll let him taste despair. Liu Yin's eyes flickered as he looked at the location on the star chart. Old Gouda. He had never forgotten this person. If not for the old man deliberately delaying the Astral River Ark's arrival, they would not have been caught. There was a piece of paper with the surname Liu and 72 lives. One of the 10 arbiters was the mastermind, and old Gouda was an accomplice. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 671. By the way, Patriarch Shuashan, I don't know much about the 13 Squadron's missions. Can you tell me more about the 9th Squadron's duties? Liu Yin asked curiously. This question caused Shuashan Anna to panic, and he felt as if a disaster was about to befall him. He couldn't help but stand up. Your Highness, did Rocky do something wrong? Liu Yin pressed a hand down and smiled. Patriarch, you're worrying too much. I'm just asking. Of course, I have some ideas. Shuashan Anna was apprehensive. When His Majesty Undying Yushan established the 13 squadrons, it was to control the 13 filaments and prevent the feudal officials from becoming ambitious. However, after His Majesty's death, the Empire's territory expanded, and the 4 ministries appeared. The 13 squadrons gradually moved to Xenia Star. Strictly speaking, they don't have any real missions. Liu Yin nodded. It seems like we should assign specific duties to the 13 squadrons. What do you think, Patriarch? Shuashan Anna hurriedly replied, I'm ignorant. Even the 4 ministries did not have the authority to interfere in this matter, so he naturally did not dare to speak rashly and overstep his boundaries. Liu Yin smiled. The 2nd Squadron is already developing intelligence, and the 12th Squadron is dedicated to scientific research. The other squadrons don't have any specific duties for now. As for the 9th Squadron, what do you think of the corrupt officials? Shuashan Ana's eyes flickered, and he was momentarily stunned. He couldn't figure out whether this was a good or bad idea. The corrupt officials represented great authority, but Lu Yin did not seem like someone who would be willing to hand over such authority to others. What did that mean? Patriarch Shuashan, I've decided to assign the 9th Squadron to investigate corrupt officials and clean up the Empire's bureaucracy. What do you think? Lu Yin asked again, his voice much louder this time. Shuashan Ana still did not understand, but he still replied, "We'll follow your highness' arrangements." Lu Yin nodded in satisfaction. Rocky Ana was still an Ana family member, and without Shuashan Ana's approval, even if he forcefully made the arrangements, it would not be very effective. Of course, he could make Shuashan Ana submit, but that was not the reason he had called him here. He wanted Shuashan Ana to truly submit and be willing to take a bullet for him. I have a list of names here. Take a look at it, Patriarch Shuashan. If you agree, then let Captain Rock do the work. Lu Yin tossed the list of names that Gavin had given him to Shuashan Ana. Most of the names had been removed from the list, as they still needed to rely on these merchants to restore the Empire's economy. Shuashan Ana glanced over, and he suddenly understood everything. Lu Yin wanted to deal with some people, but he would not do anything himself. Instead, he would let the Ana family take the initiative, which was equivalent to placing the Ana family on the opposing side of the court. This was basically pushing the Ana family into the fire pit. He subconsciously wanted to refuse, but when he saw Lu Yin's grim expression, Shuashan Ana did not refuse. He had no other choice. The Ana family's connections in the Empire were deeply intertwined, which was why Lu Yin was worried about them. Only by standing against the court officials would Lu Yin be able to feel at ease and use them again. With the Ana family's many years of connections, they were the most suitable for such a task. When Shuashan Ana thought about how quiet the Ana family had been recently and the rumors circulating outside, he resolutely agreed. I understand. Please don't worry, Your Highness. I know what to do. Lu Yin was satisfied. Rest assured, Patriarch Shuashan. This king will not let the Ana family's efforts go to waste. However, the prize for the competition was only 3 pages. Although there were only 3 pages, it was still enough to attract the attention of countless experts. In the decennial lockbreaker competition, the champion would be able to obtain 3 pages of true insight that could be sold for an astronomical price. Lu Yin looked at it for half an hour and then sighed. The lockbreaker competition's entry requirements were 1-star discerning junior lockbreakers. As a 4-star discerning junior lockbreaker, he should have been notified a long time ago. However, no one had notified him until now. Could they have forgotten about him? After thinking about it, Lu Yin contacted Shi-Chi. The two had interacted before in Iron Blood Weave. He tried for a long time, but there was no response from Shi-Chi. Perhaps it was too late, so Lu Yin put down his gadget and silently recited the Stonewall scriptures. The next morning, Lu Yin tried to contact Shi-Chi again, but he still could not reach her. Instead, he received a call from Hai Chi-Chi. True insight. Why are you asking about this? Hai Chi-Chi asked. She had come to urge Lu Yin to deal with old Gouda, but before she could say anything, Lu Yin's question came. The lockbreaker competition is about to start, and I want to participate. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 672. Hai Chi-Chi looked at Lu Yin with disdain. You compete? Are you joking? Go play somewhere else. Lu Yin was speechless. What a familiar venomous tongue. I'm a genuine 4 stars discerning elementary lockbreaker. Do you think that I have no hope? Nonsense. This is the decennial lockbreaker competition, and there are plenty of lockbreakers who have reached the 4-star discerning elementary level. There are even some who have reached the perceptive intermediate level. You're just a discerning elementary lockbreaker, and you're dreaming if you want to become the champion. Hai Chi rolled her eyes. The innerverse and outerverse have been separated, Luin said. Hai Chi was stunned, and then she sighed. Yes, the innerverse and outerverse have been separated. Most lockbreakers are in the innerverse, and there aren't many in the outerverse. Hold on. She looked at Luin. Since the innerverse and outerverse have been separated, what about the prize? What about true insight? It's in the Outerverse Lockbreaker Society's headquarters, Source Peak Planet. Hai Chi was shocked. What a coincidence. Right, I remember now. During the Lockbreaker competition 10 years ago, true insight was stored in the innerverse. This time, it's the outerverse's turn. She suddenly realized something and looked at Luin. Your luck is pretty good. You even managed to run into it. You've watched the Lockbreaker competition. Yes, I watched the live broadcast. It was very exciting. Did the Sea King mention true insight to you? Luin asked. Hai Chi nodded. He did. It's a peerless tome, and any lockbreaker who grasps a few pages will be able to increase their strength by several levels. The more pages one grasps, the more terrifying they become. It's rumored that if someone can completely grasp all 36 pages of true insight, then even a powerhouse with a power level of 1,000,000 won't be their opponent. They'll be infinitely close to the progenitor realm, but that's just a rumor. Father doesn't believe it. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. There are 3 pages of true insight right in front of me. Hai Chi looked at Luin. Your luck is pretty good. Prepare the money. Why? To buy them, of course. Every year, the champion lockbreaker sells those 3 pages. Do you really think that you can become the champion? That's my plan, but why would I sell them? They're priceless treasures. Hai Chi sneered, do you think anyone can have such a priceless treasure? Boundless advanced lockbreakers were not allowed to participate in the competition, but true insight was only useful to boundless advanced lockbreakers. Do you think that those old freaks won't try to steal it? Let me tell you, there was once a champion who was the disciple of the Innerverse Lockbreaker Society's president at that time. He didn't sell the pages after he became the champion, and he was then killed by someone else. That's why the lockbreakers who have become the champion have always sold the 3 pages of true insight or given them to someone else. In any case, they definitely won't keep them. This is a common practice. With your current status in the Outerverse, you're qualified to buy it. Of course, there will be plenty of people competing with you. What if I become the champion? Luin asked. Hai Chi disdainfully replied, don't even think about it. Even if the innerverse and outerverse are separated, there are still powerful lockbreakers hidden in the outerverse, and any random perceptive intermediate lockbreaker can surpass you. Becoming the champion is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Even the Lockbreaker Society's distinguished 5 were defeated. Who did you lose to? The champion of that year's competition, of course. Luin fell into deep thought as he pondered how to obtain true insight. Right now, the only people in the Outerverse who were qualified to compete with him were the Enlighters. Of course, this did not exclude the hidden powerhouses. Although he seemed like an uncrowned king, if the temptation reached a certain level, those old freaks would definitely not stop, and it was even possible that the Hall of Honor would intervene. This year's Lockbreaker Society competition might be the worst one in history. The Lockbreaker Society competition should include both the Innerverse and the Outerverse, but this year, the Innerverse has been cut off, and there are only a few weak contestants competing. It's not interesting at all, Hai Chi said. She then looked at Luin. Even so, it's still impossible for you to become the champion. Lu Yin frowned. I have a lock-breaking tool, and I'm confident that I can unlock a perceptive intermediate source box. Is that so? Then what level of star energy control have you reached? Hai Chi looked at him with disdain. Star energy control. A force field. I've comprehended a force field. I knew that you wouldn't understand. You're talking about the realm of controlling star energy for battle. From removing impurities to forming a physical form, then to the realm of infinite changes, such as changing colors, and finally comprehending a force field. However, what I'm talking about is the level of star energy control required for lockbreaking. Lockbreakers unlock source boxes and decompose energy, so their control of star energy must be very delicate, which is different from battle. The more delicate your control of star energy is, the more you can control it as you please, and the faster your lockbreaking speed will be. The Lockbreaker Society is a competition of speed. Tell me more about it, Lu Yin said solemnly. Hai Chi thought about it for a moment. Domains are extremely helpful when it comes to lockbreaking, so many lockbreakers want to comprehend a domain. However, many are unable to do so. Not all lockbreakers are domain experts, so the question is, how do those lockbreakers who haven't comprehended a domain advance? Naturally, it's the level of star energy control. The Lockbreaker Society has announced that there are 6 levels for this: Nuance, Cloudwalker, Celestial Intelligence, Divine Eye, World, and Esoteric. The higher the level, the greater your control of star energy. It's rumored that the Outerverse Lockbreaker Society's President Jeffrey has reached the world realm, and his star energy can transform into a world. With a world realm cultivator's control, he can decompose source boxes at an extremely fast speed. This was the first time that Lu Yin had heard of such a division. Was it an internal division of the Lockbreaker Society? He had never focused on becoming a lockbreaker, and he had overlooked many things. How do you know? Lu Yin couldn't help but ask curiously. Hai Chi raised her head. My father is a boundless advanced lockbreaker. No wonder. Your force field is very powerful, and your control of star energy isn't weak either, right? Lu Yin probed. Hai Chi was pleased. He then looked at the 3 boxes in the middle of the courtyard that were of different sizes and were separated from each other. They were sealed with spiritual thread as the main material, and each box contained 3 5-star discerning elementary source boxes. Source boxes were ranked by star, and the biggest difference between them was whether they were harmful or harmless. Not only were harmless source boxes rare, but they were also very expensive. Although the chances of them containing treasures were even lower, to many lockbreakers, this was a guarantee of safety that would allow them to gain valuable experience. The prize that the Nalan family had given to the champion of the Astral Combat Tournament had been a harmless source box, and it had been a perceptive intermediate source box. It had been stored in Lu Yin's cosmic ring, but he had yet to unlock it. He planned to unlock these 3 source boxes first before unlocking the perceptive intermediate source box. He walked over to the source box closest to him and reached out to open the spiritual thread box. A roar suddenly rang out, giving Lu Yin a fright. Gavin had told him that this source box would emit the roar of a wild beast that possessed the power to affect one's mind. Lu Yin had been prepared for this, but he had still been frightened. At that moment, he felt as if he had seen a gigantic beast lying in the heavens and roaring at him. Lu Yin shook his head and focused on the box. There was only a beast-shaped stone inside the box, and although it looked very ordinary, it was actually a source box. The beast's roar rang out again, and Lu Yin placed a hand on the box. With a bang, the box shattered, and the source box let out an even more powerful roar. The air actually condensed and transformed into a giant beast that viciously swatted at Lu Yin. With another bang, the ground shook, and a deep claw mark appeared. Lu Yin was shocked, as the sourcebox's murderous intent had actually taken on a form. What was sealed here was definitely related to this beast. Any sourcebox that had transformed into a sourcebox had to have existed for countless years, at least hundreds of thousands of years. For it to still have such a powerful aura after such a long time, this beast must have been terrifying when it had been alive. However, it was not a threat to Lu Yin. In his eyes, the rune lines of these three sourceboxes were not a threat at all. He waved his hand, and a gale swept out. The beast in the air dissipated, and the beast's roar also gradually faded away. Lu Yin walked over to the sourcebox and released his domain. His eyes widened as 50 stars revolved around him. If anyone saw this, they would definitely sigh in amazement. At this moment, Lu Yin was like the center of a universe, with stars revolving around him. After observing for a while, Lu Yin decided to start unlocking the sourcebox from the center. There was less energy there, and it would be easier to unlock. His control over star energy at the subtle realm was different, and he was able to unlock it more smoothly than before. It was not as crude as when he had been on the Savage Ape planet. If he had possessed the control of star energy at the subtle realm back then he would not have been looked down upon by Casanova. Once one's lock-breaking was on the right track, it became a very boring task. This was especially so after he confirmed that the sourcebox was not a threat to him. Time passed by in this boring process of lock-breaking. Outside the courtyard, Case occasionally glanced over with a shocked expression. He had not known that Lu Yin was such a powerful lockbreaker. This was a 5-star discerning elementary sourcebox, and if Lu Yin succeeded in unlocking it, then wouldn't he be able to challenge a perceptive intermediate lockbreaker? Not only was this person's combat talent terrifying, but his lockbreaking skills were also incredible. Lu Yin had never unlocked a 5-star discerning elementary sourcebox before, and this was his first time doing so. The complex energy structure made him dizzy, and he thought back to his first lock-breaking experience. It had taken him a total of 27 hours. If he had been as strong as he was now, then he would have been able to unlock it in an hour at most. Lu Yin estimated that this 5-star discerning elementary sourcebox would take him at least 15 hours to unlock. 15 hours was not light, and he needed to be completely focused. He could not relax for even a moment. The sky turned from black to white as Lu Yin stared at the beast-shaped sourcebox in front of him. There was a pop as the energy structure on the sourcebox's surface completely disappeared, and the stench of blood surged out. Lu Yin's face changed, and he immediately sealed off his surroundings. He then retreated a few steps and stared at the beast's corpse that had fallen out of the sourcebox. It was the beast that had taken form out of thin air before Lu Yin had unlocked the sourcebox. This sourcebox had actually sealed its corpse, but only half of it remained. The fact that it had been sealed as a sourcebox proved that this beast had been extremely powerful when it had been alive. Lu Yin slowly approached it, as the flesh and bones of such a powerful creature were all very useful. Be careful, 7th bro, don't break it. This is a powerful astral beast, and it's definitely much more powerful than that elder Lohar you met, the monkey said excitedly. Lu Yin carefully approached it, and suddenly, a gust of wind blew past. The beast's corpse gradually dissipated, turning into dust that drifted into the sky. The stench of blood in the air also disappeared. The monkey howled, "My precious blood. That's the blood of a powerful astral beast, and it's gone just like that." Lu Yin also felt that it was a pity, as the blood of a powerhouse was very valuable. 7th bro, hurry up and unlock something else. Let's see what other treasures we can get, the monkey urged. 10 hours passed, and Lu Yin felt dizzy and bloated. It was as if his entire body had sunk into a boundless ocean, and he could not find his way back. 20 hours passed, and Lu Yin's face was pale and bloodless. His hands were trembling. Fortunately, the monkey had shouted at him, or else he might have fainted. Outside the palace's courtyard, Hua Qingshan, Shuashan Ana, Wendy Yushan, Peach, and the rest all appeared one after another before leaving. The source box had already shrunk by 2/3. Lu Yin felt as if his entire body had left his body, and his vision was blurry. Lock-breaking a perceptive intermediate sourcebox's solid energy was too complex, and removing it was like peeling silk from a cocoon. It was like entering an endless maze, and it made one's mind crumble. Perhaps this was the true danger of a perceptive intermediate sourcebox. It was no wonder why Dao Bo was so much stronger than Sharon, but he was still a 5-star discerning elementary lockbreaker. Lock-breaking a perceptive intermediate sourcebox was not something that the average person could imagine. Another 10 hours passed, and Lu Yin was on the verge of collapsing. He wanted to stop and rest, but he was unwilling to do so. He did not realize that the path of lock-breaking was no longer as complicated as it had been in the beginning. After such a long period of lock-breaking, he had gradually integrated it into his instincts, and he could tell how to unlock it with a single glance. This sort of instinctive lock-breaking was a sign of gaining experience. "Don't give up, 7th bro. It'll be done in a few hours at most," the monkey shouted. Lu Yin's eyes widened as he stared fixedly at the source box. 2 hours later, there was a crack as the solid energy surrounding the source box shattered, and a rusty metal piece fell out. Lu Yin's eyes lit up, and he carefully picked up the metal piece. He had finally gained something, and his 32 hours of lock-breaking had not been in vain. He had almost fainted, but he had finally obtained something from a perceptive intermediate source box. He carefully examined the metal piece in his hand and suddenly felt dizzy. He resisted the urge to fall, sat down cross-legged, and went to sleep. He was too tired. Lock-breaking was not a battle, but it was sometimes even more tiring than a battle. It consumed a person's mental strength, and it was easy to faint from exhaustion. There had been cases of lockbreakers who had gone crazy from excessive lockbreaking. Lockbreakers who had spent too much time lockbreaking had caused their brains to degenerate, causing them to go crazy, or even self-destruct. Most 5-star discerning elementary lockbreakers would rest well before attempting to unlock a perceptive intermediate source box. Lu Yin had first unlocked a 5-star discerning elementary source box before moving on to unlock a perceptive intermediate source box. Don't let Night King Jinwu beat you to death. It'll be an injustice if you're forced to your death, the monkey gloated. Quite a few people came and left the palace's courtyard. Lu Yin slept for 3 days and only woke up on the morning of the 4th day. The moment he opened his eyes, he felt as if the air around him had become much clearer, and everything felt more real. "How was it, 7th bro? You didn't go crazy, did you?" the monkey laughed. Lu Yin rubbed his head. "If I went crazy, I'd definitely remember to bury you with me." "Don't, I still want to enjoy life," the monkey said. He then urged Lu Yin, "Look at that piece of metal. It's good stuff." Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat as he recalled that he had successfully unlocked a perceptive intermediate source box and had obtained a piece of metal. At this moment, the piece of metal was beneath his feet. He picked it up and looked at it over and over again, but there were no words or images on it. "This is good stuff. Yes, it took me a long time to remember what this thing is." The two stood in outer space as they waited for a spacecraft to depart for Ironblood Weave. Aiden laughed. "I didn't want to come back, but you still brought me here. I'm sorry, but the Great Yu Empire has no one to use. It's too much of a waste to leave a powerhouse like you in Ironblood Weave. However, I promised Elder Lohar that if war breaks out in Ironblood Weave, you can return at any time," Lu Yin said. "You should know that I'm a free man, and the Hall of Honor can't control me. I can go wherever I want," Aiden said. Lu Yin nodded and looked at him seriously. "So it's up to you. Whether you stay or leave, it's up to you. Aiden looked at Luin for a while and then turned away. What do you plan to do with me? Captain of the Great U Empire's 4th Imperial Squadron, Luin said solemnly. Sure, but I'll make it clear that I can come and go at any time, Aiden said. Luin nodded. Of course. Soon, a radiant-grade mid-sized aurora appeared. The two stepped out and entered the ship. There were still 10 days until the lockbreaker competition, and the journey would take 5 days, so Luin was not in a hurry. At the same time, in the distant heavens, a fashionably dressed man had a depressed expression. How unlucky. We actually ran into spatial turbulence, and our spacecraft was destroyed. It's too tiring to fly directly to Source Peak Weave, and the competition will probably be over by the time we arrive. Who can give me a lift? He looked around as he spoke. His luck was good, as a spacecraft entered his view and quickly flew off into the distance. The fashionably dressed man's eyes lit up, and he took a step forward to appear directly in front of the spacecraft. He then charged towards it like a fool. Within the spacecraft's command center, everyone stared blankly at the man charging towards them. Was this guy stupid? There was a whoosh, and just as the man was about to crash into the spacecraft, he suddenly vanished, followed by a knock on the door. Everyone in the spacecraft looked at each other, and the captain gritted his teeth. It's an explorer. Let him in. The fashionably dressed man entered the spacecraft and hugged the captain gratefully. Thank you so much. I can tell that you're the captain. Thank you so much for letting me in. The captain's body ached from the man's hug, as the man's arms were like steel. Brother, you're welcome. The man released the captain and said gratefully, Captain, you're such a good person. Not only did you let me in, but you also wanted to send me to Source Peak Weave. You're too nice. The people around them were confused. Source Peak Weave. When did they say that they wanted to go there? The captain asked, Brother, you want to go to Source Peak Weave? That's too bad, There was a thump as the spacecraft shook. The man slammed his palm against the wall of the spacecraft, leaving a deep imprint. There's a bug. He then looked at the captain. What did you just say? The captain gulped. Nothing, it's just on the way. The fashionably dressed man grinned and patted the captain's shoulder. Good brother, you're such a nice person. My name is Ku Wei, but everyone can call me Brother Wei. You're welcome, ha. Everyone fell silent. In the astral wilderness, a spacecraft charged towards the outerverse. Inside was a middle-aged man with his eyes tightly shut. Suddenly, the spacecraft sounded an alarm, and the middle-aged man opened his eyes. A beast-like figure raised its claws and pressed down. The middle-aged man was terrified. No, there was a thump as the spacecraft exploded. The middle-aged man was sent flying by a tremendous force, and he hovered in space awkwardly as he stared ahead. He was an explorer and had comprehended a domain, so he could sense how terrifying that beast-like figure was. Was this a modified machine? The middle-aged man rubbed his eyes and looked again. Indeed, it was a mechanical beast. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 677. The figure's hair stood on end, and when he turned around, he saw Banjo's gloomy expression. Captain. Banjo exerted some force, and the figure howled as his shoulder was crushed. He was pressed to the ground and looked at Banjo in fear. Captain, spare me. According to the rules of the technology department, cosmic rings are not allowed in. I knew that something was wrong when you brought one in so late at night. I thought that you just wanted to steal something, but I didn't expect you to want to destroy the androids. Tell me, who ordered you to come here? Banjo asked in an icy tone. The figure lowered his head, his eyes filled with despair. What, you don't want to talk? You know how the 12th Squadron works, Banjo said slowly. The figure trembled as he thought of something. No one ordered it. The Royal Regent ordered the 9th Squadron to eradicate my family. I wanted revenge, so I did this. Banjo remembered that this person had a powerful background and was a relative of one of the Empire's powerful officials. It was because of this official that he had been able to join the 12th Squadron, but that official had been killed by the 9th Squadron a few days ago. Is that all? Banjo crouched down and asked coldly. The person looked at Banjo in fear. Captain, I know your methods. There's nothing that you can't pry open, and I don't dare to hide anything. I only ask for a quick death. Banjo narrowed his eyes as a breeze blew, causing his white coat to flutter. Beads of sweat dripped from the man's forehead. Captain, I've worked hard in the 12th Squadron, and I only ask for a quick death. Please grant me my wish. Banjo stood up and looked down at the man from above. He slowly raised his hand and slapped down, causing the man's forehead to crack and die. Looks like it's time to clean up the 12th Squadron, Banjo muttered to himself. If not for his vigilance today, all of his hard work would have been over. He would not be able to accept it, and he would not be able to answer to the Royal Regent. With the Royal Regent's attitude towards some of the Empire's families, these people who had joined the 12th Squadron because of their family background were not reliable. On the Shinwu continent, after Lu Yin had left, Ming Yan had made up her mind to handle government affairs. After so many days of studying, her temperament had quietly changed. Sometimes, it wasn't that people didn't have the ability, it was just that they weren't forced to a certain extent. Rebellions had broken out all over the Shinwu Empire, and Ming Yan had dealt with them rather mercifully. However, this had led to a second rebellion, and Ming Zhaoshu had personally taken action to suppress this second rebellion, which had been caused by Ming Yan's benevolence. He had killed 20,000 people, which had shocked the entire continent and caused the entire continent to panic. Ming Yan had witnessed the massacre, and the impact on her was unimaginable. It was also because of that incident that she became much more decisive in handling matters. Her gaze, mentality, and temperament had all changed. The way she looked at Ming Zhaoshu had also changed. Ming Zhaoshu looked at the memorial that Ming Yan had brought to him. The memorial was written with the imperial order to kill without mercy. Ming Zhaoshu looked at Ming Yan and met her eyes. In the past, Ming Yan's gaze had been filled with gentleness, benevolence, and apprehension. But now, that apprehension had disappeared, and so had the benevolence. There was a hint of determination in her eyes, and also a hint of unfamiliarity. Ming Zhaoshu's heart ached, as he had single-handedly contributed to Ming Yan's change. Because of this, he had killed 20,000 people. This was one of the reasons why lockbreakers had such a high status in the universe. All lockbreakers were powerhouses of the same level, and this was common knowledge. Lu Yin himself was a lockbreaker, and he had even reached the level of being able to unlock perceptive intermediate source boxes. However, this lockbreaker's speed at disintegrating star energy had caught him off guard. This lockbreaker was at least 3 stars or even 4 stars perceptive intermediate lockbreaker. Lu Yin's domain had also been seen through by this assassin, and it was completely useless. Lu Yin retreated, as he was not in any danger with his universal armor. However, he was also helpless against this assassin. Against a lockbreaker of this level, even his dream finger would be weakened. Furthermore, his opponent had not used any battle techniques, so he could not use the secret art. The assassin pressed forward and grabbed at Lu Yin. He had also sensed the defenses of the universal armor, and he did not intend to kill Lu Yin. Instead, he wanted to capture him. Lu Yin snorted. Since star energy was ineffective, then he would use pure physical strength. 100-fold shockwave palm. There was a thump, and Lu Yin did not use any star energy as he sent a palm strike towards the assassin. The assassin had not expected Lu Yin's physical strength to be so terrifying, and his arm was instantly broken. He looked at Lu Yin in shock. Powerhouses would all be targeted, just like Elder Lohar. Even if he had the strength to kill multiple enlighters, it would still be useless as he would be held back by the enemy's experts. If Jeffrey had been able to kill 5 enlighters under such circumstances, then that would be terrifying. So you're saying that true insight can allow Saul to become as strong as President Jeffrey? Lu Yin asked. Tong Mi nodded. That's what Lady Phelan said. The contents of true insight are useless against us, and it's even useless against perceptive intermediate lockbreakers. It's only useful against boundless advanced lockbreakers. Any boundless advanced lockbreaker who grasps the contents of true insight will have their strength doubled. President Jeffrey has grasped the contents of true insight, which is why his strength is so terrifying. Lady Phelan's original words were that Saul absolutely could not be allowed to obtain true insight. Otherwise, even the Hall of Honor would not be able to suppress him. Lu Yin fell into deep thought. Just a peak hunter, a perceptive intermediate lockbreaker, had been enough to render him helpless. This Saul was even more formidable, and they were not even on the same level. Even if Lu Yin summoned the entire Great Eastern Alliance, he would not be able to deal with Saul. It seemed that the only way to deal with this person was to cooperate with Phelan. However, Tong Mi-er's words might not be entirely true, as there was still a need to distinguish who was a person and who was a ghost. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 679. What does Phelan want me to do? Lu Yin asked. Tong Mi-er relaxed when he saw that Lu Yin had been persuaded. Lady Phelan wants you to not attract Saul's attention before the lockbreaker competition. You should disguise yourself and enter Source Peak Planet. When the time comes, Lady Phelan will arrange for you to participate in the competition. If I go to Source Peak Planet, Saul won't be able to openly deal with me, right? Lu Yin asked. Tong Mi-er smiled bitterly. Saul is one of the 3 core examiners, and most of the other lockbreakers are his people. He doesn't need to personally deal with you. He can just send someone to cause trouble for you, and you might not be able to participate in the competition. It's still the same question. What does Phelan want from me? Is it just to deal with Saul? Lu Yin asked. Tong Mi-er replied, Lady Phelan needs to discuss this with you personally. Lu Yin nodded. Alright, I'll do as you say. I'll disguise myself and go to Source Peak Planet. Source Peak Weave was located in the east of the central region of the Outerverse, and it was close to the Astral River. It was a very prosperous weave, and because the Lockbreaker Society's headquarters was located in Source Peak Weave, it became the weave with the most lockbreakers. Source Peak Planet was located in the south of Source Peak Weave, and it was a large green planet filled with vegetation. The environment was beautiful, and unlike other planets, Source Peak Planet's surface extended outwards. 3 continents protruded from the surface of Source Peak Planet, making it look like a piece of machinery from a distance. These 3 continents were where the Lockbreaker Society's examinations were conducted, and each continent was overseen by a core examiner. Every year, countless people would come to Source Peak Planet to undergo the examinations in hopes of becoming a lockbreaker, but very few succeeded. Because the innerverse and outerverse were separated, many lockbreakers were isolated from the innerverse. Even so, there were still many lockbreakers on Source Peak Planet. There were 630,000 registered lockbreakers in the entire Lockbreaker Society, and Source Peak Planet had nearly 10,000 lockbreakers throughout the year. Although most of these lockbreakers had never successfully unlocked a lockbreaker before, there were still a few who had reached the perceptive intermediate level. However, the outside world was not aware of this, and only the president and vice president were aware of the situation on Source Peak Planet. Source Peak Planet was very large, and there were many lockbreakers scattered all over the planet. The place that these lockbreakers yearned for the most was the Hall of Insight, which was the Outerverse Lockbreaker Society's headquarters Holy Land. Only lockbreakers who had reached the perceptive intermediate lockbreaker level were allowed to enter. It was rumored that the Hall of Insight contained sourcebox arrays that had been set up by boundless advanced lockbreakers, and anyone who entered would be able to comprehend the arrays. Some perceptive intermediate lockbreakers stayed in the Hall of Insight all year round just to comprehend the arrays and become boundless advanced lockbreakers. The Hall of Insight was a shortcut that led to becoming a boundless advanced lockbreaker, and it was a path that had been opened for the lower-level lockbreakers by powerful lockbreakers. The back of the Hall of Insight was connected to many courtyards. These were the residences of the Guild Master, Vice Guild Master, and the others. Each courtyard was very large. Within one of the courtyards, Mr. June stood with his hands clasped behind his back as he stood beside a stone table. As a perceptive intermediate lockbreaker and one of the trial mentors, Mr. Victory, and for your name to shake the heavens. Ha ha ha. The youth laughed heartily and patted his lackey's head. Don't be too proud. Pride will only make you fall behind. Your big brother is only a 2-star discerning elementary lockbreaker, and that's not enough, not enough. Ha ha ha. The surrounding lackey's flattery poured down like a waterfall, and the youth's heart was bursting with joy. Suddenly, the youth looked out into outer space with a stunned expression, and his expression gradually changed. The surrounding lackeys were puzzled. Big brother, what are you looking at? I'll help you. The youth pointed at a man standing in outer space. Him. The lackey stepped forward and suddenly shouted, that brat, our big brother is calling for you. Come here. The youth was almost frightened to death, and he quickly pressed his lackey down and bowed apologetically towards outer space. The man in outer space only glanced at him and then ignored him. He then took a step forward and disappeared. The lackey was almost suffocated by the youth's pressure, and his face turned red. Big brother, what's wrong? When the youth saw that the man had left, he relaxed and glared at his lackey. You almost got me killed. The surrounding lackeys blinked in confusion. Do you know who he is? He's metal straight. The youth shouted with an ugly expression. The surrounding lackey's eyes widened. That's his name. That's his title. Who knows his name? That person is a 5-star discerning elementary lockbreaker and a cruiser. Luckily, Big Brother reacted quickly, or else we wouldn't even know how we were killed, the youth said with some lingering fear. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 680. The surrounding lackeys were stunned. A 5-star discerning elementary lockbreaker? Aren't the innerverse and outerverse separated? Why are there still such freaks participating? The youth roared, how would I know? These freaks could have gone to the innerverse, but why are they still in the outerverse? My true insight is gone. The surrounding lackeys grimaced. There's no hope left. Shut up. Within Source Peak Planet's space station, countless people were waiting and staring at the people who had arrived. Some of them were from the corporations, some were from the various great powers, and some had even been hired by certain people. They were all here to observe the competitors, as true insight was too valuable. Once someone felt that someone was a threat to them, they would use some methods, which was very normal. Outsiders were not allowed to act against lockbreakers, as otherwise, they would be hunted down by the Lockbreaker Society. However, no one cared about the Lockbreaker Society's internal competition, especially since President Jeffrey was not present. It seems like this year's Lockbreaker competition isn't worth watching. No perceptive intermediate lockbreaker has appeared. Forget about perceptive intermediate lockbreakers, there aren't even 5-star discerning elementary lockbreakers. Someone in the crowd suddenly exclaimed, "Look up, it's Straight Metallic Man." Everyone looked up. It really is Straight Metallic Man. This is going to be interesting. The big shots are always the last to appear, and Straight Metallic Man is a 5-star discerning elementary lockbreaker. If it weren't for the fact that he only unlocks source boxes from metals, he might have already reached the perceptive intermediate level. This person is going to be his opponent. It's rumored that Straight Metallic Man's aura can even turn the air into metal. I wonder if that's true. He was born on Keton planet, which is rich in metallic life forms. It's not impossible that he's not a pure human anymore. Not long after, there was another exclamation as a beautiful woman attracted everyone's attention. No way. She's actually here. Wasn't she from the Interverse? Bro, do you know that woman? The surrounding people were puzzled, and some of them were even recording something. You might not recognize her since she's always been in the Interverse, but you've definitely heard of her name. She's Serpent Queen. Serpent Queen. The surrounding people were stunned, and countless people looked at the beautiful woman in the distance. Serpent Queen was a very famous 5-star discerning elementary lockbreaker. She had once unlocked an ancient multicolored snake, and it had shaken the universe. That snake was an extremely rare creature's strength. Once it matured, it would possess the strength of a hunter, and if it was nurtured properly, it could even become an enlighter. That snake was. The moment the ancient multicolored snake appeared, that woman was called the Serpent Queen. Calm. After some time, a spacecraft docked at Source Peak Planet Space Station. Within the spacecraft, a young man waved enthusiastically at the captain. "Thank you, everyone. You're all really good people. Not only were you willing to send me to Source Peak Weave, but you even sent me directly to Source Peak Planet. I'll repay this kindness in my next life." "Isn't that Brother Way?" someone exclaimed. His face was pale, and the tuft of black hair on his nose twitched. It was a comical and disgusting sight. Someone else was confused. "What Brother Way? You don't even know Brother Way. He's a very famous 5-star discerning elementary lockbreaker." Fiendly was an honorary vice president, and his status in the Outerverse Lockbreaker Society was the same as Saul's. "So what if I let you participate? You only managed to reach the perceptive intermediate level with the help of that despicable fish, while I relied on my own abilities," Deng Pu coldly muttered to himself before turning to leave. There were 3 connected continents on Source Peak Planet, and each continent was overseen by 3 examiners. Even though the lockbreaker competition was about to begin, there were still countless people who wanted to take the test to become a lockbreaker. Next. A middle-aged man coldly looked at the long line in front of him. There were so many people that he could not see the end of it. A youth walked out from the crowd and nervously held on to his number plate. He gulped and bowed to the middle-aged man. "This student greets the mentor." The middle-aged man raised a hand. "Has your star energy reached the level of infinite transformations?" The youth nodded and raised his hand. The star energy in his palm transformed into wind, water, and fire. "The test begins. This is a starburst orb in front of you. You have 10 seconds to calm the berserk star energy within it, and you will pass the test," the middle-aged man said. The youth's gaze was resolute, and he raised his hand to remove the metal membrane covering the starburst orb. Star energy poured out from his palm, and his eyes widened as he stared at the berserk star energy within the orb. 1 second, 2 seconds. 8 seconds passed, but the berserk star energy did not react at all. The youth's face went pale, and 10 seconds later, the berserk star energy still had not been calmed. The middle-aged man waved his hand. You fail. Next. The youth's face was drained of blood, and he suddenly knelt on the ground and begged the middle-aged man. Mentor, please let this student try again. Just once is enough, please. The middle-aged man's eyes were filled with disgust. You do not have the qualifications to become a lockbreaker. Leave immediately, or you will be expelled. The youth collapsed to the ground and begged unwillingly, but it was useless. He could only crawl up and leave. Dozens more people tried to take the test, but not a single one passed. Lockbreakers were the most respected profession in the universe, and countless people tried to take the test every year, but only a few passed. How many people were there in the universe? It was impossible to calculate the population of an entire weave, let alone the universe. There were only 630,000 lockbreakers in the universe, so the probability of passing was extremely low. The middle-aged man was already used to this. Although there were many people taking the test in front of him, it would usually take several months for no one to pass, so he did not have much hope. Display your star energy, the middle-aged man ordered. In front of him was a beautiful girl with a pair of lively eyes. Her blinking eyes were very lovable. Yes, mentor. The girl raised her hand, and star energy whizzed out from her palm and transformed into a hurricane. It then quickly returned to normal and transformed into a curtain of rain. There were very few cultivators in the outerverse who could control star energy so skillfully at such a young age, especially since the curtain of rain was a light green color. This meant that she could change the color of the star energy. She was at the realm of shape-shifting, and she was only one step away from comprehending a domain. The middle-aged man was astonished, and he looked at the girl in admiration. Not bad, not bad. Let's begin the test. This is the starburst orb, and you can pass if you wipe out the berserk star energy in 10 seconds. Work hard, the girl answered in a crisp voice. She then removed the metal membrane and covered the starburst orb with her hand. The berserk star energy trembled for a moment before gradually calming down at a speed visible to the naked eye. Finally, it became very quiet. The entire process took no more than 5 seconds. The crowd was in an uproar. Someone had succeeded. The middle-aged man was pleasantly surprised. 5 seconds was an excellent result, and he had not expected that an excellent lockbreaker would appear today. Young lady, what's your name? The girl smiled happily. Wei Axian, The middle-aged man nodded and gently said, Next, we'll verify your identity. Are you all right with this? Wei Axian stood there cutely with her hands clasped behind her back, allowing a ray of light to sweep over her. Her identity was immediately displayed on the middle-aged man's gadget. The middle-aged man took a look and looked up in surprise. You're from the Wei family. Wei Axian, greets mentor. The middle-aged man raised a hand to stop her and smiled. I'm not a mentor, I'm just an examiner. The real mentor is Lady Phelan. I'll take you to see her, and she'll make the necessary arrangements for you. Wei Axian smiled sweetly. Thank you. The middle-aged man looked at the crowd. Everyone, wait here. He then left with Wei Axian. Phelan's confidence meant that someone was helping her, and it was definitely an enlighter. This woman had other helpers. If everything was as Phelan had said, then Lu Yin wouldn't have minded helping her. But since he was sure that she had other helpers, then things were different. He didn't want to be someone else's gunman, especially someone unknown. Over the next 10 minutes, Phelan explained the rules of the lockbreaker competition to Lu Yin. She didn't go into too much detail, as the rules could change every year. Usually, only the president and vice president knew the rules. If President Jeffrey wasn't around, then Saul could change the rules for this year's competition. This was also one of his methods to ensure Deng Pu's victory. Deng Pu had to win. This wasn't just what Saul wanted, but also what Phelan wanted. Only with Deng Pu's victory would the evidence he had revealed be more effective, and Saul would be hated even more. It could be said that Deng Pu was the winner of this year's lockbreaker competition. Many people wanted the competition to be fair, but there was no such thing as absolute fairness in the universe. Everything would only develop in the direction of certain people's interests. After leaving the lockbreaker room, Wei Axian looked at Lu Yin curiously. "Hey, who did you find to be your mentor?" Lu Yin smiled at Wei Axian and then left after bidding farewell to Phelan. "Hey, you still haven't answered me," Wei Axian shouted. Phelan stopped Wei Axian. "Have you decided on a mentor? The innerverse and outerverse are separated, and the person you're looking for isn't here." Wei Axian looked conflicted. "I don't know." Phelan was amused. "If that's the case, then I'll be your mentor." Wei Axian was shocked and blinked. "You? My mentor? Are you serious?" For someone like her who had passed the assessment, it was impossible to find a 4-star perceptive intermediate lockbreaker like Phelan to be their mentor unless they were extremely talented. The mentor she had been looking for was only a 1-star perceptive intermediate lockbreaker. Phelan smiled and nodded. "I like you very much. How about I be your mentor?" "That's great. Thank you, Mentor Phelan." Wei Axian cheered, completely forgetting about Lu Yin. Tong Mi and Aiden were waiting for Lu Yin outside. When Lu Yin came out, Tong Mi didn't ask anything. "My mentor told me to take you to a place to stay." Lu Yin looked around and pointed at a hill in the distance. "Let's go there. You can only see further if you're high up." Tong Mi nodded. "All right, please follow me." When the sky darkened and the artificial star gradually extinguished, Source Peak Planet became much quieter. The long line of people waiting for the assessment quietly sat in place, waiting for the next day to continue. Lu Yin sat on the roof and looked at Phelan's residence. He was very curious about the person who had cooperated with Phelan to deal with Saul. If Phelan was so confident in dealing with Saul, then it had to be at least an enlighter. There were too few enlighters in the outerverse at the moment, and any one of them could be a threat to Lu Yin. He had chosen this location to make it easier to monitor, but he wasn't sure if those people would contact Phelan, so he was just trying his luck. However, Lu Yin found that his luck was very good. After sitting on the roof for a few hours, he saw a streak of rune lines sneak into Phelan's residence under the cover of darkness, and Phelan met up with that person. Lu Yin's eyes widened, and he stared closely. 10 minutes later, the rune lines quietly left Phelan's residence and headed in a different direction. Lu Yin immediately followed and stopped the person far away from Phelan's residence. "Brother, what's the matter?" The person stopped by Lu Yin was a middle-aged man with a hoarse voice, and he stared at Lu Yin warily. Lu Yin looked at him. "Who are you? Who do you represent?" The middle-aged man sneered. "Brother, I don't know what you're talking about." Lu Yin walked closer. "What did you say to Phelan? Who's the mastermind behind this?" The middle-aged man's eyes flashed coldly, and he suddenly attacked. His 5 fingers curled and viciously pressed down on Lu Yin. It wasn't a palm or a fist, but star energy condensed into a strange shape that struck towards Lu Yin's head at an extremely fast speed. This person was a cruiser. Lu Yin's eyes lit up, and he raised a hand to grab the middle-aged man's hand. He could feel the pressure on his palm, but fortunately, this person wasn't that strong, and his attack was instantly shattered. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Hanli's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 684. The sky was densely packed with people, and Lu Yin took to the skies to join them. He watched as a young man charged into the mountain range. This mountain range was where the treasure gambling took place. There were more than 10 locations within the mountain range where source boxes could be found. There were mountains, lakes, giant beasts, and many other strange places. The young man could choose one after spending a certain amount of money, and the more he paid, the more he could choose. Of course, it wasn't cheap, and it was almost as expensive as a source box. However, this was just a game, and the main purpose was to let people experience the fun of the game. Source boxes were secondary. Many lockbreakers who had never unlocked a source box before would use this game to increase their knowledge of source boxes, but it wasn't very useful. Every treasure gambling location had to have a source box, or else it would be a scam. The young man flew into the mountain range and landed on a tall mountain that had clearly been moved here. He looked left and right and even crouched down to listen to something, which made many people laugh. Lu Yin was amused, as he couldn't even see the rune lines of a source box. These source boxes had yet to be discovered, and they were just like ordinary items. After a while, the young man pointed at a huge, strange-looking stone. This one. The boss smiled and had someone carry the stone out to the young man. Brother, open it and see if there's a source box. Yeah, open it. The stone's surface was covered with dense veins that looked like a picture, and the star energy fluctuations around it were quite strong. These were all signs that indicated a source box. The young man glanced at a pretty girl in the crowd and gritted his teeth. He moved a little further away and flicked his finger, causing a strong gust of wind to shatter the stone. However, under everyone's expectant gazes, there was nothing left. Everyone laughed. The young man was ashamed, as he had failed. The boss smiled. This stone was struck by lightning, but dozens of lightning bolts didn't shatter it. I guessed that there might be a source box inside, so I brought it back. Young man, you have good eyes, but unfortunately, your luck isn't that great. The young man glared at the boss and then left. The boss laughed and looked at the others. Anyone else wants to try? I'll do it. A young man with a happy smile stepped forward and pulled along a man with an ugly expression. The man had a tuft of black hair on his nose, which was quite unique. The boss stretched out his hand. Pay up first, then we'll gamble. The young man smiled at the nose-haired man, who replied numbly, I don't have money. The young man blinked. What did you say? Brother Wei didn't hear you. Say it again. The nose-hair man repeated, no more money. With a bang, the ground cracked, and the young man's smile became even more radiant. Say that again. I have no money, no money, no money, kill me. My savings have all been used up by you, you bastard. Just kill me, you shameless scum, you immoral thing. The nose-hair man suddenly exploded and cursed like a madman. His face was ferocious, and the surrounding people looked at him strangely. The young man rolled his eyes. If you don't have money, then you don't have money. Why are you scolding me? You have no class. The nose-hair man was panting heavily as he glared at the young man's back. He looked like he had nothing left to live for. The boss was stunned for a moment. Do you still want to gamble? I already said I don't have money, the nose-hair man shouted and left. After this episode, no one gambled for more than half an hour. Lu Yin was bored and wanted to leave, but at that moment, a man with a metallic glow walked out and tossed a cosmic ring to the boss before flying into the mountain range. It's straight metallic man. I didn't expect him to make a move, someone exclaimed. Lu Yin looked up. Straight metallic man. What a strange name. Straight Metallic Man is a 5-star discerning elementary lockbreaker. If he makes a move, he'll definitely be able to find a source box. That's right. Unless this place doesn't have any source boxes. Don't worry, they definitely do. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to open one. The boss's expression turned ugly when he saw Straight Metallic Man enter. A 5-star discerning elementary lockbreaker was considered of very high level in the Outerverse, but he had actually come to a small place like his. How disgusting. The only source box they had was likely to be taken away, which was a huge loss. Everyone stared at the mountain range. The boss was apprehensive. However, the scene of Straight Metallic Man searching for a source box did not appear. He directly charged into the lake, picked up a large piece of metal, and left without looking back. Everyone stared blankly at him as he left, and then they looked at the boss. "Boss, is the source box in that piece of metal?" Everyone looked on nervously. The boss gulped. "I don't know, but the source box isn't there." The crowd was in an uproar. What a waste of my time. So he's just a fake. He had such a clear goal. I thought that he was very confident, but it was all fake. Not necessarily. The boss only said that the source box isn't in that piece of metal, but he didn't say that there isn't a source box inside. Straight Metallic Man only unlocks source boxes that appear within metals. Since he's so confident, then he must be confident, an older lockbreaker analyzed. Everyone nodded, as that made sense. Lu Yin looked in the direction that Straight Metallic Man had left, and after thinking about it, he followed him. Based on the rune lines, he could sense that a few people were following him, and they clearly didn't have good intentions. Straight Metallic Man carried the large piece of metal as he flew through the sky. He passed over several mountains and cities before finally stopping in a valley. He smashed the metal onto the ground and stood there quietly. In the sky, 3 figures descended and surrounded Straight Metallic Man. "Straight Metallic Man, hand over that piece of metal, and we'll let you leave safely," one of them said with a solemn expression. Straight Metallic Man's voice was unpleasant to the ears, and it sounded like metal grating against each other. "With just you 3. The 3 of us are cruisers, and we can combine our attacks. Even if you're a lockbreaker, you won't be able to defeat us at the same level. I advise you to leave, or else you won't be able to participate in the competition in 2 days," the man in the middle threatened. Straight Metallic Man patted the metal. "It's right here. Come and get it yourself." The 3 looked at each other and then attacked at the same time. The 3 waves of star energy did not attack Straight Metallic Man, but instead enveloped the space above him. Mu's gaze turned cold, and a dagger suddenly appeared in his hand as he stabbed towards the man's neck. The man raised a finger, and to Mu's surprise, the dagger was sent flying with a clang. The tremendous force behind the blow caused Mu to retreat several steps, and the dagger embedded itself in the wall. "Why are you in such a hurry to attack? Do you have a lot of enemies?" the man asked casually as he closed the door. Mu retreated to the window and stared at the man. He asked fearfully, "Who are you? Why are you looking for me?" The man smiled, and his expression changed. Mu, long time no see." Mu was stunned at first, but then he was shocked and delighted. Seventh bro. The man was Lu Yin. "You still remember me? Not bad." Mu was delighted. "7th bro, why are you here?" Lu Yin casually answered, "Participating in a competition." "You're a lockbreaker." Mu was surprised. "Didn't I tell you?" Lu Yin was puzzled, as he had also forgotten. Mu replied, "I forgot." "7th bro, how did you find me?" "I saw it by accident." "You were with Angie," Lu Yin said. This was Source Peak Planet, and there were lock breakers everywhere. These lock breakers were all extremely sensitive to star energy, and even if an enlighter appeared, they would definitely try their best to conceal themselves or even hide outside of Source Peak Planet. Otherwise, they would be easily detected by Saul and the others. Lu Yin did not know exactly how many people had joined forces, and he did not need to know either. With his and Aiden's abilities, they could even survive in Iron Blood Weave's battlefield, let alone this place. Wang Wen's suggestion was to wait and see, and this was also what Lu Yin wanted to do. The next day, Lu Yin strolled around Source Peak Planet as if nothing had happened. More and more people arrived on Source Peak Planet, and the characteristic forest inn was filled to the brim. Many places had long lines to eat, and anything related to lock-breaking or source boxes was packed with people. Conflicts often arose, but no one dared to escalate the situation. There were all sorts of transactions going on in the dark, and Lu Yin's domain covered everything. In the sky, spacecraft after spacecraft descended, all bearing the same symbol, Endless Borders, one of the outerverse for major corporations. It was a shipping company that originated from Endless Weave, and it was the undisputed overlord of the entire outerverse transportation industry. When he saw Endless Borders, Lu Yin thought of Madame Naylan. She should be here, as she was the one who had told him about the lockbreaker competition. Just as he thought of her, he received a call from her. Whatever he was thinking about, it had come. Lu Yin accepted the call. "Madam, have you arrived on Source Peak Planet?" On the other end, Madame Naylan smiled. "Your Highness must have arrived a long time ago. Was your journey safe?" Lu Yin's brows rose. "Why do you ask?" "Your Highness, the lockbreaker competition this time will not be peaceful. You must be careful." Lu Yin was speechless. How did everyone know? How many people had Phelan cooperated with? How could Saul not know? How did you know? Lu Yin was puzzled. "It seems like your Highness knows something. I'm not too sure about the specifics, but I do know that there will be a huge change on Source Peak Planet. Endless Borders and Aegis are both participating. Our Naylan family is one of the 4 major corporations, so they can't hide any information from me." Lu Yin looked up at the Endless Borders spacecraft with a heavy heart. He did not care about Armament Weave or Umbral Butterfly Weave, but the 4 major corporations were different. Their businesses spanned the entire outerverse, and their influence was too wide. They also had great potential. The reason why Madame Naylan had protected the Great U Empire was because the enlighter that the Naylan family supported had been trapped in tyrannical weave. If the Naylan family had an enlighter, then these 2 families should have as well. This was especially true for Aegis, which dealt with weapons and had the most mercenaries and independent cultivators. With their participation, Source Peak Planet's situation was worse than expected. It was no wonder why Phelan was so confident. She had actually allied herself with 2 major corporations. She was not afraid of overdoing things. "Thank you for the reminder, madam. I understand." "You're welcome. I'm His Highness' subordinate," Madame Naylan said lazily. Lu Yin's heart warmed, and he coughed. "Why isn't the Naylan family participating?" Our Naylan family seniors are trapped in tyrannical weave, and they don't care about us anymore." Madame Naylan sighed. Lu Yin did not believe her, as the foundations of the 4 major corporations were unimaginably deep, and nobody dared to underestimate them. If they did not participate, then it could only mean that they did not want to, or that they had used some other method to participate. "Madam, are you on Source Peak Planet right now?" Lu Yin asked. Madame Naylan smiled. "Does your Highness want to see me?" "I just took a shower." Lu Yin pursed his lips. "I'll see you after the competition." "That's fine. Then, be careful, your Highness." Lu Yin grunted in acknowledgement and then ended the call. Armament weave, umbral butterfly weave, endless borders, aegis, and feline. He did not know if there were any others, but with so many powers working together, it was indeed enough to deal with Saul. It seemed that Saul did not know that he had been targeted, or else Source Peak Planet would not have been so peaceful. The old man stood too high, and his ambitions were too great. He had been blinded by the schemes of others, which was a great taboo. Once Saul was defeated, then the Lockbreaker Society would be half destroyed. That woman, Phelan, was truly ruthless. However, she alone would not have been able to link up with all these powers, so it should have been Wei Rong or someone else. Fortunately, Lu Yin had not planned on taking the lead, or else he might not have been able to fulfill the conditions that Phelan had agreed to. These powers all had enlighters, so they would not be afraid of him. In the end, not only would he end up offending the Lockbreaker Society and Saul, but he might also end up with nothing. But would Phelan be able to get what she wanted? Were so many powers working together just to support her? Lu Yin did not believe that. What was their goal? Within a manor on Source Peak Planet, Wei Axayan was trying to sneak away when a shadow blocked her path. She looked up with a bitter expression. Brother. The youth who had appeared in front of Wei Axayan was handsome and elegant. His gaze was gentle, but it also carried a trace of dignity. It was Wei Rong. Axayan you're too naughty. Wei Axayan bit her lip. Brother, I want to participate. No, Wei Rong immediately rejected. Wei Axayan stubbornly asked, why? Wei Rong calmly replied, you're not even a one-star discerning elementary lockbreaker, so what's the point of participating? Do you want people to laugh at our Wei family? Of course not. People will only praise the Wei family for their bravery. You're not even a one-star discerning elementary lockbreaker, yet you dare to compete with a perceptive intermediate lockbreaker. I'm bringing honor to the Wei family. You're embarrassing yourself. I'm bringing honor to you. Embarrassing. You're pissing me off. I'm going to tell Grandpa that you bullied me. Wei Axayan glared at Wei Rong before turning around and leaving unwillingly. Wei Rong laughed, his eyes filled with doting love. Elsewhere, Phelan requested an audience with Fiendly, but she was not granted an audience. The only reply she received was, the competition is imminent, so don't cause gossip. Phelan helplessly left, but before she left, she bowed deeply. No matter what, please uphold the Lockbreaker Society's impartiality and fairness. Phelan thanks you. The next day, Lu Yin received a notice and walked out of his residence. He looked up and brought Aiden to the Hall of Insight, where the first round of the competition would take place. At this moment, there was a sea of people outside Source Peak Planet's Hall of Insight. Many screens illuminated the sky, allowing the competition to be broadcasted from countless places in the universe. Even those in outer space could watch the competition live. Lockbreakers were the most respected profession, and their every move was closely watched. Countless powers were keeping an eye on the lockbreaker competition, hoping to rope in talented lockbreakers. Lu Yin was shocked when he reached the outskirts of the Hall of Insight. There were too many people, and there were people from all over the sky and on the ground. There were rune lines everywhere, and there were at least 5 hunter rune lines. This was just the spectators, and it did not include the lockbreakers. That's the Hall of Insight. I've heard many rumors about it over the past 2 days, and it really is spectacular, Aiden sighed. Lu Yin looked over and saw that there were 4 towering trees that surrounded and protected a large hall in front of him. The 4 trees were truly towering, and they were even taller than the clouds. The Hall of Insight was right in the center of the 4 trees, and below them was a continuous mountain range. The north was connected to the Lockbreaker Society's residence, while the other 3 directions were connected to the mountain ranges that extended into the distance. This was what most people would see, but what Luin saw was different. He saw 4 large trees as the boundary, and a square of rune lines soared into the sky. With the trees as the boundary, there were no rune lines outside the trees, but there were within the trees, and the rune lines enveloped the Hall of Insight. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Hanli's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 686. Rumor had it that the amount of star energy within the Hall of Insight was fixed, and if one wanted to use it, they would have to use various methods to fight over it. The 4 trees were actually sourcebox arrays that had been constructed by ancient lockbreakers. Many lockbreakers would observe the Hall of Insight in hopes of comprehending something. Once they did, they would be able to advance from a perceptive intermediate lockbreaker to a boundless advanced lockbreaker. This was a shortcut. The Hall of Insight was the core of Source Peak Planet. The location of the first round of the competition was in the mountain range below the Hall of Insight. There were currently more than 300 lockbreakers participating in the competition, and they all entered the mountain range below the Hall of Insight one after another. Someone who hasn't even successfully unlocked a sourcebox dares to participate. This year's lockbreaker competition has really declined, someone in the crowd shouted with laughter. Everyone around him laughed as well. The lockbreaker competition doesn't have a limit on the number of participants. I think I should participate as well. Although I haven't unlocked a sourcebox before, it'll be good to experience it. In the future, I can say that I've participated in the lockbreaker competition, someone shouted as he leapt into the mountain range. This person's words moved many people, and a few more lockbreakers immediately entered the mountain range. Inside the Hall of Insight, Saul, Fiendly, Phelan, Foam, Mr. June, and several other perceptive intermediate lockbreakers sat down with ugly expressions. Vice President, should we throw out those who haven't unlocked a sourcebox before? A perceptive intermediate lockbreaker asked. Saul waved his hand. Forget it. The lockbreaker competition doesn't have a precedent of kicking people out. Let them participate since they won't be able to pass the first round anyway. Phelan smiled. Less than 100 people passed the first round, so it's useless for them to join. The number of participants has already exceeded the initial limit, and it's still increasing. I believe that the final number will exceed 1,000. There are less than 20,000 lockbreakers in the entire Outerverse, and there aren't even 1,000 lockbreakers with star ratings. Excluding those who aren't participating, there are at most 300 star lockbreakers in this competition, and most of them are fledglings who haven't unlocked a sourcebox before. How embarrassing. Everyone fell silent. In the past, the lockbreaker competition had been organized by both the Innerverse and Outerverse, and there had been over 1,000 lockbreakers participating in the competition. However, almost all of them had been 3 stars discerning elementary lockbreakers or above. At that time, any random lockbreaker would have been able to rank among the top in this competition, and this competition had caused the Lockbreaker Society to lose face. Senior, there's no need to be angry. It's not like there aren't any outstanding ones. Look. Mr. June smiled and pointed below. Straight Metallic Man had entered the mountain range and appeared on the screen. Straight Metallic Man was a 5-star discerning elementary lockbreaker, and his appearance attracted quite a bit of attention. Soon after, the Serpent Queen appeared, as well as Tong Mi, and Shi Chi. Waves of cries of surprise made Fiend Li's expression look much better. At least it wasn't too embarrassing, as there were still people supporting him. This was especially true for Shi Chi, who had already reached the perceptive intermediate level. She was definitely the strongest contender for first place in this competition. When he saw Shi Chi appear, Saul's expression changed, but it soon returned to normal. Aside from Phelan, no one else noticed. Phelan stared at the mountain range, searching for Luin. Lu Yin said something to Aiden and then charged into the mountain range. The moment he passed the towering tree, the star energy in his body seemed to be sealed, and he couldn't move it at all. It was as if his entire body had been split into two, one was inside his body, and the other was outside his body. Perhaps this was what the space-exploring powerhouses who had worn star essence skins during the competition on planet Pyrolite had experienced. He casually waved his hand, and there was very little star energy floating in the air. Although he couldn't absorb it, he could still use it. This was the so-called stealing of star energy. Anyone who entered the range of the Hall of Insight would have their star energy taken away to ensure the safety of the hall. Lu Yin didn't stop and headed deeper into the mountain range. Although there were many lockbreakers participating in the competition, they were all scattered throughout the mountain range. Along the way, Lu Yin occasionally saw lockbreakers appear, but most of them had hidden themselves. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. It was Deng Pu. He had seen this person's image before, and if Lu Yin wasn't mistaken, this person should be the final champion of the competition. Suddenly, Lu Yin turned to look behind him, and his expression changed. How could a hunter appear here? 10,000 meters away from Lu Yin, there was a young-looking man with eyes that seemed to have experienced the vicissitudes of life walking through the mountain range. He would occasionally look up at the Hall of Insight with a complicated expression. Lu Yin stood at a high vantage point and quietly looked over, and he saw the young man. The young man also saw Lu Yin, but he ignored him and continued walking in another direction. Lu Yin was astonished. This person was a hunter, and perhaps not an ordinary one at that. He actually felt slightly threatened by Lu Yin, which was a feeling that only Mr. Jun's lock-breaking tool had made him feel. This person was very strong. Outside the Hall of Insight, images of lockbreakers appeared on a screen in the sky. When the young hunter appeared, someone exclaimed, "Kai Jinqiang." The surrounding people were confused. "Bro, what are you shouting about?" The person looked at the screen in shock and pointed. "Kai Jinqiang. That's right, it's definitely him." "What Kai Jinqiang?" A woman with a gadget approached with curiosity in her eyes. She was from the media, and she was here to capture the highlights of this competition to increase the viewership ratings. The person stared at the screen and solemnly explained, "There's a pair of brothers in the Interverse. The elder brother is called Kai Jiangwen, and the younger brother is called Kai Jinqiang. These two brothers are very famous because they are complete opposites. The elder brother has an extremely high lockbreaking talent, and he became a 5-star perceptive intermediate lockbreaker before the age of 100. He also became a researcher of the Interverse Lockbreakers Society and had the right to participate in the assessment. He was known as the most talented lockbreaker of his generation, and he was even hailed as the successor to the Interverse Lockbreaker Society's president. However, his cultivation talent was too poor, and even though he became a 5-star perceptive intermediate lockbreaker, he was only an explorer, and it was difficult for him to progress any further. The younger brother, Kai Jinqiang, is the exact opposite. He has an extremely high cultivation talent, and he became a hunter in just a few short decades. He can challenge those who are a realm breaker with ease, and he once suppressed a youth council member of that generation. He's an absolute expert of his generation, but his lock-breaking talent is extremely poor. He's only just reached the perceptive intermediate level, and he's been evaluated as being unable to progress any further. The two brothers are complete opposites, and they're a hot topic in the Interverse Lockbreaker circle. The woman beside him was surprised. There's such a thing. That can't be right. We know a lot about the powerful lockbreakers in the Interverse, and if he's the president's successor and the most talented lockbreaker of his generation, then why haven't we heard of Kai Jiangwen's name? Because that person changed his name. You must have heard of his name before, Wuxing, the person solemnly explained. Wuxing. The people around him exclaimed, clearly not unfamiliar with this name. The woman was shocked. Are you talking about the master wuxing who can casually decide whether or not someone can join the Lockbreaker Society? The one who can assess people at any time and place. That's right. Wuxing is Kai Jiangwen, and that person is Wuxing's younger brother, Kai Jinqiang, the person said. As soon as he said this, the crowd's gazes towards the young man on the screen were no longer calm. This was an important figure. In the Hall of Insight, Saul saw Kai Jinqiang and his eyes trembled. He's actually in the Outerverse as well. Fiendly and the others looked over as well. It's him. What a pity. If only he had half of his brother's lock-breaking talent, then he wouldn't be in such a state. Mr. Jun said, actually, if he didn't walk the path of lock-breaking, his future would have been very bright. There are very few people who can compare to him in terms of cultivation, and he could be considered the strongest of his generation. It's a pity that he chose to walk the path of lockbreaking. Although Kai Jinqiang had surprised everyone, Saul did not care. This person's lockbreaking talent was too poor, and he posed no threat to Deng Pu. After looking around, Saul did not find Lu Yin, and he nodded in satisfaction. There were only a few people who could pose a threat to him in this year's lockbreaker competition, and those who had caught his eye had all been eliminated. Lu Yin had been one of them, but his operation had failed, which worried Saul. Although this person was only a 5-star discerning elementary lockbreaker, his progress was too fast, and he also had a lockbreaking tool. He would be a worthy opponent. Fortunately, Lu Yin had not appeared. Saul looked at Mr. Jun with a satisfied expression. Mr. Jun was at a loss. He had searched for Lu Yin for 2 days on the road from Frostwave Weave to Source Peak Planet, but he had not found Lu Yin. He had thought that he had missed Lu Yin, but Lu Yin had not appeared at all. Within the mountain range, Lu Yin watched Kai Jinqiang leave with a solemn expression. This person was not simple, and he might very well be Lu Yin's greatest enemy in this year's lockbreaker competition. As a bell rang in the sky, the lockbreaker competition officially began. The mountain range trembled, and soon, a voice rang out in the sky. Hidden in the mountain range are source boxes sealed with spiritual thread. You have 3 days. The more source boxes you find and unlock, the higher your results will be. Lu Yin was shocked. The Lockbreaker Society was truly worthy of its reputation, and they were truly generous. According to Phelan, 100 people could pass the first round, which meant that at least 100 people would be able to successfully unlock the source boxes. That meant that there would be more than 100 source boxes, and there would definitely be people who would be able to unlock more than one source box. It was a pity that everything obtained from lockbreaking belonged to the Lockbreaker Society, which was basically giving them free lockbreaking. Regardless, the Lockbreaker Society's foundation was unfathomable for them to be able to take out so many source boxes in one go. Lu Yin stood at a high vantage point and looked down, but he could not see the number of rune lines that represented the source boxes. He could only sense them with his star energy, but this was similar to treasure gambling. It all depended on one's eyesight. There was a thump, and there was a loud explosion not too far away. Someone had attacked the ground from high up in the sky, not intending to search for the source boxes. Lu Yin looked over and saw that the ground did not move at all. That attack had contained the power level of a Limiter, but it had not been able to shatter the ground. The ground of this mountain range was terrifyingly tough, which meant that it was impossible to bombard the mountain range. Even if a cruiser attacked, there would not be enough star energy in the air for him to bombard the mountain range. Furthermore, there were so many people in the mountain range competing for star energy. Lu Yin crouched down and exerted a bit of strength until he displayed a strength comparable to a cruiser's. Only then did the ground crack open. It would take some time for this kind of strength to completely shatter the ground. It seemed that he would have to rely on the traces of star energy to search for source boxes, but he did not know how to do so. No one had ever taught him how to search for source boxes. As he thought about it, Sirius activated his Sirius technique and expanded its range. Gradually, the entire mountain was enveloped, and Lu Yin could see much more clearly within the range of his Sirius technique. The giant emperor's third eye appeared in Lu Yin's hand, and he focused his gaze downwards. He could clearly see the spatial fluctuations as well as the trajectory of star energy. He could also clearly see the abnormal spatial fluctuations at a corner of the mountain. There was a source box there. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 687. Lu Yin's body disappeared, and he landed at the bottom of the mountain. He punched out, causing the ground to shatter. This punch contained a strength that surpassed a cruiser's, and the ground beneath the mountain cracked open to reveal a box made of spiritual thread. Lu Yin was delighted, as it seemed that having a lock-breaking tool would give him an advantage when searching for source boxes. He could use his lock-breaking tool and other methods to detect unusual fluctuations in the air, and the others had their own methods, domains, innate gifts, and even battle techniques. This first round of testing was a lockbreaker's ability to search for source boxes. It made sense when he thought about it, as the Lockbreaker Society couldn't possibly rely on others to accidentally discover source boxes. They must have organized groups of lockbreakers specifically to search for source boxes. Otherwise, how could there be so many source boxes? Lu Yin took out the box, but before he could open it, he turned around and saw two figures rushing towards him. They attacked him without saying a single word. Lu Yin's gaze trembled, and the star energy in the air suddenly froze. The two had been using their star energy to execute battle techniques, but halfway through, their star energy went out of control. Not good, it's a domain. Retreat. Lu Yin did not have the habit of taking a beating without retaliating. His domain directly crushed the two lockbreakers, and it was like a warning bell that slammed them into the ground. They spat out mouthfuls of blood and fainted. In this sort of environment where one had to fight for star energy, the stronger one would be, and the weaker one would have no star energy at all. This was only the first round of the competition, and it would only last for 3 days. The source boxes that the Lockbreaker Society had placed would not be too high grade. Lu Yin slowly opened the box containing spiritual thread, and the first thing he saw was a green stone that emitted the sound of tides. He slowly reached out to grab it, but the moment he got close to the green stone, his palm was bombarded by a continuous force. He pulled his hand back. It was a sourcebox's killing intent, but it was only at the level of a millimeter. He reached out and grabbed the green stone, withstanding the continuous force that was like a tidal wave. He observed it for a moment, and with his current lock-breaking ability, he would need about 2 hours to successfully unlock this stone. It was only at the level of a 3 stars discerning elementary, which was not very high. Lu Yin placed the stone back into the box and stored it in his cosmic ring. He then looked up at the Hall of Insight. These old fellows would definitely be monitoring him, and it would be impossible for him to steal this source box. However, he was not in a rush to unlock it, so he could just snatch it first. Just as Lu Yin obtained his first source box, a brightly colored python swam out from the bottom of a lake in another mountain range in the distance. It was wrapped around a box made from 1,000 spiritual threads. The Serpent Queen was half naked by the lakeside, and she occasionally soaked her body in lake water. She was extremely alluring, and she didn't care about the countless people who were watching her from the outside. The giant python coiled around the box and placed it beside the lake. With a hiss, it sank back into the lake. Not far away, a pair of greedy eyes glanced at the Serpent Queen. He resisted the temptation and rushed towards the box, wanting to snatch it away. Suddenly, the serpent's tail pierced out from the ground and wrapped around the man. Then, as the man howled in pain, the serpent's tail tore his body in half. Blood splattered on the lakeside, and the smell of blood instantly filled the air. Everyone who saw this scene felt their scalps go numb, as someone had actually killed someone. Very few people were killed in the lockbreaker competition. After all, they were all lockbreakers with high statuses. In the Hall of Insight, Mr. June suddenly stood up with a gloomy expression. Saul looked at him with dissatisfaction. "What are you doing?" Mr. June replied, "Vice President, the lockbreaker competition is about lockbreaking ability. This woman used her astral beast to kill a lockbreaker, which is a violation of the rules." Saul calmly replied, "Lockbreakers experience far more life and death situations than normal cultivators. Every year, many lockbreakers die in the process of lockbreaking or even in the process of searching for source boxes. Are you going to show up for all of them?" "But this is a competition," Mr. June said. Fiendly spoke up. "Although the competition doesn't encourage killing, it doesn't prohibit it either. If you interfere, the participating lockbreakers will think that they're being protected, and they'll act even more recklessly. This will be unfair to the lockbreakers who obtain source boxes. Are we just going to let this woman use her astral beast to kill people?" Phelan couldn't help but ask. Saul calmly replied, "Lockbreakers aren't that easy to kill. If they die because of greed, then their deaths won't be regretted. This competition wasn't viewed favorably in the first place, so it's good to increase the number of deaths so that it can be different from the previous competitions." These few people and a few words set the tone for this year's lockbreaker competition. By the lakeside, the Serpent Queen looked up and raised an eyebrow. Since no one was interfering, it seemed that she could be more ruthless. Hiss! The python slithered over and rubbed its large head against the Serpent Queen. The Serpent Queen's lips curled up, and she stroked the python. "Be good. Let's go." The python's upper body rose up, and the Serpent Queen put away the box. She then sat on the python's back and headed in another direction. On the other side, Shi-Chi had also found a source box. Fortunately, the source box had appeared right beneath her feet, and she had almost tripped over it. "Hee, now you've experienced Lord Fish's power, two-legged beast." The fish on Shi-Chi's head continuously slapped its tail as it spoke. Shi-Chi was confused. "What does that have to do with you?" "Stupid. If it weren't for Lord Fish's great fortune, do you think it would have been so easy for you to obtain a source box? That's why I say that you two-legged beasts sometimes don't have good judgment." The fish slapped its tail even harder. Shi-Chi pursed her lips and rolled her eyes, but she did not retort. Her past experience told her that retorting was useless, as the fish had already sunk into its own fantasy and was unable to extricate itself. Suddenly, the fish growled, "Don't move. There's someone here." Shi-Chi's eyes widened as she looked into the distance. For the fish to specifically warn her meant that this person was not simple. Very quickly, Shi-Chi saw the newcomer. It was Ku Wei. Ku Wei and Shi-Chi had coincidentally bumped into each other, and then he stared blankly at the fish on Shi-Chi's head. He slowly raised his hand. "How much for this fish?" Shi-Chi blinked. "I'll give it to you." Ku Wei was delighted. "Really? Little girl, you're quite tactful. Since you're so obedient, I'll allow you to call me Brother Wei. In the future, when you're outside, just say that you have Brother Wei's protection, and no one will dare to bully you. Come, be good and give the fish to Brother Wei. Brother Wei thinks that braising or steaming is both delicious." Shi-Chi covered her mouth in shock, and her eyes rolled back. Atop Shi-Chi's head, the fish stared at Ku Wei with wide eyes and only reacted after a long time. Braising. Steaming. The fish could sense that the fellow in front of it was filled with malice, and it was furious. It felt as if its dignity had been challenged. "Brat, you're in big trouble. Lord Fish will clearly tell you that you're in big trouble. Lord Fish will fight you to the death. Ku Wei was stunned. It can talk. There's such a fish. Little girl, where did you buy it? Shi-Chi pursed her lips. Brat, Lord Fish is talking to you. You're in big trouble. Hurry up and dig your ancestors out of their graves and kowtow to Lord Fish as an apology. Then, become Lord Fish's mount, the fish shouted. Ku Wei was amazed, and he rubbed his chin as he fell into deep thought. If it can talk, then it can't be eaten. Its mouth is pretty cheap, so it'll probably be troublesome to bring it along. Forget it, I don't want it. The fish became even angrier, and its tail continuously slapped Shi-Chi's head. Two-legged beast, go. Beat him to death. Beat him to death for Lord Fish. Shi-Chi thought about it. I'm not good at fighting. Lord Fish will teach you. Hurry up and beat him up. This brat wants to run away. The fish grew anxious. Ku Wei looked at the fish, and his eyes lit up. Fish. Right, fishing. Brother Wei is really a genius to be able to think of such a method. That's great. Fishing. He then took out an empty box and raised it high into the air. He then flew away, just like that. The screen in the outside world just happened to capture this scene. Shi-Chi was one of the lockbreakers who received the most attention, and her every move was being observed. She had also observed Ku Wei, and then this scene. What's he doing? If I'm not mistaken, that's an empty box, someone commented. That guy was shouting like a madman just now. Could he have been blinded by the fish? I heard that Shi-Chi's fish has a very cheap mouth. No, he's trying to entice someone else to attack. He's trying to entice someone else. In the Hall of Insight, Saul was disappointed. He had thought that Ku Wei would attack Shi-Chi, but he had not expected him to leave just like that. Interesting. If he wants to use such a method to entice others, then he's either crazy or extremely confident in himself. Phelan smiled. Fiendly said, but this also proves that he's not confident in finding a source box. The person who attacked him might not have a source box. This method isn't very efficient. The crowd nodded. Below the Hall of Insight, in the mountain range, Lu Yin saw Ku Wei and was slightly stunned. What was this guy doing? Seventh bro, that guy's crazy, the monkey said. Lu Yin's eyes flickered, and then he laughed. He wants to use such a method to entice others to snatch his source box and then snatch it back. Interesting. He had done such a thing before, so he had quickly figured it out. However, just as Fiendly had guessed, this person was no longer a threat. Ku Wei had no way of finding a source box, which meant that his lock-breaking ability was not strong enough. Although this method was useful, it was not very efficient. Although the success rate of this method was low, it was still very successful in attracting people. In just a few minutes, someone had tried to snatch Ku Wei's box, but Ku Wei had snatched it back. The person's underwear had almost been ripped off, but unfortunately, he had not found a source box. Trash. You can't even find a source box, but you still dare to snatch Brother Wei's box. Go find a source box, and then come and snatch Brother Wei's box after you find one, Ku Wei threatened. The few people scrambled away. Following that, Ku Wei lifted the box up again and flew into the sky like a kite, trying to entice others to snatch his source box. He was rather confident, as he believed that he was a person with principles and would not randomly rob others. Thus, he would only snatch his source box back with a clear conscience if others tried to snatch it from him. For example, that spacecraft's captain and the nose-hair man had both volunteered to help him. Shi-Chi was scolded by the fish for a long time, scolding her for being cowardly and useless. Shi-Chi felt wronged. I'm not good at fighting. The fish looked up at Ku Wei and muttered to itself, strange, there's a familiar smell on this kid. Who is he? Lord Fish must have met him before. Even further away, Kai Jinchang glanced at the sky and ignored the fish. He continued to search for source boxes by himself. He was very diligent and did not like to use cheap tricks. He forcefully plundered star energy so that he could use his own abilities to search for source boxes. He wanted to tell those old fellows in the Lockbreakers Society that hard work could make up for one's lack of talent, and that he would definitely be able to reach his elder brother's heights. In a valley filled with swamps, Deng Pu casually waved his hand, and a strong gale tore through the swamp and killed a giant astral beast. He peeled off its flesh, and a box fell out of its abdomen. It was the box that contained the source box, and it had inadvertently been devoured by the astral beast. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 688. Deng Pu put away the box and looked up at Ku Wei. His gaze turned cold. Clown. He then leaped out of the swamp and quickly headed in a certain direction as if he was very confident. Everyone had their own methods of searching for source boxes. Although Ku Wei's method was a little strange, it was still effective. Half a day later, he managed to rob a lockbreaker and really obtained a source box. He excitedly swapped the fake one out and raised the real one above his head. He even opened the box for others to see, as he was afraid that no one would know that there really was a source box here. This guy was just short of raising a loudspeaker and shouting, "Come and rob me." Lu Yin was eager to try and rob the source box. If he didn't, then he would be letting down Ku Wei's annoying face. Just as Lu Yin was about to make a move, a giant python soared up from below and bit at Ku Wei. The Serpent Queen was standing on the python's back, and they both moved to plunder star energy. Ku Wei was excited. Seeing the giant python open its mouth to bite him, he slowly raised his index finger. One finger tap. There was a whoosh, and the python paused in midair. Fresh blood flowed down its back and dyed the sky red. The Serpent Queen was shocked, and she hurriedly dragged the python away. Ku Wei grinned. Don't run, little sister. Hand over the source box to Brother Wei. No one knew what Ku Wei had done, including Saul and the others in the Hall of Insight. They could not tell what battle technique Ku Wei had used, but it had been able to instantly injure the ancient, multicolored snake. Lu Yin looked at Ku Wei solemnly. In that instant, this person had condensed a terrifying amount of rune lines at his fingertips, and they had not dissipated at all. His strength was comparable to a hunter's, and the snake and woman were only cruisers, so they had been defeated upon contact. This was the result of Lu Yin's rune lines. Lu Yin knew that this person's finger attack was not as simple as it seemed. It had the same unfathomable strength as his dream finger. This person was very powerful. The Serpent Queen's face paled as she dragged the python away in Lu Yin's direction. She looked back and met Ku Wei's gaze, and she saw the ridicule in his eyes. The Serpent Queen's scalp went numb. What kind of freak was this? He was just an explorer, but he had been able to render her powerless. How could an explorer have such strength? Could this person be the Lu Yin that had been rumored to be Lu Yin? If it was really him, then things would be troublesome. Big sister, Brother Wei wants you to stay. Ku Wei shouted. Suddenly, his eyes widened, and the star energy in the sky and on the ground. This was a force field. The Serpent Queen was astonished, as Lu Yin had actually comprehended a force field. Without the support of any star energy, she could only drag the python along as she plummeted straight down, landing right above Lu Yin. Lu Yin watched as a huge shadow loomed over him, and he dodged to the side. An explosion sounded out as the giant python and serpent queen crashed to the ground. The giant python howled as it looked at Ku Wei with its massive eyes filled with fear. Ku Wei stood in midair and looked down at Serpent Queen. "Hand it over, and Brother Wei won't hit you anymore." Ku Wei smiled, as his method had worked. He now had 2 source boxes. He flew towards the box and stored it away. He no longer looked at the Serpent Queen, but instead at a nearby man. "Bro, since we've met, it must be fate. Show Brother Wei your cosmic ring." Lu Yin raised a brow and looked at Ku Wei. "I have a source box." Ku Wei's eyes lit up. "Ha ha ha, you're so lucky. Brother Wei won't hit you. Hand over the source box." The Serpent Queen looked at Lu Yin sympathetically. In the outside world, countless people looked at Lu Yin sympathetically, as this guy was really unlucky. Within the Hall of Insight, Mr. Jun shook his head. A good lockbreaker competition has turned into a battle. Lockbreakers have astonishing power levels among their peers. Without enough power, how can they obtain status? "You're too narrow-minded," Fiendly lectured. Mr. Jun hurriedly agreed. Saul nonchalantly looked down below. Regardless of whether it was Serpent Queen or Ku Wei, both of them were strong, but they were no threat to Deng Pu. These people were not good at lockbreaking, and the lockbreaker competition ultimately tested one's lockbreaking ability. The more one tried to steal, the more unlucky one would be if they were unable to lockbreak. Phelan looked down with a strange expression. Lu Yin was being snatched away. Was Ku Wei lucky? He could be considered lucky. Under countless gazes, Lu Yin spun his cosmic ring and smiled at Ku Wei. "If you want it, come and get it yourself." The Serpent Queen was astonished. Was this guy planning to resist? He was just an explorer, and he seemed unfamiliar to her. Ku Wei's lips curled up. "Looks like you're quite confident. All right, Brother Wei will take it himself. Don't blame Brother Wei for not holding back." He then tapped his foot and disappeared. In that instant, all of the star energy in the void condensed into an enormous pressure that pressed down on Lu Yin. Lu Yin's eyes trembled, and his force field erupted. The void trembled with a boom, and the Serpent Queen felt a gust of wind blow past her. The star energy in the air was scattered, and Ku Wei's force field collapsed. Ku Wei reappeared and looked at Lu Yin in shock. He had misjudged Lu Yin, as this person was an expert. However, the result would be the same. Ku Wei did not care about the collapse of his force field and tapped out with a finger. Finger tap. Lu Yin's expression instantly changed. The appearance of finger tap made him feel as if everything around him was rapidly being consumed, including his own physical body. It felt as if all of his energy was being devoured, and his entire being became weak and powerless. The sky and earth were no longer their original colors, they were now gray. The entire world had been frozen by this finger. What was even more terrifying was that Lu Yin's mind was calm and peaceful, and he did not have any thoughts of resisting. This was a battle technique that could change everything, and it could even change an opponent's mentality. Lu Yin had experienced countless battles since he started cultivating, and he had seen many battle techniques. He had even experienced the Neo-Human Alliance's Corpse King transformation, but this was the first time he had encountered such a strange and terrifying battle technique. It could actually change an opponent's mentality, which was beyond the scope of a normal battle technique. At this moment, any thoughts of resisting quickly disappeared. He watched as the finger approached. If he had been an ordinary cultivator, he would have been heavily injured by this attack, just like the Serpent Queen had been. However, Lu Yin's spiritual force far surpassed that of an ordinary person, and the effects of his recitation of the Stonewall Scriptures were revealed. He used the last bit of consciousness he had to use his fate sand to protect himself. There was a whoosh, and the void distorted as a gale swept out in all directions. Ku Wei's finger struck the fate's end on Lu Yin's chest, and the shock waves from the collision spread out in all directions with the two at the center, causing the ground to rapidly crack. Ku Wei was shocked. Fate's end. Lu Yin's eyes sobered up, and he grabbed Ku Wei's arm. His strength exploded as he lifted Ku Wei into the air and slammed him into the ground. Suddenly, a phantom finger appeared in the sky. It was still the finger Zen, but this was a force field phantom that pressed down on Lu Yin from above. Lu Yin had no choice but to throw Ku Wei aside and leap up to avoid the attack. The mountain range that Ku Wei had been standing on was pierced through by the finger, and a huge crack spread out along the mountain's surface. Ku Wei finally regained control of his body in midair, and he stared at Lu Yin in disbelief. Where had this freak come from? He had actually been able to break free from the finger Zen's control. Not only did he have Fate Zen, but he also had such a terrifying strength. Ku Wei looked at his right arm and saw that 5 finger marks were clearly visible. His bones had almost been crushed. He was a beast in human form. Lu Yin stood still and looked at Ku Wei. They were both explorers, and this person's strength was definitely comparable to the top 12 of the top 100 rankings. However, Lu Yin had seen images of the top 15 of the top 100 rankings, and this person was not one of them. Could this person be a disguise as well? It was normal for someone to be able to comprehend a force field and not be discovered while disguising themselves. Who could this person be? The two had only fought for an instant, and countless people had thought that the two of them had simply separated after one had attacked and the other had defended. It did not seem like anything special, but only those who understood the hardness of the mountain range knew how terrifying the power of that exchange had been. The entire mountain had cracked, which was something that even a cruiser would find difficult to accomplish. The Serpent Queen looked at Lu Yin in astonishment. She had not expected him to be yet another freak, and he was also an explorer. Were explorers this terrifying? The universe's great changes had indeed given birth to some terrifying geniuses, but those geniuses had long since become famous throughout the universe. Where had these two people come from? The Hall of Insight fell silent. An explorer with such power level was definitely not an ordinary person. Phelan was astonished, as that person was actually able to fight evenly with Lu Yin. Could he be one of the top experts of the top 100 rankings who had been left behind in the outerverse? Ku Wei rubbed his arm and grimaced. Bro, not bad. Lu Yin smiled. You're not bad yourself. Ha, there aren't many people who can withstand one of Brother Wei's attacks, and you're even in the same realm as him. What's your name? I'm Ku Wei, Ku Wei replied. Ku Wei. Ku. 7th bro, one of the surnames in the 7 courts is Ku. The monkey exclaimed. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. You can just call me 7th bro. Ku Wei's lips curled up. What? You don't dare to reveal your name. Lu Yin replied meaningfully, you actually dare to reveal your name. Ku Wei raised his brows and then laughed. It's just a name. There are many strange names in the universe. Alright, since I can't steal you, I'll take my leave. I wish you an enjoyable competition. He then left. Lu Yin retracted his gaze. Are you sure that the 7 courts has a Ku surname? The monkey solemnly replied, I'm sure. The 7 courts has 7 surnames, and one of them is Ku. I've seen it in a powerhouse's autobiography and told you about it before. Lu Yin's expression turned solemn. Was this person from the 7 courts? If he was, then why had he dared to walk out so openly and even announce his name? But if he wasn't, then it was quite impossible. Aside from the 3 dark hands, Lu Yin could not think of anyone else who could have nurtured such a terrifying explorer. The top 100 rankings did not include the 3 dark hands, so it was highly likely that this person was from the Ku family. This guy is really ambitious. From the Hall of Honor's perspective, even if he isn't from the 7 Quartz Ku family, anyone with the surname Ku should be exterminated. If you hadn't self-detonated your futon, then Shinwu continent would have been gone. This is how the Hall of Honor does things. This guy is really something, the monkey muttered. Lu Yin nodded in agreement. At this moment, Ku Wei was fishing with the box in his hand again. Hiss. In the distance, the python looked at Lu Yin with a very human-like expression. The Serpent Queen stood up and nodded at Lu Yin before preparing to leave. Lu Yin coughed. Do you have any more source boxes? Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 689. The Serpent Queen was stunned and froze in place. The python angrily glared at Lu Yin, but when Lu Yin glanced at it, it immediately lowered its head. Nothing else, the Serpent Queen snapped. I don't believe you, Lu Yin said. The Serpent Queen angrily poured out the contents of her cosmic ring. Many of them were women's underwear, which made Lu Yin a little embarrassed. You're too straightforward. Fine, I believe you. Let's go. The Serpent Queen was furious, and she glared at Lu Yin. She felt that this guy was even more despicable than that bastard from before. Monkey, do you think we should go fishing? Lu Yin asked. The monkey snickered. Up to you. No one's your match anyway. Once I put on my universal armor, the world will be mine. Lu Yin thought about it and decided against fishing. He recalled that person he had met before, who had the strength of a hunter, and not just any ordinary one at that. That person was definitely terrifying, and it would be troublesome if Lu Yin managed to fish him up. Lu Yin hoped that Ku Wei would be able to fish him up. Fights frequently broke out in the mountain range below the Hall of Insight. Whenever someone found a source box, a battle would ensue. As for Ku Wei, no one dared to cause trouble for him anymore. He had dealt with several groups of people and seized 3 source boxes in passing, placing them on top of his head. This made people jealous, but no one dared to make a move. The first day was spent in a chaotic mess of fights. When the sky turned completely dark, most people found a place to hide and began to attempt lockbreaking. Someone like Deng Pu, who was fast at lockbreaking, had already finished unlocking his first source box. Within the Hall of Insight, Saul was very satisfied. Deng Pu was the first participant to complete his lockbreaking, while the others had either not yet or were in the process of doing so. Later in the night, there was a soft sound as the source box dissipated. There was nothing inside. Lu Yin was disappointed, but it did not matter. Even if he had obtained something from his lockbreaking, it would belong to the society and not him. He continued searching for source boxes. Within a depression in a mountain wall, Shi-Chi wiped the sweat off her forehead and said disappointedly, "There's nothing." That's good. Otherwise, it would belong to someone else. The fish was very happy and continuously slapped its tail. At that moment, a figure walked past and glanced at Shi-Chi before looking at the ground. There were traces of a source box placed there. What are you looking at? If you keep looking, I'll dig your eyes out and kick them around like balls. Ugly, the fish spoke up. The person's eyes narrowed. Shi-Chi. Shi-Chi looked at him. You're Straight Metal Man. Straight Metallic Man grunted, glanced at the fish, and turned to leave. You run fast. You're so ugly, but you still came out at night to scare people, the fish said unhappily. Shi-Chi was helpless. Stop scolding me. I don't even have any friends left. The fish clicked its tongue. What friends? They're just weak creatures that live in groups. With Lord Fish here, I can guarantee that you'll stand at the peak of the universe in the future. Trash like that wouldn't even dare to look at you. Shi-Chi sighed. Kai Jinqiang sat alone on the plains. He had been searching for a whole day, but he had not been able to find a single source box. Although he was already used to being weaker than others when it came to lock breaking, this feeling was still quite uncomfortable. If his elder brother was here, then he would definitely be able to easily find a source box. It was really difficult to make up for the difference in talent between people. Deng Pu appeared in the sky and landed not far from Kai Jinqiang. He said in a low voice, "Please make way." Kai Jinqiang raised his eyes and recognized the person in front of him as Deng Pu, Saul's disciple. However, this person probably didn't recognize him. "I'll say it again. Make way." Deng Pu's tone was unpleasant. In the Hall of Insight, Saul straightened his back, but his expression was ugly. This idiot had actually provoked Kai Jinqiang. Phelan's expression also changed. Not good, this idiot had provoked Kai Jinqiang of all people. This was going to be troublesome. Everyone else was watching this scene unfold. Kai Jinqiang did not attack Deng Pu, as he was very curious as to why Deng Pu had come here. Was there a source box here? Kai Jinqiang had clearly used his star energy to sweep the area over and over again, but he hadn't been able to find a source box. Deng Pu saw Kai Jinqiang move aside, but he didn't seem to mind. He walked over to where Kai Jinqiang had been sitting and pressed a hand against the ground. There was a boom, and the ground shattered. This was followed by a series of explosions until the crater was more than 10 meters wide. Only then was a box revealed. Kai Jinqiang was shocked. There really was a source box here, and it had been right under his butt, but he hadn't even noticed it. How had this person discovered it? Kai Jinqiang asked himself. Although he hadn't comprehended a domain and didn't have any battle techniques that could help him unlock a source box, he still had a lock-breaking tool, and his control of star energy was decent. He hadn't noticed it at such a close distance, but this person had. Wasn't the difference a little too great? Within the Hall of Insight, Phelan glanced at Saul. This source box was definitely not something that Deng Pu could discover, as it had been buried too deep. Even Kai Jinqiang hadn't been able to discover it at such a close distance, but Deng Pu had been able to find it so quickly. This was cheating. Saul was unscrupulous in order to obtain true insight. Saul's expression was calm, as if he didn't know anything. Deng Pu picked up the source box and prepared to leave, but he was blocked by Kai Jinqiang. "You want to steal it?" Deng Pu asked coldly as he looked at Kai Jinqiang. Only then did he see this person clearly. He had been too focused on locating the source box. Why does this person look so familiar? How did you find it? Kai Jinqiang asked, as he was truly curious. Someone had taken something right under his butt, so no matter how good his temper was, he couldn't take it. Deng Pu's tone was cold. "It's none of your business. Move aside." Kai Jinqiang did not move. Deng Pu's eyes were sharp, and it seemed like he was about to attack. Within the Hall of Insight, Saul leaned forward, and his lips moved imperceptibly. Deng Pu's expression suddenly changed, and he looked at Kai Jinqiang fearfully. "I remember now. You're Master Wuxing's little brother. How did you discover this source box?" Kai Jinqiang asked again. Deng Pu's eyes flickered. "It's my ability." Kai Jinqiang frowned and continued to stare at Deng Pu until the former felt a chill run down his spine. Then, Deng Pu put down the box. "You want it? Here." He then left without looking back. Kai Jinqiang was stunned, as he hadn't expected Deng Pu to leave so easily. Within the Hall of Insight, Saul sighed. Phelan glanced at Saul and then looked down. This Deng Pu was quite smart. If he had clashed with Kai Jinchang, then he would have been finished. Now that he had given up on the source box, if Kai Jinchang still wanted to attack him, then Saul would have an excuse to interfere. In the end, Kai Jinchang did not attack Deng Pu. Instead, he opened the box and looked at the rectangular source box. His face lit up with joy, and he began to unlock the source box. His eyes were filled with anticipation, as he loved lockbreaking. This process gave him the thrill of exploring the universe. The reason why Kai Jinchang had been able to become a 1-star perceptive intermediate lockbreaker was not because he had unlocked perceptive intermediate source boxes, but rather because he had relied on sheer numbers. Kai Jinchang had unlocked many discerning elementary source boxes before finally reaching the perceptive intermediate level by unlocking a 1-star perceptive intermediate source box. That perceptive intermediate source box had taken Kai Jinchang dozens of hours to unlock, and most people would not have been able to withstand it. Lu Yin's talent in lockbreaking was very poor. Even this discerning elementary source box in front of him, which was only a 2-star source box, had taken him a full 8 hours to unlock it. Even though he hadn't obtained anything, he was still very satisfied. After successfully unlocking the source box, Kai Jinchang felt that he should not waste any more time searching for source boxes. Otherwise, when the time was up, he might be eliminated. A perceptive intermediate lockbreaker being eliminated would be so embarrassing that he would be thrown into the Neoverse. Thus, Kai Jinchang decided to snatch the source box since he had tasted the sweetness of success. He looked up and saw that Ku Wei was still wandering around, fishing with a box on his head. The other 2 source boxes had probably already been unlocked. Kai Jinchang leapt up and reached out to grab Ku Wei. Berserk star energy swept out in all directions, and even the Hall of Insight trembled slightly, shocking everyone present. Lu Yin looked up and saw boundless rune lines crushing towards Ku Wei. His eyes lit up. "You've really managed to lure that person out." Ku Wei was startled, and he felt a sense of crisis. He saw Kai Jinchang's hand coming towards him, and he tapped out with a finger. His force field appeared at the same time, transforming into a giant finger zen that fiercely pressed down. The 2 sides collided in the air, causing the void to distort as a gale swept out in all directions. The 4 towering trees swayed, and countless people felt their scalps go numb. Ku Wei was forced back by Kai Jinchang's attack, and he was shocked. Where did this lunatic come from? Kai Jinchang's gaze was cold. "Hand over the source boxes." "Fine, here you go." Ku Wei tossed the box to Kai Jinchang without hesitation and then turned to flee. He was even more decisive than Deng Pu. That previous attack had allowed Ku Wei to experience just how terrifying this person was. His finger zen had been completely useless against this person, and that berserk aura caused a chill to run down Ku Wei's spine. Kai Jinchang took the box and nodded in satisfaction when he saw that there were source boxes inside. He looked around once more and decided to grab a few more. The people in the Hall of Insight looked at each other, not knowing whether or not they should interfere. Kai Jinchang's strength was something that no one on Source Peak Planet could suppress aside from Saul and Fiend Li. He was a freak with an abnormal cultivation talent, and he was able to suppress those of the same generation, including that generation's youth council member. He had only kept a low profile because he wanted to unlock source boxes. Once someone like this erupted, the consequences would be terrifying. In less than half an hour, Kai Jinchang had already grabbed 7 source boxes. He completely suppressed everyone with his berserk star energy, and even if someone tried to hide, it was useless. His efficiency was much higher than Ku Wei's, and the last source box was coincidentally taken from Deng Pu as well. Saul could not take this any longer, and his voice rang out in the air above the mountain range. Anyone who obtains a source box but fails to unlock it will receive double the punishment. This rule caused many people to look at Kai Jinxiang on the screen. He seemed to have obtained the most source boxes so far, with a total of 7. But could he unlock them? Kai Jinxiang was stunned, as this rule seemed to be directed at him. He looked up with an ugly expression on his face. Within the mountain range, Lu Yin could not help but laugh. Saul was becoming more and more shameless in order to help Deng Pu win. There had never been such a rule in the previous lockbreaker competitions. Stealing source boxes was also a skill, and if a lockbreaker could not even protect his own source box, how could he unlock it? But now, no matter who it was, even if they stole all the source boxes in the mountain range, it would be useless. 2 source boxes had been unlocked, and 1 had not been unlocked. In the end, his result would be the same as a participant who had not unlocked a source box at all. This rule was very shameless. In the Hall of Insight, Fiendly frowned, but he did not stop Kai Jinxiang. Kai Jinxiang's strength was a bit excessive compared to the others, so it was reasonable to restrict him. As for the final result, the lockbreaker competition only cared about the champion. The results of the others were not important. Phelan's lips curled up. The more Saul helped Deng Pu, the more miserable he would be in the end. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 690. Outside the mountain range, the crowd was discussing. I think he might even get a higher ranking if he doesn't do anything. There wasn't such a rule before. Why did Vice President Saul suddenly add it? I heard that his disciple was robbed twice by Kai Jinxiang, and he couldn't take it anymore. Kai Jinxiang's face fell, and across from him, Deng Pu's eyes flashed with delight. Give it back to me. It'll only cause your results to drop. He did not believe that Kai Jinxiang could unlock 7 source boxes. Forget 7, he might not even be able to unlock 3 or 4, and that was under the premise that no one was interfering. Kai Jinxiang's gaze swept past Deng Pu and landed on the Serpent Queen who was passing by. He casually tossed a box in front of her. The Serpent Queen was stunned. For me. Kai Jinxiang turned around and tossed 3 boxes in all directions of the mountain range. Clearly, he would rather throw them away than give them to Deng Pu. He was not stupid, and this rule had come from Saul. Deng Pu was Saul's disciple, and this rule was meant to help him. Although Kai Jinxiang could not attack Deng Pu for no reason, he could still disgust him. Deng Pu was indeed disgusted, and he glared at Kai Jinxiang before deciding on a direction to go. Somewhere in the mountain range, Lu Yin looked at the boxes that had fallen from the sky. Who had thrown them? They had almost hit him. At this moment, Deng Pu rushed over and unceremoniously slapped Lu Yin. Get lost. Lu Yin frowned and kicked out. There was a thump, and Deng Pu was sent flying. He had not been on guard against Lu Yin since he was just an explorer, and he had not expected disaster to strike so suddenly. He felt a sharp pain in his chest as the scenery around him rapidly receded, and he crashed into the swamp in a sorry state. Everyone in the Hall of Insight was stunned, as Deng Pu's luck was truly unparalleled. They had all seen this person's battle with Ku Wei, and he had the strength to escape from Kai Jinxiang. Deng Pu could not compare to him, but he had chosen to provoke this person. Phelan felt strange. First, it was Kai Jinxiang, and now it was Lu Yin. This Deng Pu could not be so unlucky, right? She hoped that he would successfully become the champion, or else her plan would not be perfect. Many people were cheering for Deng Pu, but he himself was stunned. He had been sent flying before he could even react. That kick had been both ruthless and accurate, and he did not even have the courage to look for trouble. Wasn't the Interverse? How could there be so many ruthless people? Seventh bro, that seemed to be Deng Pu, the monkey reminded him. Are you sure? Lu Yin put away the box and was taken aback by her words. Are you sure? You didn't even look after beating someone up. I forgot. He's just a passerby with the strength of a cruiser. His body is quite sturdy, so that kick shouldn't be too much of a problem. Since it's Deng Pu, let's hope that it doesn't hinder him from becoming the champion. Seventh bro, now that he's crippled, you can take his place, hee. Lu Yin was helpless. Have you forgotten about that ruthless hunter? Even Ku Wei was scared away. That's right. Hunters are generally at the perceptive intermediate level, so this person has the highest chance of becoming the champion, the monkey muttered. It's impossible for Saul to allow true insight to fall into someone else's hands. Let's just have that hunter block this disaster for us, Lu Yin said. Seventh bro, I think that you should still fight for first place. After all, you don't plan on standing up for Phelan. Once Saul is defeated by Phelan and the others, you'll have to fight for the source box, the monkey said. He wasn't afraid of fighting, but Phelan represented the Outerverse Lockbreaker Society. Although there weren't many members in this organization, their influence was great. If he offended the entire Outerverse Lockbreaker Society, then it wouldn't be good for him in the future. Now that a hunter had become a thorn in Saul's side, he would definitely be targeted. Lu Yin wasn't a threat to Deng Pu at all, so he still had a chance to fight for the champion's position. Outside the mountain range, screens were floating all over Source Peak Planet, allowing everyone to watch the Lockbreaker competition. Within a manor that was surrounded by mountains and rivers, Wei Axian was eating something with an unhappy expression. Her eyes were glued to a screen, and she occasionally crunched the food in her mouth. Not far away, Wei Rong laughed. Axian, come over to me. No, you're angry. Wei Axian snorted. Wei Rong was helpless. You haven't even tried lockbreaking, so it's too early for you to participate in the competition. I promise you that I'll let you participate in the next lockbreaker competition. It'll only be 10 years. Wei Axian glared at Wei Rong. 10 years. Do you know what 10 years means to a woman? You're a girl, and you're still young. Don't call me young. But you're not even 20 yet. I'm an adult, and I can make decisions for my own life. Fine. Even if I agree to let you participate, you won't be able to enter. The competition has already started a day ago. Wei Rong smiled. Wei Axian gritted her teeth and snorted again before running away. She didn't want to be with this bad guy. Wei Rong's expression calmed down as he watched Wei Axian leave. He then looked at Deng Pu's image on the screen. Keep a close eye on him. He'll definitely be the champion this year, and true insight cannot fall into anyone else's hands. Behind him, a cultivator softly acknowledged the order. How are their preparations going? Wei Rong asked. Everything is ready. We're just waiting for him to make a move at the last moment. That person is also troublesome. He can rely on external items to remain undefeated in a battle between enlighters. Phelan, that stupid woman, actually wanted to use him, and she only told us about him in the end. She's extremely foolish. Pass down the order to avoid him as much as possible. What if he gets in our way? Let Phelan negotiate with him. If it really doesn't work. Wei Rong's gaze turned cold. It's settled. Understood. Within the Forest Hotel, Angie stood at the top of a tall tree and watched the screen. Ah Mu was behind her. This planet is too advantageous for our battle. Warn the people below to not expose our identities as long as we achieve our goal. Yes, young master, Mu softly acknowledged. He looked up and coincidentally saw Lu Yin's image appear on the screen. Mu had seen Lu Yin's disguise and recognized him. He looked worried, as Lu Yin's existence was a variable. On Source Peak Planet's space station, inside an Endless Borders spacecraft, many cultivators were dressed in uniform battle uniforms without any insignias. They were all mercenaries from Aegis, which meant that they were independent cultivators. Although they were independent cultivators, their discipline was strict, as they had been trained by Aegis. The spectators on Source Peak Planet did not know that a disaster was about to befall them. Another day passed, and Lu Yin had unlocked 5 source boxes in the mountain range. Each one took him an average of 3 hours, and most of his time was spent searching for the source boxes. Although there were thousands of lockbreakers scattered throughout the mountain range, very few were actually able to find any source boxes. Furthermore, Ku Wei and the others had fought over them, so most of the source boxes were concentrated in the hands of the top few. Most people did not even have a single source box, let alone unlock one. Lu Yin himself had 2 source boxes, but he had also fought over them. Lu Yin did not know if unlocking 5 source boxes was considered good or bad. There was still one last day, and Deng Pu, Shi Qi, and the others should have hidden themselves and focused on lockbreaking. With their perceptive intermediate abilities, their lock-breaking speed should not be any slower than Lu Yin's, and their results should be quite good. However, with Lu Yin's results, he would definitely be able to pass the first round. He just did not know what his ranking would be. Kai Jinchang tiredly walked out from underground. He had just finished unlocking his second source box, and it had taken him 9 hours to unlock it. It had only been a discerning elementary source box, and his lock-breaking ability was too weak. He was confident that he could unlock many source boxes, but that would take time, and right now, he lacked time. There should not be many people slower than him, and Kai Jinchang frowned as he looked around. It should not be a problem for him to pass the first round, but if he wanted to become the champion, his results would be too poor. After muttering to himself for a long time, he suddenly looked up with a resolute gaze. He was sorry, everyone. Although it went against his conscience, he had to do this for true insight. Everyone would have to rely on their own abilities. Within the Hall of Insight, Saul looked down in satisfaction. Deng Pu had already unlocked 7 source boxes, and his efforts in pointing out the locations of the source boxes had not been in vain. If not for Kai Jinchang causing trouble midway, Deng Pu would have unlocked even more source boxes. Not bad, not bad. That kid's lock-breaking speed isn't slow. His average lock-breaking speed is 3 hours. Saul, he's even faster than your disciple, fiendly praised as he looked at Lu Yin in the mountain range. Saul's face sank, but he did not say anything. Phelan was astonished, as she had not expected Lu Yin's lock-breaking speed to be so fast. This person had not been a lockbreaker for long, but he was already a 5-star discerning elementary lockbreaker. However, his lock-breaking speed was not any slower than that of a perceptive intermediate lockbreaker. This kid's talent was indeed as extraordinary as the rumors said. Shi Qi isn't bad either. She's already unlocked 4 source boxes, and her average lock-breaking speed is 3.5 hours, Yi Feng said coldly. There's also that Serpent Queen. Her lock-breaking speed is 4 hours, and she's also unlocked 4 source boxes. That Ku Wei has unlocked 5 source boxes, and his average lock-breaking speed is 5 hours. However, this kid took less than 2 hours to unlock 1 source box. He's the fastest out of everyone, Mr. Jun said. If he has such lock-breaking ability, then why doesn't he find his own source boxes? His source boxes are all stolen from others, a perceptive intermediate lockbreaker said unhappily, as his disciple had been stolen by Ku Wei. The others did not say anything, as stealing was also a skill. Deng Pu had already been robbed twice by Kai Jinchang, and Saul had no choice but to change the rules. There was only one day left, and if nothing unexpected happened, Deng Pu would be the final winner. He still had 3 source boxes in his possession, so he did not need to go out and search for them. The others still needed to search for the source boxes, and if they did, it would be a waste of time. As for Kai Jinxiang, no one mentioned him. Although he was a perceptive intermediate lockbreaker, his lock-breaking speed was too slow. If he had not successfully unlocked a perceptive intermediate source box, then the society would not have allowed him to become a perceptive intermediate lockbreaker. This person was a disgrace to many lockbreakers. At this moment, the Hall of Insight suddenly shook. Saul and the others' expressions changed, and they looked down. Not good. What is Kai Jinxiang trying to do? Everyone had thought that the day would be very peaceful, and many of them had hidden themselves to lockbreak. However, suddenly, surging star energy erupted, causing the mountain range below the Hall of Insight to tremble. Everyone was shocked. What was going on? Kai Jinxiang stood high in the sky and forcefully plundered all of the star energy before recklessly bombarding the mountain range below the Hall of Insight. With his ridiculously powerful strength, he was able to crush everyone indiscriminately. Many lockbreakers were in the middle of lockbreaking when they were forcefully interrupted. Thank you, brothers, for your support. Winborn has been out on a business trip and has not even rested during National Day. Once he's done with his work, he will release more chapters. Thank you, brothers, for your support. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 691. Everyone could see that this fellow could no longer unlock the source box, so he was not allowing anyone else to do so. Deng Pu spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face paled. That bastard! The Serpent Queen stopped her lockbreaking and looked up at the sky. Fear flashed through her eyes, as this person was terrifyingly strong. Ku Wei's lockbreaking had been interrupted, and he had also been viciously stabbed by the sourcebox's killing intent. He grimaced in pain and glared at the sky. Everyone's attention was drawn to Kai Jinxiang, whether it was the lockbreakers within the mountain range or those outside. Even the Hall of Insight's viewers and the Outerverse live stream were all looking at him. This was getting interesting, as no one would be able to do anything after this. He had originally planned to find 2 source boxes to unlock, but it seemed like there was no need for that. 7th bro, this guy is a real man. He's going against all the other competitors by himself, the monkey praised. Lu Yin smiled. He has the strength to do so. Kai Jinxiang used his strength as a hunter to sweep through everyone, and not a single lockbreaker dared to oppose him. The entire mountain range trembled as he forcefully plundered star energy, making it difficult for anyone to unlock the source box. Deng Pu roared, Kai Jinxiang, this is the lockbreaker competition. We're competing to unlock source boxes, not battle prowess. Kai Jinxiang completely ignored him, and the entire mountain range seemed to boil over. Outside, countless people were excited, as this was something worth watching. It would be even more exciting if all the other competitors banded together to fight against him. Countless people were waiting for that moment. Shi-Chi helplessly walked out of the cave, as she could no longer unlock the source box. The fish continuously slapped its tail. That's how it should be. Lord Fish admires him. Two-legged beast, go greet him. Shi-Chi rolled her eyes. She did not want to, as that person was not someone to be trifled with. Lockbreakers had a much clearer perception of star energy than ordinary cultivators, and they were naturally more accurate in determining strength. Kai Jinxiang's strength made the other lockbreakers unable to resist him. Within the Hall of Insight, Saul was trembling with anger, and he suddenly stood up to intervene. However, he was stopped by Fiendly. This person has not harmed anyone, so you have no right to interfere. Saul growled, "Are we just going to let him ruin the competition? Are we going to make this competition a joke?" Fiendly replied, "So what? As long as it's within the rules, it's fine. You can only blame the other lockbreakers for being too weak. No one can stand up to him." In the previous lockbreaker competitions, more than a single hunter would appear, and they would be able to keep each other in check. But this time, even if all of the other lockbreakers worked together, they still wouldn't be his match. "There's nothing you can do about it," Yifeng said coldly. Phelan smiled bitterly. Given Kai Jinxiang's strength, it would be very difficult to fight against him in any of the previous competitions. He's the synonym of invincibility in the hearts of his generation, and he hasn't shown his true strength yet. Once he gets serious, even the two of us combined might not be able to fight against him. Yifeng didn't retort. This was the truth. A serious Kai Jinxiang was very scary. Saul suppressed his anger and sat down. Phelan glanced at him. Who's to blame? Actually, there were still a few lockbreakers in the outer verse who had the strength of a hunter, but they had all been eliminated by Saul through improper means in order to pave the way for Deng Pu. Saul had brought this upon himself. Phelan looked at Kai Jinxiang. This person was also a variable, but fortunately, he was on opposing sides with Saul. In the Wei family's manner, Wei Rong looked down at Kai Jinxiang's information on his gadget and frowned. There was actually such a troublesome person. The inverse evaluation of Kai Jinxiang was that he could challenge those above his realms. He was a hunter, and it seemed like he was at the peak of the hunter realm. Challenging those above his realms meant that he had the strength of an enlighter. This person actually had such terrifying strength. This was going to be troublesome. In outer space, an old man looked at Source Peak Planet with a solemn expression. To Kai Jinxiang, let alone a mountain range, he could even crush the entire Source Peak Planet or even this region of space. There was no one who could resist him. If he wanted no one to be able to lockbreak, then no one would be able to lockbreak. This was his self-confidence. He was not a match for anyone when it came to lockbreaking, but when it came to cultivation, it was still the same. No one was a match for him. The final day of the lockbreaker competition completely changed, and it became Kai Jinxiang's one-man show. Deng Pu, Ku Wei, and a few others who had stocked up on source boxes in preparation for the final day were rather unlucky. The others were fine, as their results had been fixed, and they treated it as if the competition had ended a day earlier. The day passed very quickly, and just as the competition was about to end, Deng Pu helplessly threw away all 3 of his source boxes, as keeping them would only increase his punishment. Ku Wei and Shi Qi did the same. Lu Yin, on the other hand, did not have any extra source boxes. After the competition ended, Phelan announced that less than 50 lockbreakers had passed the first round. Many lockbreakers protested, as they had spent 2 days searching for source boxes in preparation for lockbreaking on the final day, but in the end, they had accomplished nothing. Unfortunately, their protests were futile. Kai Jinxiang passed, as he had lockbroken 2 source boxes. His results were not bad. Out of everyone, the one with the best results was Deng Pu, who had unlocked a total of 7 source boxes. Next were Lu Yin and Ku Wei, who had both unlocked 5 source boxes. Below them were Shi Qi, Serpent Queen, and 2 other discerning elementary lockbreakers, who had each unlocked 4 source boxes. Kai Jinxiang had used his tyrannical strength to push his results to the upper middle tier, and he was already satisfied, even though he had attracted quite a bit of hatred. The second round of the lockbreaker competition was still held in the same mountain range. The eliminated lockbreakers all left, and the mountain range trembled as a depression appeared in the center. The people who had passed stood around and looked on curiously. Within the Hall of Insight, Saul looked around. The second round will be a comparison of how well one can evade and defend against danger. Everyone should know that lockbreakers face far more dangers than cultivators, as any single sourcebox can bring about fatal danger. The ability to evade and defend against danger is especially important to lockbreakers. Now then, who is willing to participate in the second round? Everyone looked at each other, but no one spoke. Mr. June spoke up. I think that it's better to ask the vice president to personally participate. Saul waved his hand and smiled. In the last lockbreaker competition held in the Interverse, I was the one who participated in the second round. This time, it's everyone's turn. He then looked at Fiendly. Brotherly, do you want to try? Fiendly replied, no need. Saul then looked at Mr. June. What about Mr. June? Do you want to give it a try? Mr. June was thinking about it when Yifeng suddenly spoke up. This year's lockbreaker competition has seen a lot of bloodshed, and the atmosphere is a bit tense. I think that it's more appropriate to ask Phelan to participate. The others agreed. Phelan was the only woman present, and she was as gentle as water. Everyone had a good impression of her. Saul's expression changed, and he looked at Phelan with a smile. Mentor Phelan, do you want to give it a try? Phelan smiled. Since Mentor Yifeng has said so, there's no harm in trying. Saul forced a smile. Then please. Phelan stood up and took a step forward. Her body disappeared, and she quickly reappeared in the sky above the mountain range. She scanned the remaining participants and gently said, the second round will be a competition of evasion and defense against danger. Participants, please enter the crater, and I will attack you. If you can't withstand the attacks, you may leave the crater, but you will be eliminated. Many of the remaining participants relaxed when they saw that it was Mentor Phelan, as she had a good reputation within the Lockbreaker Society. Tong Mi was the first to jump in, followed by Deng Pu, Kai Jinqiang, and the rest. Lu Yin and Phelan looked at each other before entering as well. The crater was very large, but it still seemed rather small when dozens of people entered at the same time. Phelan stood high in the sky. Are you all ready? I'm about to begin. Everyone held their breaths as they stared at Phelan in the sky. Suddenly, there was a howl as a lockbreaker's face was torn apart. He covered his face as he squatted on the ground, fresh blood flowing through the gaps between his fingers. Soon after, there was an endless stream of screams. Phelan's domain had already enveloped the area, and it swept out like a formless wave of killing intent that attacked all of the participants. Not only was she a 3-stars perceptive intermediate lockbreaker, but she was also a hunter. Unlike Kai Jinqiang, who could cause the mountain range to boil with star energy, Phelan's control of star energy could be described as silent and subtle. Even lockbreakers would find it difficult to detect her killing intent. Her control of star energy had already surpassed the Cloudwalker realm, and it was very likely that she had already reached the Heavenly Intelligence realm. If he ignored the rune lines and relied solely on his domain, he would only be able to detect her attacks the moment they were about to hit him. Only with the serious art and his domain fully activated would he be able to detect the killing intent a step earlier. Phelan's attacks were random, and they covered the entire crater. Although they were not very powerful, they were formless and frequent. Many people had already been forced to retreat, their flesh lacerated. You should all be aware of the dangers that lockbreakers face. If I go easy on you, then you might misjudge the danger of the source boxes and die. That's why I won't hold back this round. Everyone, take care of yourselves, Phelan's gentle voice rang out in everyone's ears. Within the crater, Lu Yin was very relaxed. He could see the rune lines, and none of the killing intent could reach him. He could easily avoid them. Shi Qi was also able to avoid it easily. Shi, Ku Wei, and most of the other lockbreakers relied on their perception of star energy to detect the killing intent in advance. Of course, they also had lock-breaking tools. Kai Jinqiang stood in place without moving, as Phelan's attacks posed no threat to him. As for Deng Pu, very few attacks were directed at him, and he was like an outsider. This scene was noticed by many, and they all began to talk about how Phelan was being biased. Saul frowned. He had hoped that Deng Pu would become the champion, but he had not allowed Phelan to be so blatantly biased. When had Phelan become so tactful? Deng Pu himself was at a loss. Had his luck changed for the better? Everyone, be careful. I'm about to get serious, Phelan said. The next moment, an invisible pressure enveloped the area. This was a domain, and many of the competitors were instantly crushed. The void distorted as faint cracks extended outwards. Everyone in the crater was under Phelan's control. Lu Yin could feel the pressure that Phelan was under, as he could only rely on his universal armor to fight against hunters. If he had to rely on his own abilities to fight against a hunter, he would be able to do so, but it would not be easy. This was especially true against a powerful lockbreaker like Phelan, who was just like Mr. June. His star energy attacks would be directly unlocked. One competitor after another collapsed or left. There were still a dozen or so people left in the crater, and even the weakest of them was a 4 stars discerning elementary lockbreaker. It had only taken 2 rounds of the competition to reduce the number of participants from over 1,000 to a dozen. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 692. This was the lockbreaker competition. Even if the innerverse and outerverse were separated, it was still very difficult to win the competition. Any lockbreaker with a single star level was an honored guest of the various great powers, and so many had been eliminated. Not long after, Phelan's rune lines disappeared from Lu Yin's vision, and the second round ended. It had been quick, but it had been cruel. Many people had been eliminated, and only 16 participants remained. Of these people, the one who had the easiest time was not Kai Jinqiang, but Deng Pu. He had not been attacked at all, which made many people unhappy. Many people even started to spread rumors that this year's champion had already been decided. Even the Hall of Insight had heard the rumors, and Saul's expression turned ugly. It was obvious that someone had intentionally spread the news, or else it would not have reached the Hall of Insight in such a short time. When Phelan returned to the Hall of Insight, Saul wanted to say something, but he could not bring himself to do so. After all, Phelan had appeared to be helping him, and he could not afford to offend too many people if he wanted to become the Lockbreaker Society's president. Mr. June was puzzled. Was Phelan also one of Saul's people? If so, then she was too brainless. The third round's location was changed to an altar that was thousands of kilometers away from the Hall of Insight. Whenever there was a major event, countless people from Source Peak Planet would gather at the altar. Source Peak Planet had been the Outerverse Lockbreaker Society's headquarters since ancient times, and major events were usually related to the Lockbreaker Society. Over time, this place had become a place for lockbreakers to offer sacrifices. No one knew when it had started, but many lockbreakers who wanted to unlock source boxes would first come to the altar to pray. At this moment, there were 16 source boxes of various sizes placed on the altar. Countless people had gathered around the altar and were waiting excitedly. This was the location of the third round, and it was a true test of lockbreaking. The 16 participants would draw lots to correspond to the source boxes on the altar. The source boxes were not of the same grade, and there could be perceptive intermediate source boxes, discerning elementary source boxes, or even boundless advanced source boxes. Luck was something that lockbreakers could not lack, and the upper echelons of the Lockbreaker Society valued luck more than their own strength. The third round tested both one's lockbreaking ability and their luck. Saul and the others all arrived at the altar while Lu Yin and the others waited below. Not long after, Yifeng descended and raised his hand. Everyone, pick one. Everyone chose randomly, as they had no idea what the source boxes were like, and they had no way of competing for them. Lu Yin had received lot number 5. Was the box source box was neither too big nor too small. Was it too big? Everyone else looked at the altar. One person's face immediately darkened. He had drawn lot number 12, and the source box corresponding to lot 12 was dozens of meters tall, which was rather eye-catching. Although a source box's rank wasn't determined by its size, the larger the source box, the greater the amount of energy it contained. This was a given. If two source boxes of the same rank were to compare their sizes, then the one with the bigger source box would definitely be at a disadvantage. Many people looked at him with schadenfreude. Even Ku Wei laughed out loud, and the man glared at Ku Wei. His eyes were filled with apprehension, and he could only hope that the source box inside the box was only a discerning elementary source box. Ha, an unlucky bastard! The fish shouted loudly and slapped its tail. Shi-Chi hurriedly apologized to that person. The fish was displeased. Why are you apologizing to him? He's just an unlucky bastard. He'll die on the path of lock-breaking sooner or later. The man was furious. Shut up. The fish stood up and arrogantly raised its fins. What? You want to fight one-on-one? Come on, those words were taught to me by that guy. Fight him one-on-one if you have the ability. As it spoke, it pointed its fins at Ku Wei. Ku Wei blinked. What did it have to do with him? This fish was too vengeful. The man snorted, but he did not say anything. Lu Yin pursed his lips. This fish was still as despicable as ever. Seventh bro, this monkey wants to drink fish soup, the monkey said in a sinister tone. If the monkey could act, Lu Yin did not doubt that the monkey would have stewed the fish. What are you looking at? Haven't you seen such a handsome fish before? A bunch of ugly two-legged beasts. The fish jumped around on Shi-Chi's head, as if it was giving out pointers. Shi-Chi was helpless, but she was already used to it. Oh, there's another familiar face. Hey, two-legged beast, why aren't you greeting Lord Fish when you see him? The fish stared at Lu Yin and continuously slapped its tail. Lu Yin's mouth twitched, as he had been recognized. Seventh bro, let this monkey stew him. I want to drink fish soup. The monkey was furious, as he could not control his temper whenever he faced a fish. Atop the altar, Phelan's eyes flashed, and she immediately stood up. All right, stop arguing. Those who have drawn lots, please take your places. I'll allow you to rest until tomorrow morning and recharge your energy. Lock breaking is limited to 24 hours. Of course, you can also lock break right now, but in any case, the 24 hours will start tomorrow morning. Lu Yin hurriedly rushed up the altar and arrived next to sourcebox number 5. The others followed suit one after another. Shi-Chi was rather far away from him, and as more and more people opened their boxes, the fish no longer had the time to pay attention to him. Lu Yin relaxed. He had used his domain to change his appearance, and even Saul had not been able to see through his disguise. That fish had actually been able to see through his disguise, which was quite peculiar. It was no wonder why Shi-Chi had been able to become a perceptive intermediate lockbreaker with its help. Before Lu Yin could even open the box, a lockbreaker to his right screamed as the box shattered into pieces. The sound of an astral beast galloping about shook the altar, and a somber aura followed. Everyone looked over and saw a strange astral beast phantom condense in the air. Its body had more than 10 heads, and it raised its head and roared. Yifeng immediately appeared on the altar and reached out with a single palm. The astral beast phantom let out an even more intense roar before dissipating with a bang. Yifeng took out another box and sealed the source box before announcing that the lock breaker had been eliminated. He then left. Lu Yin retracted his gaze. The danger from the source box had not been very strong, and it only had the power level of a cruiser. Unfortunately, that lock breaker was only an explorer with very little battle experience, which was why he had been so easily eliminated. If it had been Lu Yin himself, he would have been able to easily disperse the danger. Unfortunately, that source box was only a 4 stars discerning elementary source box, so it was not difficult to unlock. He looked at the others and saw that quite a few had already opened their boxes. Aside from the unlucky person to his right, the others were doing fine. Only one person was a discerning elementary lockbreaker, but he had encountered a 1-star perceptive intermediate source box. Fortunately, there was no danger from the source box, so that person could try to unlock it. In the distance, the man who had drawn the largest source box was apprehensive for a moment, but then he resigned himself to his fate and opened his box. Countless people were attracted to him, as his box was simply too large, to the point that it made them panic. Shi-Chi was also staring at him. When the box was opened, the source box was revealed. Countless people looked over nervously, but what they saw was not the enormous source box that they had imagined. Instead, it was a strange stone source box that was only the size of a palm. Everyone was stunned. That person was stunned as well. What was this? The disparity was too great, and if one did not look carefully, they would not even be able to see the source box. It was too small. Who would place such a small source box in such a large box? In the distance, a perceptive intermediate lockbreaker calmly said, because there was a shortage of spiritual thread boxes, we could only store it this way. Everyone who heard him had the urge to beat him up. Why didn't you just change to a smaller box? The other boxes were barely able to hold the source box, yet you had placed such a small source box in such a large box. You could have stuffed a few hundred source boxes in there. The contestant almost went limp, as he had actually wanted to give up. Fortunately, he had not. Such a small source box would be easy to unlock, and his mood had dropped so much that he had not carefully observed the source box. In his ecstasy, he had jumped into the box and tried to take the source box out, but he had been sent flying. A hurricane had appeared from within the box and swept him away. Although the hurricane's range was small, it had caused the void to crack, and it had surpassed a hunter's strength. Yifeng covered the box once again. Eliminated. Everyone was stunned. What had just happened? Many people could not react in time. That guy had probably been tricked. That source box was small, but it was definitely troublesome. Any source box that contained the strength of a predecessor was not simple. The fish on Shi-Chi's head happily slapped its tail. Idiot, idiot, ha 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 ha. Deng Pu watched coldly from the side. That guy was just a piece of trash who could not even recognize a 5-star perceptive intermediate source box. That guy had definitely been tricked, and many people looked at him sympathetically. Unfortunately, he had already fainted, and his injuries were not light. At the side of the altar, Tong Mi-er waved his hand and opened the box. Everyone looked over as a vast fluctuation swept out, causing the void to distort and even create illusions. When he saw this, Tong Mi-er did not hesitate to jump off the altar and give up. This was a boundless advanced source box. Fiendly nodded in satisfaction. To be able to discover the level of a source box immediately and make the correct judgment, Phelan, your disciple is not bad. Phelan smiled. Thank you for your praise, Senior. Lu Yin looked at the box in front of him, but he was not in a hurry to open it. There were still half of the people on the altar who had not opened their boxes. It was not that they did not dare to, but rather that there was no need for them to do so. To them, it would only take them less than 20 hours to successfully unlock a source box, and if they took more than 20 hours, they would not be able to unlock it. Thus, there was no need for them to do so now. These people had a clear understanding of their own abilities. Of course, there were also those who were more anxious, and Tong Mi was one of them. However, Lu Yin felt that Tong Mi had long since decided to give up on the competition. Everyone was facing the source box on the altar. 4 people had already been eliminated, and there were only 12 left. 5 of them had already begun to unlock the source box, while the remaining 7 had yet to open their boxes. They were all rather calm, but that did not include the fish. Shi-Chi did not open her box, and the fish on her head kept urging her to do so. There's no rush. 20 hours is enough. I'm tired, and I need to rest, Shi-Chi said. Hurry up and open it for Lord Fish. Lord Fish is very curious. No, I need to rest. Just rest. Isn't it the same whether you open it or not? No, my heart is itching. Two-legged beast, have you not tasted Lord Fish's power in a long time? I'm really tired. Shi-Chi was helpless. On the other side of Shi-Chi, Ku Wei smiled and waved. Hey, fish, come to Brother Wei. Brother Wei will open it for you. The fish glared at Ku Wei. Two-legged beast, just you wait. Lord Fish is not done with you. I'll follow you for the rest of my life. Ku Wei smiled happily. That's good. Right, I have a question for you. Do you like chili powder? The fish was furious, and it slapped its tail even harder. Shi-Chi was in pain, and she looked pitifully at Ku Wei. Stop talking. Ku Wei laughed. In the distance, Deng Pu frowned. What a bunch of idiots. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 693. Kai Jinxiang stared seriously at the source box and then at Deng Pu and the others. He took a deep breath, as he was different from these people. He needed a lot of time to unlock, and he could not afford to wait. He waved his hand, and the box opened. Everyone looked over with expectant gazes, and many cursed, hoping that Kai Jinxiang would draw a boundless advanced source box. When the box opened, Kai Jinxiang looked over and relaxed. 1-star perceptive intermediate source box. Great, his luck was not bad. Many felt that it was a pity, as Kai Jinxiang was a 1-star perceptive intermediate lockbreaker, and he had drawn a source box that corresponded to his level. Saul and the others did not care. With Kai Jinxiang's lock-breaking ability, even a discerning elementary source box would take him more than 24 hours to unlock, let alone a perceptive intermediate source box. This person was not a threat at all. Deng Pu did not even look at Kai Jinxiang, as he had never taken Kai Jinxiang seriously. Kai Jinxiang began to unlock the source box. His lock-breaking method was simple and crude, as if he was fighting. He seemed to be forcefully breaking down solid energy, and his actions were crude. Many people were stunned. Could this even be considered lock-breaking? Even Lu Yin was stunned. Kai Jinxiang's actions were like a boorish man holding a pen. This person's lock-breaking ability was very unique. Was this his style, or was it just an act? Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Had Kai Jinxiang's lock-breaking method already returned to its original state? As he listened to the discussions around him, Lu Yin's expression became more and more interesting. So this was the case. A lock-breaking trash and a cultivation genius. There was actually such a person. He turned away and did not look, as this person was not a threat. At this point, there were only 6 people who had yet to open their boxes. The night quickly passed, and the next day, the sky gradually brightened. Two of the participating lockbreakers opened their boxes at the same time, but both were unlucky enough to find source boxes that far exceeded their abilities. One of them was the Serpent Queen, who had unluckily found a boundless advanced source box. Shi-Chi finally opened the box under the fish's constant urging. It was a 2-star perceptive intermediate source box. Shi-Chi grimaced, as she had never unlocked a 2-star perceptive intermediate source box before. Come on, lock-breaking. Lord Fish will teach you. Hurry up, two-legged beast. The fish was very impatient. Shi-Chi acknowledged and then began to attempt to unlock the seal. She instantly unleashed her domain, causing star energy to flow out like water. This was the Cloudwalk realm, which made Luin envious since he was only in the subtle realm. With that in mind, Luin did not wait any longer and opened his case as well. What he saw was a 1-star perceptive intermediate source box. Many people rejoiced in Lu Yin's misfortune, as a 5-star discerning elementary lockbreaker who had encountered a 1-star perceptive intermediate source box would definitely be eliminated. However, Luin himself heaved a sigh of relief. A 1-star perceptive intermediate source box. It wasn't as if he hadn't done any lockbreaking before. Brother, just give up. You're just doing free work for the society, Ku Wei's voice sounded out, and he looked at Luin with a smug expression. He had always paid attention to Luin, as there were very few people who could block his attacks within the same realm as him. Luin smiled at him. Take care of yourself first. Open the box and take a look. Who knows, it might be a boundless advanced source box. Ku Wei curled his lips and casually opened the box. Everyone was stunned. It was actually a 1-star perceptive intermediate. Luin smiled. You seem to be the same as me. Ku Wei's lips curled up. Then let's compete and see who can successfully unlock the source box and become the champion. At the same time, we can also become a perceptive intermediate lockbreaker. Alright, Luin agreed. In the distance, Deng Pu disdainfully opened his case. He had already known what source box was inside, and as expected, it was a 1-star perceptive intermediate source box. Deng Pu himself was a 1-star perceptive intermediate lockbreaker, so it would not be too difficult. He would definitely win this competition in 8 hours at most. Straight Metallic Man walked off the altar and opened his case as well. It was a weapon-shaped source box, and he had only unlocked source boxes that were found within metals. This source box did not have the aura of metal, so he gave up. Thus, there were only 9 competitors left on the altar. The 9 began to unlock their lockbreakers, and each of them had their own methods. Shi-Chi and Deng Pu both took out their lockbreaking tools, and Kai Jinqiang did the same. It was a pair of glasses that looked similar to Casanova's sunglasses. Luin also took out his lockbreaking tool, and his subtle realm control of star energy continuously broke down solid energy. The last time he had unlocked a perceptive intermediate source box, it had taken him 32 hours, and he had immediately fainted after unlocking it. That experience was painful to even think about, but it had greatly improved his lockbreaking ability. Now that he was unlocking another perceptive intermediate source box, although there was more danger, it was not much of a threat. Luin estimated that he would be able to unlock it in 15 hours at most. Everyone on Source Peak Planet stared at the altar. The Wei family, Angie, Aegis, Endless Borders, and the others were all very quiet as they waited for the final moment. That moment was not far away. 5 hours passed, and the 9 competitors were still unlocking their source boxes. However, some of them were calm while others were in pain. Kai Jinqiang was undoubtedly in the most pain. He had started earlier than the others, but his speed was clearly slower. Thus, he took out his second lock-breaking tool, which was something that looked like an antenna that was attached to his head. Many people were stunned when they saw this. Lu Yin inadvertently glanced at it and was also speechless. However, this person was indeed Master Wuxing's younger brother. He actually had 2 lock-breaking tools, while Lu Yin had only obtained 1 so far. However, Lu Yin's thinking was too simple. Kai Jinxiang slowly took out his 3rd lock-breaking tool under everyone's astonished gazes. At this moment, even Saul, Fiendly, and the others were stunned. 3 lock-breaking tools. That was too much. How crazy is this guy when it comes to lock-breaking? He actually has 3 lock-breaking tools, the crowd below the altar discussed. Could Master Wuxing have given them to him? That's impossible. I heard that Master Wuxing only has 1. He's crazy. Isn't he afraid of being robbed? He's thinking too much. Who would dare to rob him unless an enlighter intervened? Don't forget that he's also a lockbreaker. Touching him is equivalent to touching the entire lockbreaker society. With the support of the 3 lock-breaking tools, Kai Jinxiang's speed increased slightly, but only slightly. Lu Yin felt that the 3 lock-breaking tools were not worth it. Another 2 hours quickly passed. Lu Yin glanced at Deng Pu and saw that he was delighted. The number of rune lines on the sourcebox was already very low, which meant that Deng Pu was about to succeed. This would not do. The original plan had indeed been for Deng Pu to win, but since Lu Yin did not want to be the first to do so, it would be better for him to take first place. Otherwise, it would be difficult for him to compete for true insight. This was the final round, and Lu Yin was not worried that Saul would target him. As he thought about this, Lu Yin suddenly released his domain to suppress Deng Pu. It swept out like a gale, and the unprepared Deng Pu was almost sent flying. Deng Pu was furious, and he glared at Lu Yin. Despicable. In the distance, Saul stood up. Despicable. Immediately disqualify him. Phelan's brows rose, as she had not expected Lu Yin to do such a thing. Hadn't they agreed to let Deng Pu win? Saul, don't be anxious. The 3rd round's rules did not mention that we cannot affect the other participants. Are you saying that the entire universe cannot affect you when you're lockbreaking? This is a hurdle that lockbreakers must overcome, Fiendly said. Saul's expression turned ugly, as he obviously knew that in previous lockbreaking competitions, situations had often occurred in the 3rd round where participants affected their opponents while they were lockbreaking. However, this year was different, as Deng Pu was his disciple. That person was courting death by doing such a thing. Deng Pu glared at Lu Yin. Don't make a mistake, or else you won't be able to leave Source Peak Planet. Lu Yin sneered. You're about to succeed. If you don't act now, it'll be too late. What? He's about to succeed. That won't do. Ku Wei's voice rang out, and he then used his domain to crush Deng Pu. Deng Pu almost spat out blood. These 2 bastards. At that moment, a storm surged around them, and the star energy suddenly went berserk. Everyone looked at Kai Jinxiang and saw that he was looking at Deng Pu with an unfriendly gaze. Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat. Was Kai Jinxiang trying to eliminate Deng Pu? That wouldn't do either. If Deng Pu was eliminated, then who would have a reason to cause trouble for Saul? Lu Yin's lips twitched as he thought about it. In the distance, Ku Wei's expression changed, and he looked at Lu Yin. The 2 of them smiled and then simultaneously released their force fields. A towering tree and a finger tap simultaneously blasted towards Kai Jinxiang. Kai Jinxiang was stunned, as he had not expected the 2 of them to attack him at the same time. He would not have cared if they had been ordinary explorers, but Lu Yin and Ku Wei both had the strength to contend with hunters. No matter how powerful Kai Jinxiang was, he had not been able to defend himself against the force fields while lockbreaking. Not only had his lockbreaking been interrupted, but he had also been knocked off the altar by the two force fields. The change had happened too quickly, and no one had expected the two of them to work together to eliminate Kai Jinxiang. Deng Pu had not expected this, as he had thought that he was done for. Saul relaxed, as Kai Jinxiang was not a threat when it came to lock-breaking, but if he had shamelessly affected the other lock-breakers, then the final outcome would have been difficult to predict. Kai Jinxiang stood below the altar and looked up at Lu Yin. He then looked at Ku Wei, but he did not cause any trouble. Instead, he silently put away his 3 lock-breaking tools, leaped up, and tore through the void to leave Source Peak Planet. You even said that you knew the complete true insight, but you can't even memorize it. Of course I can't. The words in true insight can only be understood. They can't be memorized, written, or passed down. Otherwise, the older generation of lockbreakers would have already imprinted true insight throughout the entire universe. A two-legged beast like you doesn't know anything. Shi-Chi whispered, what words can't be memorized? You're just lying. Lu Yin looked at the fish. You really know true insight? Of course. How about it, two-legged beast? Become Lord Yu's mount, and Lord Yu won't treat you badly. The monkey shouted in Lu Yin's mind, 7th bro, don't believe it. It's definitely lying. It's a liar. Let me stew it. Lu Yin was getting a headache from the monkey's shouting, and just as he was about to block it, Phelan's voice rang out. Lu Yin, it's your turn. Act according to the plan. Two-legged beast, how about it? Become Lord Yu's mount. 7th bro, I want to stew it. Lu Yin, it's your turn. I'm sorry, brother Lu. This fish lied to you. Suddenly, Lu Yin heard all sorts of voices, and he couldn't help but frown. Lu Yin, hurry up and act according to the plan. Otherwise, you won't be able to obtain true insight, Phelan said anxiously as she stared at Lu Yin from afar. On the altar, Deng Pu extended his hand, and Saul smiled as he slowly placed true insight in Deng Pu's hand and nodded in satisfaction. Phelan frowned and continuously transmitted her voice to Lu Yin. Lu Yin remained indifferent. Phelan's gaze turned cold, and she retreated several steps before sending a message to her gadget. In the distance, Wei Rong glanced at his gadget. It really isn't reliable. Begin the operation. Deng Pu, receiving true insight means that you will be able to enter the Neoverse Society's headquarters in the future. The innerverse and outerverse will be restored one day, so I hope that you won't disappoint your seniors, Saul said gently as he stared fervently at the box in Deng Pu's hand. Deng Pu hurriedly nodded. Suddenly, the screen in the sky changed, and images of different lockbreakers appeared. Similarly, images of Mr. Jun, Deng Pu, and even Saul appeared on it. Saul looked up in shock, and the screen was actually showing them getting rid of the lockbreakers who were a threat to Deng Pu. Phelan was delighted. Although Lu Yin had not cooperated with them, the plan had still begun, so there wasn't much of a difference. Everyone looked at the screen. No wonder Sir Tan didn't come. He's a 2-star perceptive intermediate lockbreaker. So he's been chased into the astral wilderness. Granny Lon didn't come either. So she's already dead. This was all part of Vice President Saul's scheme. He got people to get rid of the lockbreakers who were a threat to him so that his disciple, Deng Pu, could win and obtain true insight. No wonder Mentor Phelan was so biased towards Deng Pu during the second trial. So there was an inside story. Saul is too despicable. Saul is despicable. On the altar, Saul was so angry that his entire body was trembling. He waved his hand and distorted the void, causing the sky to crack and dispel all of the screens. Who dares to slander me? Saul, as the Lockbreakers Society's vice president, not only did you fail to be impartial and give all lockbreakers a fair competition, but you also secretly used despicable methods to suppress other lockbreakers and even threatened us. Your crimes have already been exposed, so there's no need to quibble. Phelan suddenly shouted, her voice echoing throughout Source Peak Planet. Everyone stared at the screen with wide eyes. If the contents of the screen could be faked, then Phelan's testimony could not be faked. She was one of the Lockbreaker Society's 3 great examiners, and she was a 3-star perceptive intermediate lockbreaker. She was one of the top 10 lockbreakers in the entire Outerverse. Saul's eyes widened. Phelan, it's actually you. Phelan righteously said, Saul, with your many years of contributions to the Society, it's not too late to admit your crimes. Phelan, shut up. What are you trying to do by colluding with outsiders to frame the vice president? Mr. June shouted. Fiendly suddenly spoke up. Let her speak. Saul's eyes narrowed, and he stared at Phelan with an overflowing killing intent. Phelan's expression was one of grief. Vice President Saul's actions have already tarnished the Society's reputation. Rather than having an outsider prove his crimes, it's better for us to expose him. This is also for the Society. Ha 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 ha, what a righteous mentor, Phelan. I've misjudged you. It turns out that you're the greatest threat. Saul laughed and suddenly attacked Phelan. A boundless advanced lockbreaker's attack caused everyone's scalps to go numb. All of Source Peak Planet's energy was drawn in, forming a visible hurricane that condensed into a terrifying attack that enveloped Phelan. The void completely shattered, and the heavens and earth collided. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat. At this moment, Saul's rune line skyrocketed, and the range of his attack had already covered the surrounding region. Even more terrifying was that the star energy within their bodies was being stripped away. This level of control over star energy had already surpassed Lu Yin's understanding, and it surpassed that of any powerhouse he had ever encountered, including Elder Lohar. This was the ability of a boundless advanced lockbreaker. Although Saul was only a peak hunter, his true strength was unfathomable. Lockbreakers were known as the strongest of their peers, and it was not an exaggeration. Often, a genius lockbreaker could challenge someone who was a realmbreaker. For Saul to become the Outerverse Lockbreaker Society's vice president, he must have been at the same level as Casanova when he was younger. Phelan's pupils shrank as she felt an indescribable pressure. Her face went pale, as she could neither block nor evade this attack. Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of her. It was Fiendly. Saul, speak clearly before you attack. Fiendly, there's no point in saying anything more. Since Phelan dares to step forward at this time, she must have made her preparations. Haven't you noticed? There are quite a few uninvited guests on Source Peak Planet. Saul barked as he mercilessly attacked. Fiendly raised an eyebrow and raised a hand. The powerful star energy was actually restrained. They had the same level of star energy control, and only he was a match for Saul. Fiendly, are you really going to oppose me? Saul barked. Fiendly raised his head. You've already committed a grave mistake, but based on your many years of contributions, you'll at most be stripped of your position as vice president. However, if you kill Mentor, there will be no turning back. Saul, think carefully. Saul arrogantly replied, Jeffrey isn't here, and no one in the Outerverse is my opponent. Wherever I am, the Lockbreaker Society will be. Aside from me, no one else has the qualifications to be president. At worst, I'll just deal with you traitors and reorganize the society. He then vanished. Fiend Li's face sank, and he disappeared as well. The next moment, the star energy in the area was forcefully plundered by the two. Lockbreakers did not need any battle techniques in a battle, what they relied on was their control of star energy. Any battle technique required the support of star energy, and they were engaging in the most fundamental of battles. Any cultivator would be at a disadvantage when facing a lockbreaker. Lu Yin had experienced this firsthand. No matter how strong a battle technique was, once its star energy was stolen, it would be at the mercy of a lockbreaker. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 695. The battle between lockbreakers had opened a new window for Lu Yin. If he could raise his star energy control to the level of these two, then no hunter would be his opponent. Even Aiden, who had an unparalleled defense, would be at a disadvantage after being deprived of his star energy. As the Society's vice president, Saul had nurtured many lockbreakers over the years, and he also had many trusted aides. His actions meant that the Society would split apart, and the battle between lockbreakers had begun. Phelan was the first to be attacked by Mr. June, and Yi Feng blocked the attack for her. The surrounding perceptive intermediate lockbreakers also made their moves, and the chaotic battle between lockbreakers on Source Peak Planet began. Saul was not stupid. Although he did not know what Phelan and the Wei family were planning, since he had the ability to deal with the lockbreakers who were threatening Dengpu, and he also wanted to become the Society's president, he had naturally made preparations. He had already controlled a considerable number of lockbreakers and cultivators, so it would not be easy to defeat him. In the distance, Wei Rong watched as Source Peak Planet trembled, and he sighed in admiration. As expected of a battle between top-notch lockbreakers, even an enlighter might be at a disadvantage against them. At this moment, Angie arrived and looked at Wei Rong. "Let's begin." Wei Rong nodded and then ordered on his gadget, "Begin immediately." In the sky, the cultivators in Endless Borders spacecraft all walked out of the space station and flew towards the Hall of Insight. At the same time, a group of cultivators of unknown origins appeared on Source Peak Planet, and they all rushed towards the Hall of Insight. Below the altar, Lu Yin could see that there were chaotic battles everywhere. However, Saul had fewer people, and he quickly fell into a disadvantage. Still, Saul was too strong, and in Lu Yin's eyes, Fiend Li's rune lines were much weaker than Saul's. Fiend Li might be able to hold on for a short period of time, but he would not be able to last for long. Aiden came to Lu Yin's side. "Let's go. It's too dangerous here, and this planet could collapse easily." Lu Yin's eyes flickered, and he suddenly thought of something. He looked around for Dengpu, as true insight was still in Dengpu's hands. Suddenly, Lu Yin's scalp went numb as a bone-chilling sensation enveloped him. He subconsciously used the secret sidestep to move his body, but a thin ray of light streaked past him and tore through the void. It pierced through several cultivators and lockbreakers in the distance before disappearing from the world. Lu Yin suddenly turned to look to his right, where a lockbreaker was staring at him coldly. Lu Yin recognized this person as one of the 16 lockbreakers who had participated in the third round of the competition. This person had been eliminated early on, but he had still dared to attack Lu Yin. Furthermore, his attack was so fierce that it caused Lu Yin to shiver. The rune lines of that thin ray of light were not any weaker than an ordinary enlighter's attack, and it had come from this lockbreaker's left eye. Before Aiden could even react, the lockbreaker's right eye changed. Lu Yin's pupils shrank. Not good. A second attack is coming. Just as he thought this, a thin ray of light tore through the void and shot towards him. Lu Yin waved his hand and activated the Use secret art. The thin ray of light changed direction and shot towards the sky, leaving a black spatial tear in the sky. Aiden was shocked, and he immediately pulled out his thunder shield to block in front of Lu Yin. Who ambushed me? Lu Yin pushed him aside and walked over to the lockbreaker. This person was already dead, and his rune lines had completely dissipated. Lu Yin looked at the lockbreaker's pitch-black eye sockets and thought for a moment. He raised a hand and pressed down on the lockbreaker's head. His expression changed, and he exerted a bit of force. Crack! The head shattered, but no blood flowed out. Only a shattered chip remained, and a few seconds later, the chip crumbled to the ground. Lu Yin's gaze turned solemn, and he looked at the scene in confusion. What happened? Aiden asked. Lu Yin shook his head, as he did not know either. This person had inexplicably tried to kill him, and he had even used an attack that could rival an Enlighter's. This was an Enlighter's attack, not a hunter's. There were only a few Enlighters in the Outerverse, but this person had been able to unleash such a murderous attack. Lu Yin observed the lockbreaker who had tried to assassinate him. In the distance, Ku Wei stared at him with shining eyes. The Yu's secret art, the Yu's secret art. I found it. So those old fellows weren't wrong. The Yu bloodline really is hiding in the Outerverse. It's a pity that the Innerverse and Outerverse are separated. This guy won't be easy to deal with. There was a rumble, and Source Peak Planet trembled as the ground cracked open. Countless people turned to look in the direction of the Hall of Insight. In the sky, Saul and Fiendly also turned to look. The Hall of Insight is under attack. Someone is trying to take advantage of the chaos to attack it. Saul's expression turned ugly. Fiendly, the Hall of Insight contains the Society's treasures from countless years ago. Nothing must happen to it. Fiendly looked down. Yifeng, go guard the Hall of Insight. Yifeng flew over without hesitation. Phelan looked in the direction of the Hall of Insight, and her expression changed several times. She knew that she had been tricked. The Wei family's goal was not as simple as making her the president. They had their eyes on the society's countless years of accumulated treasures and wanted to seize them to create another society. But so what if she knew? She could not give up on the current situation. Saul had to die, and only by becoming president could she slowly settle the score with the Wei family in the future. Fiendly, why don't we deal with the outsiders first? Nothing must happen to the Hall of Insight. Saul was anxious. Fiendly snorted. With the protection of the Sourcebox array and Yifeng's support, nothing will happen to the Hall of Insight. Saul, the greatest threat right now is you. Admit your crimes and resign from your position as vice president, and you can still stay on Source Peak Planet. Don't be stubborn. Arrogant. You think you can do that? Saul angrily attacked. Below, Shi-Chi hid in a corner and looked around nervously. What should we do? Find that familiar two-legged beast and have him protect you. The fish flapped its tail and pointed at Lu Yin with its fin. Shi-Chi was confused. Familiar? Who is it? How could Lord Fish remember your two-legged beast's codename? Find him, the fish shouted. Shi-Chi grunted and then ran over to Lu Yin. Around them, Straight Metallic Man, Serpent Queen, and Tong Mir were all attacking a perceptive intermediate lockbreaker. Deng Pu had long since disappeared, and Kai Jinqiang had left the moment he had been eliminated in the third round. In the distance, a group of cultivators appeared in the Hall of Insight, causing a massacre to break out everywhere. The Hall of Insight was protected by a Sourcebox array and had a fixed amount of star energy. Any cultivator who entered the Hall of Insight would be at a disadvantage, as they definitely could not compete with lockbreakers in terms of star energy. However, this group of cultivators did not rely on battle techniques, but rather on technological weapons and physical strength. They attacked like madmen, as they were all from Aegis. For a mercenary organization like Aegis, there were too many places in the universe where star energy could not be used. They had long since made preparations, and they did not lack madmen who could temper their bodies or technological weapons. Calling for more lockbreakers to join the Hall of Insight's defense. The person guarding the Hall of Insight was a 2-star perceptive intermediate lockbreaker, and he was President Jeffrey's trusted aide. His job was to guard the Hall of Insight and not leave. At this point, his hands were stained with the blood of dozens of people, and even more Aegis mercenaries were rushing over. Of course, these lockbreakers did not know that these people were from Aegis. Aside from Aegis, there were also cultivators from the Wei family, the Umbral Butterfly tribe, and the Suna Weave's Ghost Shadow Sword sect. The Ghost Shadow Sword sect was a sword sect that was equally famous as the Moke Sword sect in the Suna Weave. Their sword techniques were strange and unpredictable, and their figures moved like ghosts. They were very difficult to deal with, especially since many of their sword techniques did not require star energy, and they were famous in the surrounding weaves. This time, the Ghost Shadow Sword sect had cooperated with the Wei family and the Umbral Butterfly tribe to obtain the Lockbreaker Society's countless treasures. The perceptive intermediate Lockbreaker clenched his fist, and his star energy transformed into a gale that tore through the air, tearing apart dozens of mercenaries in front of him. Fresh blood splattered across the ground. Overhead, a cultivator descended and sent out palm shadows, but he was repelled by the perceptive intermediate lockbreaker. His star energy was weakened, and all his battle techniques were useless against a perceptive intermediate lockbreaker. Who are you people? How dare you attack the Lockbreaker Society? Are you not afraid of death? No one replied to him. Now that the Innerverse and Outerverse had been separated, both the Lockbreaker Society and the Youth Council had lost their support. Roughly 2 years had passed, and the fear they once had disappeared. On the contrary, these once enormous organizations had gradually become fat sheep in the eyes of the Outerverse's countless powers. Not too far away from the Hall of Insight, Wei Rong smiled. Once enormous organizations have been wiped away by time. What a magnificent scene. Miss Angie, did you ever think that you would one day be able to witness the collapse of Source Peak Planet? Angie's expression was solemn. This was the Lockbreaker Society's headquarters, and they had not dared to offend even a single lockbreaker in the past for fear of retaliation. Now, however, they were crazily attacking the Society's headquarters. 2 years ago, this would have been unthinkable, but now, they had done it. Who would have thought that the dignified Lockbreaker Society would be on the verge of collapse? Angie asked. Wei Rong smiled. This is just the beginning. Angie was confused. The beginning. Wei Rong's lips curled up. Have you ever thought about it? There are many enormous organizations in the Outerverse that rely on their connections with the Innerverse and even the Neoverse to abuse their power. They have accumulated too many resources and have too many secrets. These organizations have been behemoths that the 72 weaves of the Outerverse have not dared to offend for countless years. But now, we've destroyed the Lockbreaker Society's headquarters. Angie's expression changed. So that's your goal? Wei Rong laughed. Shamrock Enterprises, the Mavis Bank, the Youth Council, and the Aurora Corporation. Which one of these giants hasn't exploited the Outerverse for countless years? Their tentacles extend to every corner of the Outerverse, and even newborn children know about these organizations. What we need to do is to destroy them and obtain their resources to strengthen ourselves. In the future, the Innerverse and Outerverse will definitely recover. At that time, the Outerverse will no longer fear the Innerverse, and we will be on equal footing with them. Angie looked at Wei Rong in shock. The greater a person's ambition, the greater their future would be. At this moment, Angie deeply felt Wei Rong's boundless ambition that was like the starry sky. Her heart rippled, and the way she looked at Wei Rong gradually changed. Wei Rong smiled and looked at Angie. He reached out and lifted her chin. Tell me, if we can destroy all of these organizations, how strong can we become? Can we unify the Outerverse? If it had been a normal hunter or even a peak hunter, Gemini Ghost would not have needed to expend so much effort, but lockbreakers were different. A perceptive intermediate lockbreaker was more than enough to discover the traces of the dual-hard ghost sword. The only perceptive intermediate lockbreaker had died, and Gemini Ghost had gone on a killing spree, staining the Hall of Insight with blood. In the distance, near the altar, Shi-Chi found Lu Yin, and the two stared at each other. Do you need something? Lu Yin asked. Shi-Chi looked at Lu Yin. Who are you? Lu Yin was speechless. If you don't know who I am, then why are you looking for me? Shi-Chi apologetically replied, the fish said that you're an acquaintance. Hey, familiar two-legged beast. Do you want to be Lord Fish's mount? There are benefits for you, the fish spoke. Bro, is it dangerous? Let's go together. Ku Wei seemed to have lost his mind as he approached Lu Yin. When he saw Ku Wei, the fish became angry. You insolent two-legged beast, make your ancestors crawl out of their graves and pay respects to Lord Fish. Ku Wei rolled his eyes. Go by yourself. I can send you there, and I'll add some cumin while I'm at it. Impudent, two-legged beast. You're just a mount. I'll ride you, Fish. You're infuriating Lord Fish. Familiar two-legged beast, beat him up, and Lord Fish will teach you true insight. Lu Yin pursed his lips and gave Aiden a look. He then walked to the side and turned on his gadget, only to discover that the signal had been blocked. He immediately used his honor points to contact Wang Wen, as no one could block the Hall of Honor's signal. In an important place like Source Peak Planet, the Hall of Honor would definitely have a secret signal. Sure enough, the call connected, and Wang Wen's voice sounded. How is it? Lu Yin explained the situation, including how Fiendly had stalled Saul, the battle between Mr. June and Phelan, and the huge battle that was taking place in the distant Hall of Insight. Hall of Insight. Could that be Wei Rong's goal? Wang Wen was puzzled, as even with his intelligence, he could not immediately see through Wei Rong's plans. Lu Yin frowned. The Lockbreaker Society has collected treasures over countless years, so that's a plausible goal. Impossible. You mortals can't understand the thoughts of smart people like us. If Wei Rong was so shallow, then he wouldn't be worthy of my attention, Wang Wen said. Lu Yin realized that many of the people around him were speaking rather infuriatingly, but there was nothing he could do about it. What does a smart person like you think I should do now? Lu Yin grumbled. Wang Wen pondered for a moment. Have you heard of the law of timely advantage? No. The so-called law of timely advantage refers to taking into account the current situation and your status to do what is most beneficial to you. You only need to do one thing right now, and that is to expose your identity and use your status as the future leader of the Great Eastern Alliance, a member of the Hall of Honor, and a 5-star discerning elementary lockbreaker to lead the other lockbreakers to defend the Hall of Insight. It's for nothing else but your reputation. Will it work? Lu Yin asked. Wang Wen replied, whether or not it works, you must do it. Or you can hide your identity and go to the Hall of Insight to seize resources. Your choice. Lu Yin did not hesitate. Resources could be obtained at any time, but reputation was different. His vision could not be limited to the Eastern Weaves, and if he wanted to advance further, the support of the Lockbreakers would be unavoidable. The reason why he did not want to stand out like Phelan was because he did not want to offend the Lockbreaker Society. On the other hand, if the Lockbreaker Society supported him, then the benefits he would receive would be immense. He would not give up his reputation for the sake of resources. "I'll keep you updated, so don't hang up," Lu Yin said. Then, under Ku Wei and Shi Qi's gazes, he changed his appearance and leapt up. His loud voice echoed throughout Source Peak Planet. "My name is Lu Yin. All lockbreakers, listen up. The Hall of Insight is in danger. Everyone, please protect the Hall of Insight with me and protect the Lockbreaker Society's foundation. My name is Lu Yin. All lockbreakers, listen up. The Hall of Insight is in danger. Everyone, please protect the Hall of Insight with me and protect the Lockbreaker Society's foundation. My name is Lu Yin. All lockbreakers, listen up. The Hall of Insight is in danger. Everyone, please protect the Hall of Insight with me and protect the Lockbreaker Society's foundation." Lu Yin's voice echoed throughout Source Peak Planet, causing countless people to be shocked. Phelan's face turned ugly, as Lu Yin had only made a move now, and against one of her own. This Lu Yin was truly hateful. Mr. Jun's expression changed. Lu Yin had actually come. When had he come? In the distance, Wei Rong's brows rose. Lu Yin. This was troublesome, as this person was still standing on the opposing side. Fortunately, the moment that Lu Yin had appeared on Source Peak Planet, they had already made preparations. Wei Rong was not as brainless as Phelan, and this Lu Yin was not an ordinary person. Angie frowned, as she had some understanding of Lu Yin. Back in the Astral Combat Academy, this person had been audacious enough to ban the Day-Night clan, but nothing had happened in the end. He was a lawless yet intelligent person, and the fact that he had made a move at this time proved that he had a certain level of confidence. She subconsciously looked at Wei Rong, and when she saw his confident expression, her heart calmed down. As long as Wei Rong was here, Lu Yin would not be a problem. Behind Angie, Mu had a complicated expression. Seventh Bro had still made a move. "So it's Brother Lu. That's great." Shi Qi was delighted. The fish looked at her with disdain. "You only know how to count on others. This mount of yours is too unreliable." Ku Wei looked at Lu Yin in astonishment. This person was the royal regent of Frostwave Weave's Great Yu Empire. Ku Wei had been ordered to infiltrate Frostwave Weave in order to verify whether or not the Yushan bloodline was part of the Yu family. He had met this person before, but before the inner-verse and outer-verse had been separated, the clan's elders had said that the Yushan bloodline was not part of the Yu family, which had led Ku Wei to abandon Frostwave Weave and travel the universe. However, this person had clearly used the Yu's secret art. Was the clan's elders' information wrong, or was there some other reason? The Yushan bloodline was definitely part of the Yu family. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 697. Who else dares to oppose me? I'm the Society's vice president. Are you all trying to rebel? Saul shouted, his voice echoing throughout Source Peak Planet. In the distance, Wei Rong sighed in amazement. As expected of the Society's vice president. His strength is comparable to an Enlighter's. In fact, he might even surpass ordinary Enlighters, P-Angel said. Lockbreakers already possess strength that surpasses cultivators of the same generation. These people are all gifted, P. Wei Rong smiled. So what? Brainless people will always be brainless, P. Outside the Hall of Insight, Aiden raised his thunder shield in front of him and blocked all the attacks from the technological weapons. Straight Metallic Man and the other lockbreakers took advantage of this opportunity to charge in. P. Fiendly had been defeated so quickly, and Saul's rune lines had increased once again. This meant that Wei Rong's true trump card was about to be revealed. P above the planet, an old man tore through the void and descended above Source Peak planet. He took a step forward and tore through the void. His body appeared directly above Source Peak planet's altar, less than a kilometer away from Saul. Saul gloomily stared at the old man in front of him. He knew that things would not be so simple, as everyone knew that Fiendly was not his opponent. Saul had also guessed that another expert would appear later, but he had not expected it to be this person. Lord Egret was an enlighter with a power level of over 250,000. Even among enlighters, he was considered an elite. Vice President Saul, long time no see, Lord Egret said with emotion as he looked at Saul. Saul's gaze turned cold. Lord Egret, you dare to make an enemy out of the Lockbreakers Society? Lord Egret smiled. If the innerverse and outerverse had not been separated, then I wouldn't dare. But now, what's the harm in trying? What price did those people pay for you to take action? I can pay double that price, Saul said coldly. Lord Egret shook his head. At our level, ordinary prices will not move us. You don't need to waste your efforts. Since that's the case, then the outerverse will lose an enlighter, Saul said as he raised a hand and pressed down on Lord Egret. Lord Egret's eyes flashed, as he had been waiting for this moment for a long time. He had wanted to battle with Saul for a long time to prove that lockbreakers who could challenge above their realms were nothing more than a joke. Lord Egret made a move, and the might of an enlighter was not something that a normal cultivator could compare to. If he moved, the entire world would be turned upside down. With just one strike, Saul had sensed how terrifying Lord Egret was, and Lord Egret had also sensed the threat from Saul. More importantly, Source Peak planet was cracking all over. Although Saul had schemed against many lockbreakers, that was only because he wanted to become the president of the Outerverse Lockbreakers Society, not because he wanted Source Peak planet to be destroyed. He still had a lot of sentiments towards this planet, and Source Peak planet could not be destroyed. Once it was destroyed, the Outerverse Lockbreakers Society's prestige would be completely destroyed. Thinking about this, Saul flew into the starry sky without saying a word. Lord Egret smiled faintly. It did not matter. He only wanted to fight. The battle between Saul and Lord Egret had escalated the situation, and any enlighter who joined the battle would no longer be involved in an ordinary battle. Most people would never see an enlighter in their entire lives. Ponley Luin and a small group of people had already gotten used to this. After all, there were quite a few enlighters in Iron Blood Weave. No matter how earth-shattering the battle between Saul and Lord Egret was, it would not affect the current Source Peak star. They were getting further and further away from the planet. There was a loud boom, and a huge hole appeared in the ground of the Hall of Insight. Shi-Chi's face changed. Brother Lu, those people are destroying the Hall of Insight. Pluine suddenly charged out, and his force field condensed into a towering tree. Countless branches extended out and wrapped around the mercenaries, and many cultivators appeared from all directions to attack them. Luin was most familiar with the umbral butterfly tribe cultivators, as they were absorbing the energy from the surrounding plants. There was also a group of cultivators who were very strange. Their figures were almost ghostly, and they were difficult to see with the naked eye. I never thought that the Ghost Shadow Sword sect would send people here as well. Ku Wei leaped out of his original position and pointed at a place where no one was around. Although he was clearly pointing at the air, blood seeped out of his fingertip. It was not his own blood, but that of a swordsman cultivator. Shi-Chi was confused. The Ghost Shadow Sword sect. Ku Wei smiled at her. It's a very famous sword sect from the Sancta Weave. It's as famous as the Moke Sword sect. Pluyen's heart sank when he heard this. Another power had appeared. Just how much power had Wei Rong gathered? Suddenly, Lu Yin's pupils shrank as a terrifying number of rune lines appeared in the air. This number was no less than Aiden's, which meant that this was a peak hunter. Lu Yin wanted to call out to Aiden, but Aiden was still at the forefront, and the owner of these rune lines was already closing in on him. Lu Yin did not dare to be careless, and he was about to put on his universal armor. However, after some thought, he decided against it. If he ran into danger, then he would run. He could not wear his universal armor for the rest of his life. Brother Lu, let's go in, Shi-Chi said. Before Lu Yin could say anything, the fish above her head continuously slapped its tail. Mount, quick, go in. Quick, don't worry about him, why? Shi-Chi was confused. She looked at Ku Wei again, but he was already gone. This fellow's perception of danger was no less than Lu Yin's. Perhaps he could not see the rune lines, but he had his own methods. Before he left, he even glanced at Lu Yin sympathetically. Lu Yin's face turned solemn, and a bead of sweat rolled down his forehead. Shi-Chi, you go first. Leave quickly. Shi-Chi acknowledged, and then she headed towards the interior of the Hall of Insight. However, before she could take more than a few steps, the rune lines suddenly rushed towards her. The fish shouted, "Run! There's danger!" Shi-Chi's face paled, and she instantly felt as if she had fallen into an ice cellar. Her entire body went cold, and she could not move at all. It was as if an invisible killing intent had wrapped around her, and she had fallen into a death trap that she could not escape from. Pa's sword emerged from the void and appeared right in front of Shi-Chi's eyes, thrusting towards her forehead. The fish's entire body stood upright, and no one knew what it was trying to do. At that moment, Lu Yin grabbed Shi-Chi and flung her away. His face brushed past the sword, and he used secret sidestep to avoid the blade. He then raised a finger, and his eyes went slack as he used the dream finger. The void froze as the dream finger traversed through space and descended into nothingness. There, a shadow appeared. Lu Yin thought that it was just one shadow, but strangely, a second shadow appeared at the same time. The two shadows overlapped, and a second sword appeared at the same time, pointing straight at Lu Yin. The fish's true target was Lu Yin. The twin ghosts were Wei Rong's backup plan, and they were worthy of being called the top experts of the Ghost Shadow Sword sect. They could do things that even enlighters could not. The twin ghosts could use their swords in 4 directions, and the dream finger could hit one of them while the other's sword could take Lu Yin's life. Ever since he had found out that Lu Yin was coming to Source Peak Planet, Wei Rong had done some research on him. From his point of view, the twin ghosts had a very low chance of killing Lu Yin. After all, Lu Yin had external items that could allow him to participate in the battle between enlighters. However, Wei Rong had not expected Lu Yin to not rely on external items. The twin ghosts' goal had changed, and now, they wanted to kill this person. However, both the twin ghosts and Wei Rong had underestimated Lu Yin. They knew that Lu Yin had a secret technique that could redirect attacks, and they also knew that Lu Yin had external items that could block attacks. However, they had not known about the Dream Finger's existence. Lu Yin's lack of external items had made the twin ghosts careless, and the finger had been mistaken for a secret technique. After all, the twin ghosts could not avoid this finger, and they had been prepared to endure it. The price was that the second sword had a 100% chance of killing Lu Yin. However, when Lu Yin activated the Use Secret Art, the twin ghost's second sword was redirected just as the dream finger was about to strike him. The dream finger forced the twin ghosts back, and half of their bodies went numb. Some parts of their bodies even split apart, dyeing their clothes red. The twin ghosts spat out a mouthful of blood and disappeared into the void. He had been injured, and this finger was even more terrifying than he had imagined. It possessed an incomprehensible destructive power and an indescribable pressure. Not too far away, Shi-Chi was stunned. In the distance, Ku Wei's brows rose. What a terrifying attack. This guy's strength is terrifying, and it will be very difficult to seize the Yu's secret art. The Dream Finger was his trump card, and he did not want to reveal it. Otherwise, he would be targeted just like the gun he had used before, and it would be very difficult for him to obtain it against another powerhouse. However, he was speechless when he discovered that there were still quite a few people who had seen the Dream Finger, including Shi-Chi and Ku Wei. He could not just kill all of them, so he felt a little helpless. Although the twin ghosts had been heavily injured by the Dream Finger, his rune lines had not decreased by much, and they were still around. The twin ghosts thought that their bodies were ghostly and that no one could see them, but Lu Yin knew where they were. He just could not hit them. It was just like back in Iron Blood Weave, when those in lighter realm astral beasts had fled into the void. Even if Lu Yin had a gun that could kill them, it would be useless if he could not hit them. At this moment, a lockbreaker ran out from within the Hall of Insight and shouted in a daze, "The treasury has been robbed. The society's treasures from countless years are gone. They're gone, be careful." Shi-Chi shouted. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 698. Outside the Hall of Insight, countless people on Source Peak Planet watched this scene with sorrowful gazes. The Hall of Insight was Source Peak Planet's holy land, and it was also their faith. Source Peak Planet had become famous throughout the universe because of the Lockbreaker Society, and the Hall of Insight represented the Lockbreaker Society. But now, everything was gone. The collapse of the Hall of Insight seemed to represent the end of an era, and the end of an era where the great powers had monopolized the universe. What came next was a reshuffling of the Outerverse power structure, which was exactly what Wei Rong wanted. Only by breaking the current structure could a new structure be established. Everyone watched as the Hall of Insight completely collapsed and crashed into the mountain range below. Wei Rong laughed. "This is the first, but it won't be the last. Let's go." He then leaped into the sky. Everyone else followed Wei Rong into space. The collapse of the Hall of Insight caused many lockbreakers to go crazy, as they were also afraid of being affected. As the masterminds behind the scenes, it would be an injustice if they were killed by the shockwaves. Lu Yin and the others crashed into the mountain range along with the ruins of the Hall of Insight, and Gemini Ghost took the opportunity to launch a sneak attack. This time, he had learned his lesson and used 4 swords instead of 2. Even if this person had a way to block one of the swords and redirect the other, it was impossible for him to block all 4 swords. After all, this person was just an explorer, and the difference in power between them could not be overcome. Lu Yin did not plan on leveling the gap. For some reason, the collapse of the Hall of Insight gave him the urge to unleash his power. He raised his hand, and a spear appeared in his hand. His spiritual force swept out in all directions, and many mercenaries and independent cultivators who had not been able to retreat in time were knocked unconscious by the sudden surge of spiritual force. The lockbreakers were slightly better off, as their spiritual force surpassed that of ordinary cultivators. The mercenaries were the worst off. Their physical bodies were tough precisely to deal with an environment where star energy was scarce, and they had 0 resistance to spiritual force attacks. The moment the spear appeared, the mercenaries were finished. Gemini Ghost was horrified, and he quickly retreated. His spiritual force resistance was very weak, and he might not even be as strong as the mercenaries. This was because he was conjoined and shared a heart, which meant that his spiritual force resistance was split in half. Even a hunter's spiritual force resistance was about the same as a cruiser's. P. With the spear in hand, Lu Yin's aura was awe-inspiring, and the spear's unbridled spiritual force pressure caused everyone to look at him in awe. P. With a whoosh, the spear stabbed out, aiming directly at the twin ghosts. P. The Gemini ghosts were shocked. They had hidden in the void, so how had this person found them? Phi's essence, qi, and spirit swept through the void, and the twin ghosts retreated again. Plu Yin discovered that this person was very afraid of spiritual force attacks. He thought about it for a moment before stabbing out with his spear again. This time, it wasn't aimed at the Gemini ghosts, but rather at a umbral butterfly tribe cultivator. The spear descended, and that cultivator didn't even have time to react before his body was pierced. A drop of blood and a cosmic ring from his hand disappeared into Lu Yin's hand. The next moment, Lu Yin changed his target, and the cultivators and mercenaries who were attacking the Hall of Insight all died tragically. Their blood and cosmic rings were all collected by Lu Yin. He didn't know who had taken the Research Society's treasures or if they had transported them out. He didn't need to know. He could just kill them all. Since the Gemini ghosts didn't dare to approach Lu Yin, the others were even less of a match for him. Wei Rong quickly learned that he had returned to an endless shipping spaceship in the starry sky. He looked at the hologram in front of him with an ugly expression. Angie frowned and stared at Lu Yin, who was slaughtering his way through the screen. She hadn't seen him for a while, but he had become even more terrifying. Back in the Astral Combat Academy, this person had been lawless despite having just broken through to the Lamita realm. No, he had dared to provoke an area master when he was just a melder. Later on, he had banned the Day-Night clan and offended many of the Interverse's great powers, including those from the 8 Great Flow Zones. After leaving the Astral Combat Academy, he had become famous throughout the universe. During the Sea King's son-in-law selection in the Starfall Sea, this person had defeated Mu Rong and Ling Kai, becoming the undisputed strongest Lamiter. During the battle on planet Pyrolite, this person had almost single-handedly taken the largest pyrolite mine. After the Innerverse and Outerverse had been separated, his strength had soared, and he had even killed Enlighters with his power level as a Lamiter, shocking the universe. The central weave was affected by the separation of the Innerverse and Outerverse, so it was difficult to receive news from the eastern weaves. However, Angie had never given up on news of Lu Yin. After all, this person gave her the feeling that he was a genius of the universe. Now, this person had become even more terrifying. He hadn't relied on any external items to block the Gemini ghosts' attacks, and he had even managed to injure them. He was only an explorer, so how had he done this? If Wei Rong's intelligence was close to that of a demon, then Lu Yin's cultivation was close to that of a demon. We've achieved our goal. Everyone, retreat. Don't get entangled with Lu Yin, Wei Rong ordered. He could tell that Lu Yin was a troublesome person, and he had an endless stream of trump cards. Wei Rong dared to guarantee that this person definitely had even more trump cards that he had yet to reveal. He hadn't even worn the kind of external defensive universal armor that would allow him to participate in an Enlighter's battle. PNG sighed. Even Wei Rong didn't want to provoke Lu Yin anymore. He really was an extreme person. Pa Mu looked at Lu Yin on the screen and relaxed slightly. Seventh Bro was indeed Seventh Bro, and he was still as powerful as ever. Wei Rong could make it difficult for Saul to move, but he couldn't deal with Seventh Bro. Following Wei Rong's orders, the Gemini ghosts were the first to retreat, while the rest scattered and retreated. There were too many cultivators attacking the Hall of Insight, and there were at least several thousand of them. Even if Lu Yin used his pike to sweep through them and had the help of the other lockbreakers, it was impossible for him to kill all of them. He could only kill a portion of them. When he saw the rune lines that represented the Gemini ghosts leave, he did not chase after them, as it was useless. The heavens constantly trembled, and star energy gathered abnormally. That was the battlefield between Saul and Lord Egret. Findlay had been heavily injured by Saul and had only recovered after the Hall of Insight collapsed, but it was already too late. He looked at the distant Hall of Insight that had already disappeared with a sorrowful expression. It had been many years since the Outerverse Lockbreaker Society had been established, and it had never suffered such a great humiliation. The Hall of Insight had been destroyed, and the treasury was now completely empty. This was definitely a huge blow to the remaining lockbreakers. I've let Jeffrey down, and I've let down the lockbreakers. Findlay looked up and sighed. Below the altar, Mr. June had fled. Phelan clenched her fists in anger. The Wei family, the Umbral Butterfly tribe, the ghostly sword sect, Aegis, and Endless Borders had all betrayed her. What she wanted was to become president, not to disintegrate the Lockbreaker Society. She clearly knew that these people had done it, but she could not expose them. No one could understand the grief and indignation that she felt. No, there could not be any more losses. True insight. As long as they had true insight, the Lockbreaker Society's heart would not falter. As for the Hall of Insight, she could rebuild it after she became the Society's president. The 4 trees had not been damaged, and the sourcebox array still existed. That was the most important thing. Phelan began to search for Deng Pu, but he had disappeared a long time ago. When Saul and Findlay had first started fighting, Luin had searched for Deng Pu, but he had not been able to find him. Findlay leaped up and charged into outer space. The culprits who had destroyed the Hall of Insight were still in outer space, and he was unwilling to give up. The Hall of Insight had been destroyed, and there was nothing he could do about it. However, the treasures had to be recovered. Outer space, aboard an Endless Borders spacecraft, news of Findlay's pursuit arrived. Wei Rong smiled. It's just as I expected. That old fogey is courting death. Findlay raised a hand and slapped the spacecraft. Suddenly, the void rippled, and twin ghosts appeared. With their sword techniques that could rival Enlighters, they left dozens of sword wounds on Findlay's body. In the end, they allowed Findlay to fall back to Source Peak Planet. These old fogies always think that it's still their era, but they don't know that it's already changed. Wei Rong smiled. Angie replied, it changed the moment the innerverse and outerverse were separated. Wrong. Wei Rong looked at Angie seriously. It changed the moment the 10 arbiters were born. From that moment on, the universe became younger. Angie did not understand. Wei Rong turned back to look at the screen, and the image changed to reveal Lu Yin's figure once again. The 10 arbiters are products of the great changes of the era, and so is this person, and so am I. It's just that I don't know who will be at the forefront of this era. I'm working hard to open up a new era and lead the way, but it all depends on whether or not these people are willing to take the lead. Angie listened to Wei Rong's muttering, but she could not understand a single word. Behind her, Amu fell into deep thought. Inform Lord Egret that there's no need to play with Saul anymore. Leave him to the Lockbreaker Society to deal with. Give them some trouble so that they won't be able to trace it back to us, Wei Rong ordered. Back on Source Peak Planet, in the ruins of the Hall of Insight, Luin stopped, exhausted. There were lockbreakers all around him, and Aiden came over to Lu Yin's side and whispered, the enemies have all been dealt with. Luin nodded, but then he suddenly thought of something. Did you take their cosmic rings? Peyton was stunned. Cosmic rings? Of course. These people stole the Society's treasures from countless years ago, so there must be countless treasures in their cosmic rings. Of course, we took them, Luin said matter-of-factly. Take them, and then what? Return them to the Society. Aiden asked in a gruff voice. Pluine rolled his eyes. P7th bro, this guy's been locked up for so long that he's become stupid. His brain isn't as bright as before, the monkey snickered. Pluine did not say anything else to Aiden, as it was not suitable for him to do such a thing. However, there were still so many cosmic rings, and so many pairs of eyes were watching. It was a pity that he could not brazenly take them. The heavens trembled, and Luin looked up. He saw that the boundless rune lines that represented the Enlighters were moving away, leaving only Saul's rune lines in space. This battle was about to end. Pluine had never imagined that the Lockbreaker Society, a colossus of the universe, would actually be schemed against by a few weaves and corporations in the Outerverse and end up in such a state. Wei Rong's methods were simple, but they were sharp. Many people had become his chess pieces, including Fiendly, Phelan, and the others. But what was his ultimate goal? With Wei Rong's temperament, he shouldn't have offended the Lockbreaker Society so much for the sake of those treasures. That's not his style. Wang Wen was also puzzled. He possessed a monstrous intelligence, but even he could not immediately see through Wei Rong's goal. The two of them were the same type of person, and they both had methods that allowed them to conceal everything deeply. No matter what Wei Rong's goal was, Source Peak Planet was now in a complete mess. Saul returned to Source Peak Planet and saw the ruins of the Hall of Insight, as well as countless furious gazes. P thank you. The Mountain Breeze Brothers reward, 3rd update, thanks for your support. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 699. Fiendly was not dead, but his injuries were not light. His clothes were stained with blood as he was supported by several lockbreakers. He looked up at the dazed Saul and asked, "Is this what you wanted?" Saul's expression changed, and he looked back at Fiendly. "This has nothing to do with me." Phelan angrily rebuked, "Saul, if you hadn't played tricks behind the scenes and prevented those perceptive intermediate lockbreakers from arriving, these thieves would not have succeeded. It was also because you entangled seniorly that the Hall of Insight was defeated. Not only are you a sinner of Source Peak Planet, but you are also a sinner of the entire Lockbreaker Society." "That's right, sinner." One of the lockbreakers cursed, not caring about Saul's status. "Sinner. Sinner." Many people chimed in. Sometimes, mistakes needed to be made, and sometimes, people needed to vent their emotions. Due to Phelan's guidance, Saul had become the scapegoat. Even though he was sure that Phelan was behind all of this, he could not defend himself. Lu Yin looked at Saul's blank expression. Although this old man had some tricks up his sleeve, his lockbreaking and cultivation had always been too smooth. He did not have the ability to deal with the current situation, and he had been played around by a woman like Phelan. This so-called vice president was done for. Saul's body trembled in the air as he stared at Phelan. "I knew it was you, but I never thought that you would be the one who had hidden yourself the most." Phelan shouted, "Saul, don't quibble. Everyone has seen everything you've done. As a former vice president, you should take responsibility instead of shirking your responsibilities." Saul's eyes narrowed, and his killing intent surged. He scanned the crowd below him, and many of the lockbreakers looked at him with grief and indignation. Saul wanted to attack, but he was like a deflated balloon. He closed his eyes and spread out his domain as he searched for Deng Pu. He could no longer continue as vice president, but as long as he could obtain true insight and comprehend those 3 pages, he would be able to rely on his powerful abilities to enter the Innerverse or even the Neoverse Lockbreaker Society's headquarters and start over. But strangely, Deng Pu had disappeared. In reality, many people were searching for Deng Pu, as he possessed 3 pages of true insight, which were priceless treasures. However, Deng Pu had vanished the moment Saul had attacked Phelan, and no one had seen his shadow during this battle. More and more accusations reached Saul's ears, and he wished that he could kill Phelan. But if he did so, he would completely sever his ties with the society, and any possibility of him ever rejoining it. Saul had no choice but to leave. He left with a sense of loss, grief, and murderous intent. Feenley had a complicated look in his eyes, and he sighed as he looked back at the Hall of Insight. In less than a day, the Outerverse Society's headquarters, which had once intimidated the Outerverse, had been completely destroyed. Even the Hall of Insight, which had symbolized the Outerverse status, had been reduced to rubble. Phelan's eyes flashed with joy when she saw Saul leave. Now that Saul had left, the only ones who could compete with her for the position of president were Mr. Jun and Yi Feng. Feenley, as the honorary vice president, was not qualified to compete. Where? Senior, where did Yi Feng go? Phelan asked Feenley. Feenley's expression changed as well. That's right, where did Yi Feng go? When he had fought with Saul, he had asked Yi Feng to reinforce the Hall of Insight. With Yi Feng's strength, he could not have disappeared without a trace, but where was he? At this moment, someone exclaimed, "It's Master Yi Feng. He contacted me." Many people looked over, including Feenley and Phelan. Master Yi Feng said that Source Peak Planet is broken and is no longer suitable for lockbreakers to live. He found a suitable planet for lockbreakers in Armament Weave, and the light on that planet originated from a source box. He's calling for all lockbreakers to go and investigate it, the lockbreaker who had received Yi Feng's message said. He was a 2-star discerning elementary lockbreaker. Beep beep beep. Soon, the other lockbreakers received the same message one after another. They were all calling for lockbreakers to head to Armament Weave to investigate a source box. Feenley and Phelan exchanged glances, and they both saw the confusion in each other's eyes. Master Yi Feng sent another message. He said that as long as lockbreakers settle down on that planet, they will receive the full support of Armament Weave. At the same time, he will selflessly offer up his many years of lockbreaking experience for lockbreakers to learn from and to abandon their conservative beliefs, a lockbreaker said excitedly. The surrounding people quickly gathered around to discuss the matter. They did not care about any support, as they had been treated well ever since they had become lockbreakers, and they did not lack money. However, Master Yi Feng's many years of lockbreaking experience was priceless, and it was an irresistible temptation for these lockbreakers. More and more lockbreakers received the message, and they all became excited. There were very few lockbreakers born on Source Peak Planet, and most of them were not from Source Peak Planet or even Source Peak Weave. They came from the Innerverse and Outerverse, and it did not matter where they settled down. Only a small portion of lockbreakers firmly believed that Source Peak Planet was the Lockbreaker Society's headquarters, and abandoning Source Peak Planet was the same as abandoning the Lockbreaker Society. For a moment, both sides began to debate, and the debate grew more and more intense. Feenley immediately contacted Yi Feng, wanting to ask him what he was doing, but Yi Feng did not pick up. Phelan also tried to contact Yi Feng, but no one picked up. They all had a bad premonition. In outer space, within a spacecraft, Wei Rong stood within the transparent metal and looked out. The dark sky was very beautiful, just like everyone's future. There were many bright lights, but very few people were able to grasp them. Wei Rong saw the brightest star that represented himself, and he was trying his best to grasp it. "I've finished what you asked me to do." An indifferent voice sounded out from behind him. Wei Rong's lips curled up, and he slowly turned around with a smile. "The Wei family welcomes you back, Master Yi Feng." The person who appeared behind Wei Rong was Yi Feng, who had been tasked by Feenley to guard the Hall of Insight but had mysteriously disappeared. When he saw Wei Rong smile, Yi Feng's expression turned cold. Your smile is just as annoying as his. Wei Rong's eyes flashed. Are you talking about my granduncle or your adoptive father? Yifeng's voice was cold. He's already dead, but you've received his true teachings. You even dared to go against the Lockbreaker Society. Back then, he only asked me to join the society to help the Wei family recruit more Lockbreakers. You're even more ruthless than him. Wei Rong laughed. Times have changed, Master Yifeng. No, Uncle Wei Yi. Yifeng frowned. Call me Yifeng. I stopped using that name a long time ago. But it's still part of the Wei family's genealogy. Yifeng's body trembled, and his gaze softened. Do you know what you're doing? You're playing with fire, and you can easily burn yourself to death, including the entire Wei family. Wei Rong shrugged. Since we're playing, then we should have fun. However, I never thought that you would actually be willing to cooperate with me. It looks like Granduncle really does have a great influence on you. Yifeng's gaze was filled with nostalgia. Don't mention him to me again. Alright, let's get down to business. How many lockbreakers do you think will be willing to come to Armament Weave? Wei Rong asked. Yifeng calmly replied, many. My lockbreaking experience is a priceless treasure, and being able to learn it for free is something that all lockbreakers dream of. That's good. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been worth it for me to spend so much effort scheming against Source Peak Planet and only take away a few treasures. Yifeng looked at him. What price did you pay to ally with Umbral Butterfly Weave, Suna Weave, Endless Borders, and Aegis? You even invited Lord Egret. Wei Rong smiled. They're all humans, and humans have their own desires and weaknesses. It wasn't difficult. Yifeng calmly replied, originally, it wouldn't have been so easy for Source Peak Planet to find out that you're the mastermind, but having me send out a notice is equivalent to telling everyone that you're the one who's acting against Source Peak Planet. Aren't you afraid? Wei Rong smiled and walked over to the transparent metal. There will always be people who walk at the forefront of an era. The further they go, the greater the waves. However, they will also gain more. Although it's possible that they'll be swept away by the waves and turned to dust, there's also a possibility. He then looked at Yifeng. Conquer the road. Yifeng's eyes narrowed, and he looked out into space. You're more daring than him, but you don't understand lockbreakers. Perhaps you'll be crushed, and the Wei family will be dragged down with you. Perhaps, but you still followed me, ha. Wei Rong was not worried at all. There was a bang, and Angie suddenly charged in. Just as she was about to speak, she saw Yifeng standing behind Wei Rong, and her expression changed. She then looked back at Wei Rong. It really was you. Why did you do this? You said that you'd go into hiding after dividing up the treasures in the Hall of Insight, but now, you've asked Master Yifeng to send out such a notice. Isn't it obvious that we're behind this? Wei Rong smiled. It wasn't us, it was me. Don't worry, no one will be able to trace it back to you. Angie frowned. Do you think that they won't be able to trace it back to us? Do you think that your Wei family can stop thousands of lockbreakers? Wei Rong smiled. Before I answer your question, let me introduce you. He then pointed at Master Yifeng. This is Master Yifeng. His original name is Wei Yi, and he's an elder of our Wei family. Angie was stunned. Master Yifeng is from your Wei family. Wei Rong nodded. That's why. Source Peak Planet is no longer suitable for living after the Great Battle. Is it wrong for our Wei family to invite our elders back to Armament Weave? As for our elders' selfless contribution of their lock-breaking experience, is that wrong? Angie coldly retorted, don't play word games with me. No one is an idiot, and you've grasped the opportunity too well. It's easy for others to link you to those people who entered the Hall of Insight. Once they do, they'll be able to find clues that will lead them to all of us. Wei Rong did not mind. So what? Angie, have you forgotten what I told you before? Angie's eyes flickered, and when she saw Wei Rong's confident expression, she was unconsciously attracted to him. Times have changed. The Lockbreaker Society is only the first, but it won't be the last. Since we dared to do this, then we must let others know that this is the attitude of a leader, Wei Rong said loudly. But doing this will make us the enemy of thousands of lockbreakers, Angie said. Wei Rong laughed. Thousands? You overestimate Source Peak Planet. How many of those lockbreakers are from the Innerverse, and how many of them care about Source Peak Planet? Besides, there's already a group of lockbreakers who want to come to Armament Weave to follow Master Yi Feng. This Colossus has already fallen, so you don't have to be afraid. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 700. Angie still wanted to say something, but her words were stopped by Wei Rong. Yi Feng looked on coldly, as this girl was far inferior to Wei Rong. Wei Rong had planned to drag them all down with him from the very beginning. Anyone who had participated in the attack on the Hall of Insight would not be able to escape. He had become the leader, but everyone had to bear the price. Most importantly, these people had not known Wei Rong's true goal from the very beginning. They had all thought that he wanted to steal the Lockbreaker Society's treasures, which had been accumulated over the countless years. This incident on Source Peak Planet had been orchestrated by Wei Rong. He had stolen the treasures, recruited lockbreakers, and started a new era. This was the leader of the Wei family's current generation. Since ancient times, the Wei family had produced wise men. This was why the Wei family had never produced an enlighter, but they had been able to monopolize Armament Weave. This generation's wise men were even more terrifying, and their ambitions were even greater. Mu followed behind Angie and looked at Wei Rong in amazement. This person had fooled everyone, but he had still managed to achieve his goal, which left others speechless. If they cooperated with this person, they might really be able to succeed in the future. On Source Peak Planet, many lockbreakers were trying to pacify the others, but it was not very effective. Yi Feng's announcement had made many people want to go to Armament Weave. Fiendly and Phelan could not stop them either. Within the ruins of the Hall of Insight, Lu Yin was alone with Wang Wen. You want me to recruit lockbreakers? Wang Wen nodded and sighed in admiration. I have to say that Wei Rong has played this beautifully. Not only did he obtain the Lockbreaker Society's treasures, but he also kidnapped the lockbreakers. The consequences will be shared by several weaves, and he himself will benefit the most. No wonder he caught my eye. He's one of the few people with some intelligence. Not bad, not bad. Wei Rong used Yi Feng to kidnap lockbreakers, and you want me to kidnap lockbreakers as well? Lu Yin asked. Wang Wen replied, of course. Wei Rong has already paved the way for you, and we can't let him enjoy the fruits of his labor alone. I previously asked you to gather lockbreakers to guard the Hall of Insight, and with your reputation in the universe, you have enough prestige to kidnap a group of lockbreakers. Wei Rong was able to kidnap lockbreakers mostly because of Yi Feng's promise. Wang Wen's mouth twitched. Don't you have Phelan? Phelan and Yi Feng were both trial mentors, and they had the same status. If Yi Feng could abduct lockbreakers, then Phelan could as well. Phelan has always wanted to become the president of the Outerverse Lockbreaker Society. Just do as she wishes and support her in becoming the president. Then, have her help you lure a group of lockbreakers to Frostwave Weave. If she's unwilling, then you know what to do. You've done this sort of thing quite a few times, Wang Wen said with a pleased smile. Lu Yin's eyes flickered as he looked at the dilapidated Hall of Insight and the dispirited lockbreakers. If Wei Rong could abduct a group of them, then so could he. Chess piece bro, the Outerverse is going to be very lively in the near future. You should take advantage of this opportunity to strengthen yourself. Otherwise, you won't have a chance to share in some of the benefits, Wang Wen said lazily before ending the call. There were some things that Wang Wen would not say too clearly, but Lu Yin understood. Even without Wang Wen's reminder, Lu Yin had already thought of some things the moment the Hall of Insight had collapsed. There were several behemoths in the Outerverse. The Outerverse Lockbreaker Society was one of them, followed by Shamrock Enterprises, Mavis Bank, Aurora Corporation, and so on. These behemoths had stood tall in the Outerverse for countless years, and even if their weaves were destroyed, nothing would happen to them. Now that the Outerverse Lockbreaker Society was the first to collapse, it would definitely lead to a chain of events. Who would be next? Wei Rong had truly opened up an incredible beginning. However, Lu Yin smiled, as he liked it. If he did not get rid of these decaying behemoths, then how would he be able to establish a new order? Wei Rong had already paved the way, and he was definitely not the only one walking down this path. It all depended on who walked the fastest. At present, it seemed that Lu Yin was ahead of Wei Rong, as the entire Eastern Weave had already united. Why is there a secret room here? Someone cried out in surprise, and everyone looked over. Lu Yin was just about to chat with Phelan, and when he heard this, he looked over as well. He saw that there was an intact secret room within the ruins of the Hall of Insight, and it had not been opened by any of the cultivators. However, the door to the secret room was clearly damaged. It was not that the cultivators did not want to open it, but rather that they could not. Lu Yin walked over to take a look, but he suddenly turned around in disbelief. He saw a terrifying number of rune lines appear, and they were rapidly moving from the west to the east. These rune lines had appeared very abruptly and exaggeratedly, as if they had suddenly multiplied by 10 times. Previously, there had only been cruiser rune lines in that direction. Bang 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 bang, dozens of lockbreakers' bodies exploded as a figure covered in a black carapace streaked through the void and appeared in front of the secret room. The figure punched out, and with a bang, a terrifying shockwave swept out in all directions, sending dozens of lockbreakers around the secret room flying. The void distorted and tore apart, and the shockwave transformed into a thunderous explosion. Lu Yin's expression changed. What a terrifying physical body. Unfortunately, this punch did not manage to break open the door to the secret room, and it only managed to add a small crack to the door. The person in the black carapace punched out a second time, then a third time, and so on. One punch after another, he tried to break open the door to the secret room. In the distance, Fiendly was aghast. Stop him. That's President Jeffrey's secret room, and it contains the Society's secrets. Stop him. Many lockbreakers rushed over to attack the black carapace person. These lockbreakers were all cruisers or even peak cruisers, but they were all forced back by a casual gust of wind from the black carapace person. This was the ruins of the Hall of Insight, and the star energy here was fixed. No battle technique could display its greatest destructive power, but physical strength was an exception. The black carapace person's physical strength was shockingly powerful. This Corpse King's physical strength was enough to crush most Enlighters with power levels of over 200,000. If not for his universal armor, Lu Yin would not have dared to charge forward. Now, he was worried that his universal armor would not be able to withstand the Corpse King's physical strength. Seventh bro, you're crazy. This is the second transformation of Green Eyes, which is equivalent to a 100-fold increase in physical strength. The Corpse King's physical strength is not much weaker than yours, so you're just courting death if you charge forward. Run, no one will blame you. Lu Yin gritted his teeth. Shut up. He then charged forward and punched out again. He had already transferred all 3 grains of Fate Zan and was using his strongest physical strength. The Corpse King's green eyes were icy, and it similarly punched out. It was a very simple exchange of blows, but the intensity of the attack caused everyone's scalps to go numb. The sound waves turned into thunderous explosions that almost tore the sky apart, and the entire Source Peak planet descended into a scene of doomsday. The forest collapsed, and lava splashed everywhere. Lu Yin and the Corpse King sank into the ground at the same time, and the ruins of the Hall of Insight were reduced to dust. Only Jeffrey's secret room was left behind. A giant crack extended along the ground and swallowed up the mountain range in the distance. Lu Yin's eyes widened as he stared at the Corpse King. His fists felt powerless, and the Corpse King punched out again. Lu Yin endured the pain in his arms and continued to attack. After dozens of punches, the entire underground area was pulverized, and large patches of land collapsed as Source Peak planet shook. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 701. Phelan stared at the ground in shock, as no one had expected such a variable to appear in this lockbreaker competition. She had thought that everything was under her control, but things had turned out this way. If this continued, then not only would the Hall of Insight be destroyed, but even Source Peak planet would be finished. Shi-Chi leaped up, but she was swept up by the shock waves from the ground and flung away. Above her head, the fish was shouting, but no one knew what it was shouting. She could vaguely hear something about a Corpse King transforming into a monster. Ku Wei stared at the ground with a solemn expression. Even he could not intervene in such a battle, as this was equivalent to an Enlighter's battle. If they were fighting on a planet, then the planet was doomed. Fiend Li's eyes widened, and he was supported by a few lockbreakers as he floated in the air. Source Peak planet cannot be destroyed. Absolutely not. Underground, Lu Yin took a punch to the chest. Although his universal armor had blocked it, his chest still felt heavy. The Corpse King's physical body was too strong, and Lu Yin was sent flying 100 meters away. At this moment, Aiden appeared with his thunder shield, blocking Lu Yin's path as he faced the Corpse King head-on. The Corpse King punched out with both fists, and with a bang, the thunder shield shattered. Aiden's 9-line battle force became unstable, and his body was sent flying as well as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Seventh bro, stop fighting and leave. You're definitely not his match, the monkey shouted. The Corpse King relied on physical strength and not star energy attacks, so Lu Yin's secret art was practically useless against it. He could only defend and counterattack. As he thought about it, Lu Yin rushed forward again and pressed down with a palm. 30 stacks, 100-fold shockwave palm. The Corpse King raised its head, and its body blurred until it disappeared. Lu Yin's pupils shrank, and his stars revolved as he changed directions and slapped out with a single palm. The Corpse King appeared in the void and punched out. With a bang, a horizontal shockwave tore through the ground and then exploded into the sky. Layers of shockwaves rippled through the ground, and many lockbreakers who were high up in the sky were caught in the shockwaves and were blown away without being able to resist. Lu Yin was forced back again, and the Corpse King's green eyes closed in on him as it reached out to grab him. Lu Yin dodged with the secret sidestep and quickly retreated. The Corpse King did not chase after him, and instead, it turned around and punched the door. This time, the door could not withstand the Corpse King's attack and was shattered. Lu Yin's eyes lit up, and he rushed in at the same time. The room was not very large, and there was a strangely shaped sourcebox at the center of the room. When the Corpse King charged in, distorted ripples appeared in the void and wrapped around him. This was the sourcebox's danger zone. Lu Yin was a step too slow, and he hurriedly came to a stop. He scanned his surroundings, and his gaze finally landed on a corner. There were two boxes, one large and one small, and the Corpse King was doing his best to break free from the ripples and walk towards the boxes. Lu Yin held on to the giant emperor's third eye and stared intently at the sourcebox's murderous aura. He used the secret sidestep technique to constantly flicker as he rapidly approached the box. He was even faster than the Corpse King. The Corpse King growled, and under Lu Yin's astonished gaze, its right arm extended and grabbed the larger box. This was an innate gift. Lu Yin grew anxious, and just as the Corpse King was about to grab another box, he stabbed out with his pike. Although the pike's spiritual force attack was useless against the Corpse King, its sharpness was unparalleled. With the addition of Lu Yin's strength, it nailed the Corpse King's extended arm to the wall. Lu Yin took advantage of this opportunity to grab the smaller box and put it away. The Corpse King's green eyes stared at Lu Yin as it retracted its arm and pulled out a pike to stab at Lu Yin. Lu Yin dodged the attack and rushed out of the room. The Corpse King struggled to rush out of the room as well. Lu Yin no longer planned on tangling with the Corpse King, as this monster was not something that he could defeat. Even if he had a money bomb that could instantly kill an enlighter, it would be useless. The Corpse King's physical strength far surpassed that of a normal enlighter's, and the money bomb might not be able to instantly kill it. Lu Yin rushed out to the surface and saw that his surroundings had greatly changed. The ground had collapsed, and the sky was filled with smoke. In the distance, red lava was constantly spewing out, filling the air with a pungent smell. When Fiend Li and the rest saw Lu Yin rush out to the surface, they hurriedly asked, "How is it?" At that moment, the Corpse King rushed out from the surface and stared at Lu Yin with its green eyes before vanishing. The stars around Lu Yin's body revolved as he used the secret sidestep technique to dodge the Corpse King's attack. The Corpse King's attack had missed, and it waved its hand to shoot a gust of wind towards Fiend Li and the rest. From underground, Aiden also rushed out and used his 9-line battle force to attack the Corpse King, but he was repelled by a single punch. Lu Yin saw that the Corpse King was still staring at him, and he immediately shouted, "The secret room has been opened, and the things inside have been stolen by him." Fiend Li's face went pale. "Everyone, listen up. We cannot let this person escape." Even so, there was no one on Source Peak Planet who could fight against the Corpse King. At most, Lu Yin would be able to remain undefeated. The Corpse King chased after Lu Yin, determined to snatch the other box. Lu Yin looked around and saw Ku Wei, so he rushed over without hesitation. Ku Wei's mouth fell open. F***ck. Lu Yin smiled at Ku Wei. "I'll leave it to you." Ku Wei was stunned, and then he stood in place without moving. The Corpse King actually ignored him and continued to chase after Lu Yin. Lu Yin was astonished. How was this possible? It seemed that the Corpse King's intelligence was limited, and it only knew how to act and was not interested in anything else. "Seventh bro, go back and look for Ku Wei. He's definitely from the Seven Quartz Ku family, and he's also one of the 3 Dark Hands. I don't believe that he can't deal with the Corpse King," the monkey shouted. Even if the monkey hadn't said anything, Lu Yin had already planned to do so. Fiend Li was injured and on the verge of death, Phelan was not very strong, and the rest of the lockbreakers were at most hunters. They would not be able to fight back against the Corpse King. Only Ku Wei was different, and it had nothing to do with his battle prowess. Lu Yin felt that Ku Wei was reliable because of his status. When Ku Wei saw that Lu Yin had returned, He broke into a run and shouted, "Bro, Brother Wei didn't offend you. Why are you chasing after me?" Lu Yin replied, "Bro, help me block it for a while." "Are you crazy?" Ku Wei wanted to cry, but no tears came out. Behind him, the Corpse King suddenly sped up and tore through the void to appear in front of Lu Yin. It punched out, but Lu Yin dodged with the secret sidestep and passed by the Corpse King once again. The Corpse King punched back, and the wind from the punch distorted space as it transformed into a majestic shockwave that swept forward. Lu Yin was able to block it, but Ku Wei was swept away by the shockwave and smashed into the ground. Ku Wei was an explorer, and it was already quite impressive that he could display the strength of a hunter at most. Even so, he could not fight back against the Corpse King. Lu Yin felt helpless, as it seemed that this fellow would not be of much use. This person's strength was similar to Lu Yin's, and he had the strength to challenge a hunter who was a realm breaker. However, Lu Yin had relied on his universal armor to fight against the Corpse King, and this person could not block the Corpse King without it. Lu Yin used the secret sidestep to continuously dodge the Corpse King's attacks. With his serious art and secret sidestep, he was confident that the Corpse King would not be able to hit him. After some time, the Corpse King would definitely leave, and the Hall of Honor would not leave it be. In the distance, Fiend Li pushed aside the lockbreakers who were supporting him and dragged his heavily injured body towards the top of the ruins of the Hall of Insight. That area was enveloped by the killing intent of the 4 giant sourceboxes. He floated high in the sky and looked at Source Peak Planet with a complicated expression. "I never thought that this would be the last thing I see in my life. Jeffrey's worries have come true. Since that's the case, I'll keep my promise and not let that item fall into anyone else's hands." He then raised his gadget and sent out a message. He then looked towards the battlefield where Lu Yin and the Corpse King were chasing each other and said something. Lu Yin was currently dodging the Corpse King's attacks when his ears twitched. He looked in Fiend Li's direction in astonishment, and then he charged over without hesitation. The Corpse King followed closely behind. Lu Yin charged into the area enveloped by the 4 giant trees and then continued to head east. The Corpse King chased after Lu Yin and also charged into the area enveloped by the 4 giant trees. The moment Lu Yin left the area, Fiend Li's eyes widened, and the star energy in the area changed. The 4 giant trees suddenly withered to reveal source boxes of different sizes and shapes. The void froze as the 4 source boxes emitted a faint glow. Then, for some unknown reason, the area around them suddenly distorted, and all the star energy within vanished. The Corpse King and Fiend Li himself also vanished. Lu Yin was stunned by this scene. What was this? All the star energy within the area enveloped by the 4 giant trees had completely vanished. The Corpse King, Fiend Li, and even everything on the ground that contained star energy had all vanished. There was no longer any star energy left in that area. Was this a sourcebox array? Only boundless advanced lockbreakers could comprehend it, and it was a supreme technique for lockbreakers. That was a Corpse King with green eyes at the second transformation, and it had disappeared just like that. It was too terrifying. Rumor has it that in ancient times, some powerful lockbreakers could use sourcebox arrays to kill super powerhouses. Seems like it's true, the monkey sighed. Lu Yin's eyes flickered as he thought about True Insight. The 36 pages of True Insight contained a sourcebox array. If a sourcebox array could be so powerful, then True Insight would be comparable to a secret technique. It was no wonder why Saul wanted to obtain True Insight so much. Unfortunately, Fiend Li was only a 5-star perceptive intermediate lockbreaker and could not comprehend a sourcebox array. Although Lu Yin did not know how Fiend Li had activated this sourcebox array, he had paid the price with his life. If President Jeffrey had been here, then what would have happened? Lu Yin did not dare to imagine how powerful Jeffrey was, and whether or not he had comprehended a sourcebox array. If he had, then he would have been able to deal with Saul, Lord Egret, and the Corpse King all by himself. A wooden box fell from the sky. This was the item that the Corpse King had obtained from Jeffrey's secret room. Lu Yin wanted to take it away, but he did not dare to enter that space. Phelan flew over from the distance and entered the space. She took the box and heaved a sigh of relief. She then looked at Lu Yin with a complicated expression. Lu Yin met Phelan's gaze. That senior lockbreaker from before was willing to die so that it wouldn't fall into the hands of others, right? Phelan placed the box into her cosmic ring without replying. Lu Yin looked around. Sourcepeak Planet is finished. The Hall of Insight, the Vice President, and the Honorary Vice President are all finished. No one can stop you from becoming the President now. Phelan's body trembled, and she bitterly replied, "What's the point of becoming the President now?" "I'll support you," Lu Yin said. Phelan fell silent. Around them, many lockbreakers were in a sorry state. They were either standing on the ground or floating in the air. It was as if they had all lost their souls. Too many things had happened on this day, so much that they could not accept it all. Thank you. The final Curtain Brothers reward, thank you all brothers for your support, the third update, thank you. You're tuning into the Journey of the Soul YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.